Chapter 12:27. Since he couldn't beat them, then he would join them. To a certain extent, Zhang Sun Wuji and Li Zixuan had the same party belief: protect the Crown Prince party. There was no need for him to deliberately fight with Li Zixuan. In the past year, Li Zixuan had used a series of methods to establish a power group with Yanhuang College as the core. That young lad who had just returned from Mount Longhu had become an existence that many people couldn't afford to offend. Since they couldn't afford to offend him, and they had a common interest, why not seek cooperation for mutual benefits? After all, no one would go against benefits. Also, Li Zixuan's workshop has been manufacturing bicycles and carriages. It should consume a lot of iron, right? Even if he has an iron mine in Hedong Road, I'm afraid he won't be able to supply it. Tell Li Zixuan that if he's willing to cooperate, I'm willing to let him mine the iron mine of the Zhangsun family. As long as he can give us half of the iron he refines. In the study room, Zhang Sun Wuji's face revealed a sly smile. He stroked his beard and said to Zhang Sun Chong. What was a win-win situation? This was called a win-win situation. Currently, Li Zixuan didn't seem to lack money, but he lacked resources. Things like iron mines couldn't be bought with money. Zhang Sun Wuji giving his iron mine to Li Zixuan was exactly what Li Zixuan wanted. At the same time, the Zhangsun family wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Because with the Zhangsun family's iron refining skills, it would take a few hundred years to refine all of their iron mine into iron. Speaking of which, why would Zhangsun Wuji care about what happened a few hundred years later? At that time, whether the Zhangsun family would still exist would be a problem. However, if the iron ore was given to Li Zixuan to refine, it would be completely different. With the smelting speed of the Strange Taste Pavilion's smelting speed, the amount of iron produced in 1 year would be equivalent to the Zhangsun family's previous 4 to 5 years of production. Even if he gave half of it to Li Zixuan as remuneration, Zhang Sun Wuji would still make a huge profit. This was a method that sacrificed future resources in exchange for current wealth, and it was a win-win situation. The old fox was indeed an old fox. He was probably the only one who could come up with such a smart idea. Father? You want to give our iron mine to Yamacho? Then wouldn't our family suffer a huge loss? Why would Zhang Sun Chong think so much? He looked at his father in disbelief. Although he did admire Li Zixuan more personally, Zhang Sun Wuji's image in his heart had always been one who prioritized the interests of the family. Now, the old man's actions made him a little confused. Haha. Whether it was a loss or not, he would only know after trying. Chonger, you just have to tell Li Zixuan this. Zhang Sun Wuji stroked his beard and smiled. Oh. Okay, father. Although Zhang Sun Chong was full of doubts, he still scratched his head and replied. The first time Tang Yuan met the world, he had already caused a lot of commotion. The main reason was that Tang Yuan was easy to carry around and difficult to imitate. This had attracted the attention of many people. However, most people only treated Tang Yuan as an extremely exquisite work of art. Only a very small number of people could be like Zhang Sun Wuji and see the huge business opportunity behind Tang Yuan and Yanhuang Bank. Young master, just yesterday afternoon, the bank had exchanged Tang Yuan worth more than 6,000 strings of coins for the students. This is unbelievable. On the second day, Wang Zhong came to the courtyard and told Li Zixuan excitedly. Li Zixuan had just finished his meal. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and smiled. Haha. Uncle Wang, this is only the beginning. There are still many more things that you can't believe. Oh, right, the bank has so much money. Firstly, they have to pay attention to safety. If they don't have enough manpower, I will send more guards over. Secondly, they have to take out the copper coins to dry regularly to prevent them from rusting. This was the true meaning of having so much money, that it was rusty and moldy. Not only would iron rust, but copper would also rust. This was called copper rust. In ancient times, the circulation of money wasn't very frequent. Those rich families would often let their servants dry their copper coins regularly to prevent the copper coins from rusting and affecting their quality. Young master, don't worry. This old man knows all of this, Faubert said with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded and said, since that's the case, Uncle Wang, you can go and do your work first. Faubert clasped his hands and left. He still had to go to the bank for his duty. Husband, you have worked hard for so many days. Can you finally relax now? After Faubert left, Han Yushi walked over and handed over a cup of hot water with a smile. Recently, Li Zishuan had been running around for Tang Yuan and the bank. He even worked overtime and stayed up late. Han Yushi's heart ached when she saw this. She wished she could replace him. However, there were some things that she couldn't replace, so she could only worry by the side. Haha. I'm not busy anymore. However, now that my confinement period is over, it's time for me to go out and walk around. Li Zishuan had just finished his meal, and the cup of hot water that Han Yushi brought over was just in time. He smiled as he drank the hot water. Speaking of which, today was a good day. It had been exactly 2 months since he was confined by Li Er. Although he was an otaku, the feeling of not being able to go out when he clearly had something to do was really too uncomfortable for him. Oh. I almost forgot. Today is a good day for my husband to be released from confinement. My husband's memory is really good. When Han Yushi heard this, she came to a realization and then said with a hint of reluctance. In these 2 months, Li Zishuan couldn't go out, so naturally, he spent more time with her. However, she also knew that her husband was someone who did big things and couldn't be by her side forever. Therefore, her face didn't reveal the slightest bit of girlish emotions. Ah. Brother, can I go out and play? Lan wants to go out too. Lan immediately shouted after hearing the couple's conversation. She had been holding it in for the past 2 months. Although she also had a companion, Li Anren, on Yunshan, how could it be as lively as Chang'an? Haha. Okay. We'll go out in a while. We'll go to Uncle Chin's house for lunch at noon. Li Zishuan rubbed Lan Er's little head and said. Due to confinement, their family didn't go out to pay New Year's greetings during the New Year. One had to know that Han Yushi had just married into the Li family last year and was considered a newlywed. A newlywed's return to the family in the first year was very important. However, it was precisely because Li Zishuan was confined that Han Yushi didn't even return to the family. Although the confinement period was over, Han Tianhu had gone to Lan province, and the Han family was basically an empty house. Fortunately, Han Yushi still had a pair of adoptive parents. If she went to visit and show her filial piety, she would more or less feel some comfort in her heart. Chapter 12:28. Around 9 in the morning, 2 carriages came down from the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. The carriage in front was filled with Li Zishuan, Han Yushi, and Lan Er, while the carriage behind was filled with gifts. After all, this trip was considered half a return trip, so it should be more grand. Strange pavilions, don't touch me, carriage drove on the cement road without any bumps. It was so comfortable that Li Zishuan couldn't help but yawn. On the road, there were many farmers heading to the Chang'an market. They didn't care whether Li Zishuan could hear them or not. Once they saw Li Zishuan's personal horse carriage, they shouted, "Greetings, Marquis." This was Li Zishuan's reputation in Lantian County. Although he hadn't had the time to do anything since the entirety of Lantian County had been incorporated into his fief, this year, the villagers of Plum Village and Han Family Village had earned a lot of money because of the greenhouse vegetables. This made all the citizens of Lantian County see hope. They believed that Li Zishuan would definitely let them live a good life. Following the cement road, the horse carriage quickly arrived at Chang'an City. Wow! Isn't this the Marquis' horse carriage? I haven't seen it in a long time. Hey! It really is. How long has it been since the Marquis came to Chang'an City? It's been at least a month, right? After more than 2 months, the Li family's special carriage finally appeared in front of the people of Chang'an again. Many people whispered in the direction of the carriage. In their hearts, they always felt that without Li Zishuan, Chang'an City seemed to have missed a lot of interesting things in the past 2 months. As Li Zixuan listened to the whispers of the passers-by, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He thought to himself, I'm finally back. The horse carriage entered the city from Yanqing Gate and traveled west. After 15 minutes, it finally arrived at Qin Manor. Half an hour ago, Li Zixuan had sent someone to Chang and to inform the Qin family. Therefore, the Qin family was well prepared. Both inside and outside the house were cleaned up. Red lanterns were hung up. There was a red carpet on the ground at the door. It looked quite festive. As for the bride's return to her parents' home in the first year, first of all, it was the beginning of the new year and the whole family was reunited. Naturally, it was inconvenient for her to go back to her parents' home. The 15th day of the first lunar month was also the first full moon of the year. He was afraid that his daughter-in-law would not be able to reunite with her family when she returned. Therefore, they would usually return to their parents' home on the 2nd day of the first lunar month and the 16th day of the first lunar month, so as to take care of the reunion of both parties. The 2nd and the 16th of the first lunar month had already passed, but Madame Qin still wanted to create a grand atmosphere in the manor. She wanted to give face to her adopted daughter and make her feel better. Haha. Yushi, little Xian, you're here. Come in and have a seat. Madame Qin held Han Yushi's hand and smiled. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Auntie Qin, you and Yushi can go in first. Huayu and I will ask the servants to move all the things in the carriage inside. As for Lan, the little girl felt that there were no friends to play with in the Qin family, so she went back to Yongla Lane. Hey! You two children, it's fine if you're here. Why did you bring so many things? Madame Qin said unhappily. However, although she said that, she also understood that these things were etiquette and were even more ostentatious. They had to bring them when they returned home on the new year. After chatting with Li Zixuan for a while, Madame Qin pulled Han Yushi's arm and walked into the house. Mother, did Godfather go to the morning court? Han Yushi supported Madame Qin and asked. Yes. If he knew that you and little Xian were coming in the morning, he would definitely have asked for leave today. Mother. That won't do. Godfather is the pillar of the country. He naturally has to prioritize national affairs. When it was close to noon, Qin Xiong finally returned from the palace. When he saw Li Zixuan and Han Yushi coming over, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He said that he wanted to have a few drinks with Li Zixuan at noon. His old injury had already healed last year, and his alcohol tolerance had slowly returned to its previous state. Mrs. Qin was so happy that she personally cooked a large table full of exquisite and delicious dishes. For a moment, everyone was toasting each other, and it was extremely lively. After eating and drinking, Madame Qin brought Han Yushi to the backyard. Qin Xiong took the opportunity to talk to Li Zixuan about serious matters. Little Xian, I heard that you've set up a bank in Tangyuan. I saw Tangyuan last night. It's really not bad and very convenient. However, during the morning court today, someone accused you of privately minting coins and flouting the national law. When he heard the second half of the sentence, Li Zixuan's face darkened. He couldn't help but ask, Uncle Qin, what happened after that? Qin Xiong shook his head and laughed. Haha. At that time, I wanted to defend you, but who would have thought that there were two people faster than me? I could only wait patiently. Who are they? Qin Xiong smiled and replied, one is your Uncle Cheng, and the other is Zhao Guogong. Jijie is fine, but Zhao Guogong, I've never heard of any friendship between the two of you before. Zhao Guogong? Zhang Sun Wuji? When Li Zixuan heard that, he was even more confused than Qin Xiong. What kind of relationship did he have with Zhang Sun Wuji? If there was a relationship, it could only be a competitive relationship, right? After all, both of them were in the ironware business. But why was the old fox speaking up for him? Li Zixuan couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. In the end, he could only force himself to come up with a reason. Ahem. Uncle Qin, this might be because I saved Zhang Sun Chong during the chaos in Chang and City last year. Moreover, Zhang Sun Chong is still my student now, right? Qin Xiong felt that this was not impossible. He nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said with a serious face, "Xiao Xian. It's fine if you only use Tang Yuan in the academy now, but I know that you have big plans. In the future, you will definitely use Tang Yuan in other places. But I hope that before you make this decision, you must seek His Majesty's approval. Not only this matter, but when you encounter other big matters in the future, you must not act on your own accord. What happened to the Chui family last time must not happen again." Li Zishuan was silent. Then, he nodded and said, "Uncle Qin, don't worry. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. In the future, I will definitely do things more seriously." Qin Xiong was satisfied and assured. He nodded, and a smile finally appeared on his serious face. "That's good. That's good. Haha. Recently, thanks to you, little Xian, the vegetables on the Qin family's farmstead have matured. Although the farmsteads don't earn as much as your farmsteads, they still earn quite a bit. It's enough for everyone to work hard for several years." The farmsteads of the Qin, Cheng, Niu, and Yuchi families started planting greenhouse vegetables half a month later than Li Zishuan's farmsteads. It just so happened that it was harvest season recently. Although the price of greenhouse vegetables in Chang'an City was not as expensive as before, it was definitely not cheap either. The farmsteads of these four families could still make a profit. Haha. Uncle Qin, you're too serious. What does this have to do with luck? The money that the farmers earn is all earned with their own hands. It has nothing to do with this nephew. Chapter 1229. Xiao Xian, is your bank still short of money? Although my Qin family isn't a wealthy family, if you urgently need money, I can still raise some. Qin Manor, Main Hall. After talking about the farmers, Qin Xiong talked about the bank. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Qin, but the bank is only running in the academy now, so I'm not short of money. When I'm short of money in the future, I'll be thick-skinned and ask Uncle Qin." In terms of family background, the Qin family was actually poorer than the Qing family. After all, because they owned shares in the winery, the Qing family's monthly dividends were comparable to the total income of the previous year. Qin Xiong had always been good to him, and he was Han Yushi's adoptive father. In the past, he might have neglected Qin Xiong when he had a business to make a fortune, but with the bank now, if there was a chance in the future, he had to bring the Qin family along. Qin Xiong glared and said, "What are you talking about, kid? The Qin family's things will not only belong to Huayu in the future, but also to you. I've always treated you as half a son. If you need anything from the Qin family, just ask. There's nothing to be thick-skinned about." These words were said sincerely. To Qin Xiong, Li Zishuan was not only his savior, but also half a son-in-law. Many times, Qin Xiong treated Li Zishuan as his own son. Some treatment, even Qin Huayu couldn't compare to. Li Zishuan was touched and said, "Uncle Qin, I appreciate your kindness. If I need anything in the future, I'll definitely not be polite to you." After having lunch at Qin Manor, Han Yushi returned to Yongla Lane to wait. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, went to Qingyao Jin, Niu Jinda, Yuchi Jingda, Li Jing, Yan Lide, and Li Daozong's families. He sat for a while in each family. After all, it was not easy for him to get out of prison. Moreover, this could also tell others that he, Li Zishuan, had returned from Cloud Mountain. After they finished shopping, the sky was already dark, and it was obviously too late to return to Cloud Mountain. In an era without streetlights, it was not so easy to walk at night. Thus, the couple and Lan spent the night in the Yongla Lane residence. The next morning, the three of them set off for Cloud Mountain. "Wife, Lan, you two go back first. I still have some things to do." At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan jumped off the carriage and said to Han Yushi and Lan, who were in the carriage, "Husband, where are you going?" Han Yushi lifted the curtain and asked. "Haha. I will make a trip to Lantian County's Yamen and return before noon." Li Zishuan smiled and urged the two of them to hurry up the mountain. Now that they were in the territory of Cloud Mountain, he was no longer worried about Han Yushi and Lan Er's safety. That was why he could leave with peace of mind. After watching the carriage climb up the mountain path, Li Zishuan turned around and walked towards Lantian County in the north. It was already early spring, and there were traces of green on the road. Compared to the withering of all things in winter, early spring undoubtedly brought more hope and vitality to people. Along the way, Li Zishuan enjoyed the beautiful scenery of early spring. When he met the villagers who greeted him, he smiled and nodded. After about 45 minutes, he finally arrived at the foot of Lantian County. The green city wall was not tall, but from afar, it looked quite imposing. Two guards stood at the city gate, inspecting the pedestrians entering and leaving the city. With Chang and city next to it, there were very few pedestrians entering and exiting Lantian County. For those who were doing business or wanted to enter the city to buy things, Chang and city was definitely their first choice. Anyway, Chang and city was not very far for them, so they might as well take a few more steps and go to Chang and city to sell things for a higher price or to have better choices. In any era, a super city had a huge siphon effect on the surrounding counties. Chang and city in the Tang dynasty was no exception. As such, Lantian County's position was a little awkward. Because of its natural geographical disadvantage, in terms of development prospects, it was almost impossible to get close to Chang and city. At most, it could only follow behind Chang and city and eat soy sauce or drink soup. Therefore, the county magistrate of Lantian County did not ask for no merit, but to not make any mistakes. It was because the structure of Lantian County was set, and it was difficult for there to be any big development. After asking a passerby, Li Zishuan knew the direction of the county office and walked towards it. Don't run. Stop. Your father sold you to this young master. Are you still thinking of running? Quick. Quick. Catch her for me. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps and an arrogant man's voice behind him. Aya. Isn't this the son of old Master Fan from the east of the city? Why is he here? Let's go, let's go. Sigh. I don't know whose family's daughter is going to suffer this time. I heard it's Wu Lao-san's daughter. Sigh, this Wu Lao-san lost dozens of strings of coins at the Fan family's gambling den. How can he afford to pay it back? He probably sold his own daughter. Sigh. What a pity. The Fan family. Let's go, let's go. Don't meet young Master Fan later. Humph. In my opinion, the good days of the Fan family's father and son are coming to an end. Now that Lantian County has become the fief of the Marquis of Yong, and everyone knows that the Marquis of Yong and treats the people of his fief very well. When the time comes, will the Fan family continue to do whatever they want? But why hasn't the Marquis of Yong and come to Lantian County after so long? Let's not count on it. Listening to the whispers of the passers-by, Li Zishuan shook his head. He had watched many melodramatic dramas in his previous life, but he did not expect such a melodramatic plot to fall on his head. It seemed that the sky of Lantian County was not so clear. Ah! Bam! Suddenly, a woman's scream came from behind him. Li Zishuan turned around and saw a woman in coarse hemp clothes, who had fallen to the ground. Behind the woman was a slightly plump youth with a mole at the corner of his mouth, who was leading a group of strong men towards them. Haha! Let a wretched girl like you run? Are you still going to run now? Men! Tie her up and bring her back. The slightly plump youth did not continue to run. He pointed at the woman who had fallen to the ground and laughed arrogantly. Yes. Young master. The group of people roared in agreement and surrounded the woman. No. No. Young Master Fan, the money my father owes you, I will definitely pay it back for him. Don't catch me. The woman wanted to get up from the ground, but perhaps because she had fallen too hard, before she could get up, she was lifted up from the ground by the group of people behind her. Her face was full of tears, and as she struggled, she complained bitterly to the slightly plump youth behind her. Hee hee. You still want it? What are you going to use to pay it back? 30 strings of coins, even if you don't calculate the interest, you won't be able to pay it back in your lifetime. Hee hee. Why don't you follow me back and pay with your body, Chapter 12:30. No. No. Save me. Save me. On the streets of the county town of Lantian County, the young girl's face was immediately filled with horror when she heard the young man say the words "pay with my body." She struggled desperately with tears in her eyes. Haha. Save me? Look at what this is. The chubby young man took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and laughed coldly. This is a slave contract. Now that you're my maid, instead of serving me properly, you want to run away from home. Do you believe that I'll send you to the authorities for punishment? In ancient times, the lowest status was a slave. This young girl was sold to the young man with the surname Fan. According to the Tang dynasty's laws, she could not run away as she pleased. Under such circumstances, the young man with the surname Fan would definitely win the case even if it was brought to the authorities. Furthermore, the young girl might even be tortured in court. Slaves, those who had no thoughts and only knew how to serve their masters wholeheartedly were called slaves. Their lives were in the hands of their masters, not to mention running away from home. Now, that slave contract had completely pushed the young girl to the bottom of the abyss. No. I didn't sign this. I didn't draw it. The young girl's tears fell like rain as she desperately tried to resist. However, how could her little bit of strength be a match for the group of burly men around her? Even if she tried her best, she would not be able to cause them any trouble. Bah! Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and follow me back. The chubby young man waved his hand and said impatiently. After that, he turned around and wanted to bring the little beauty home to enjoy, but who knew, hey! Where did this poor scholar come from? Get lost. Don't block my way. In the middle of the road stood a young man who looked like a scholar. Although his light blue clothes were not luxurious, they were clean and tidy. Compared to the luxuriously dressed young man, he had an even more extraordinary temperament. Humph. Fan Jinxiang, don't you know whose territory Lantian County is now? How dare you kidnap a girl here? Aren't you afraid that Marquis will punish your Fan family? The blue-robed scholar said coldly to the chubby young man without fear. Pfft. Fan Jinxiang. Strong and strong. When Li Zixuan heard the name of the chubby young man, he almost burst out laughing. As for the scholar who was blocking the road, he also recognized her. She was Yu Dehang from the Yu clan, whom he had met a few times before. However, because he was quite far away from Fan Jinxiang, Fan Jinxiang and the others, and there were many people in between them, although he could see Yu Dehang through the gaps in the crowd, Yu Dehang did not notice him. At this time, a manservant beside Fan Jinxiang came to his ear and whispered a few words. Fan Jinxiang laughed and said, I was wondering who it was. So it was elementary scholar Yu from the Yu family manor. You're asking me whose territory this Lantian County is? No matter whose territory it is fine as long as it is not yours. You, elementary scholar Yu, should go home and study hard. Wait until you've truly become an elementary scholar before you meddle in other people's business, right? Ha ha ha. You. The reason why Yu Dehang was called elementary scholar Yu by the villagers was because he had not been able to obtain the title of elementary scholar despite having taken the exam many times. However, he was indeed very knowledgeable, so the villagers called him that. Now that Fan Jinxiang had used this nickname to ridicule him, Yu Dehang immediately became angry. Fan Jinxiang, don't go too far. Let go of this girl, or I will go to the county yamen to sound the drum and complain about the crime of forcibly kidnapping a civilian girl. Hee hee. Go ahead and sue. Go ahead and sue. I'll tell you the truth, even if the heavenly emperor comes today, don't expect me to let her go. Humph. Come, chase this sour scholar away with a stick. Don't hinder me from doing my business. Fan Jinxiang put one hand on his waist and waved the slave contract with the other. He had the feeling that, with the slave contract in hand, the world is mine. He laughed loudly and said without fear. Haha. Young Master Fan, you remind me of someone who used to be as arrogant as you. Do you know how he is now? Just as Fan Jinxiang's two guards were brandishing their sticks and walking towards Yu Dehang, a faint but clear voice suddenly came from the street. When Yu Dehang heard this voice, his expression changed slightly. He was about to say something, but after thinking for a while, he decided not to say anything. What happened to him after that? Fan Jinxiang did not know why, but he followed the voice and asked this question. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Fan Jinxiang could not help but squint his eyes. When he opened them again, there was suddenly another person in front of him. It was a handsome young man with a strong aura. Haha. After that, he ate celery for half a year, and his breath finally became fresh. The young man looked at Fan Jinxiang with a serious face. Fan Jinxiang? Pfft. Ha ha ha. Yu Dehang was stunned for a moment, and finally could not help but laugh out loud. The more he laughed, the more he wanted to laugh. In the end, he laughed so hard that he could not even straighten his back. The girl who was caught by the Fan family guards, who had been crying a moment ago, could not help but want to laugh. Even when she thought about how she was in prison, she still wanted to laugh. Pfft. In the end, she could not hold it in. With a pfft sound, her tears turned into laughter. Her laughter was called a weeping beauty. You bastard. Humph. The sun really rose from the west today. Here comes another ignorant person who dares to make fun of this young master. Men, beat him. Beat him hard. Don't beat him to death. Beat him until he's seriously injured, then bring him back for treatment. After he's healed, then beat him again. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Fan Jinxiang came back to his senses and realized that he had been humiliated by Li Zishuan. His face turned green and white, and then he pointed at Li Zishuan and gnashed his teeth. Yes. Young master. All the guards that Fan Jinxiang brought with him suddenly rushed towards Li Zishuan fiercely. Hey! Stop! Yu Dehang was just about to shout, stop, when he saw that Li Zishuan seemed to have made a hand gesture to him, indicating that he should not make a sound. He could only obediently shut his mouth. Facing the Fan family guards who were rushing towards him like hungry wolves, Li Zishuan suddenly disappeared from where he was. Following that, Yu Dehang and the rest only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then, the Fan family guards fell to the ground with their faces paralyzed. They were either rubbing their arms, legs, or stomachs. A wave of wails filled the air. It could not be helped. These people's fighting abilities were on a completely different level compared to Li Zishuan's. It was too easy to deal with them. Seeing this, Fan Jinxiang realized that Li Zishuan and the other four martial arts experts. He widened his eyes in shock and anger. Pointing at Li Zishuan, he said in horror, You, don't come any closer. My father is Fan Tong. Stop right there. You dare to hurt people on the street? Believe it or not, my father will send people to arrest you. Chapter 1231. Fan Tong. Li Zishuan paused for a moment, then laughed. Your father may have a good name, but I don't have any rice here. Why would a rice bucket like him want to catch me? Fan Jinxiang was furious. His father's name had been mocked before, but ever since his father became famous in Lantian County, no one dared to make fun of this joke. When he heard Li Zishuan's mocking words, he was so angry that his face turned purple. You little bastard, you're done for. Smack. Ouch. As soon as Fan Jinxiang cursed, he felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped by a piece of metal. At that moment, he even felt that his face was no longer his own. Following that, his entire body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Silence. The entire street was silent. Previously, when Li Zishuan had attacked the Fan family's guards, it had attracted the attention of a few brave passers-by. Now that they saw Li Zixuan directly teach Fan Jinxiang a lesson, the passers-by all sucked in a breath of cold air. While they were secretly delighted, they were also surprised at who this young man was. Hiss. Old Master Fan's son was beaten up. Who is this? He looks unfamiliar, maybe he's from another county. There were many people who knew Li Zixuan, but there were even more who didn't know him. Oh my god. Isn't that the Duke of Yongmen? Why is he in Lantian County? Duke of Yongmen? Are you sure? Gulp. I'm sure. It's really the Duke of Yongmen. I saw him in Chang'an last year. That's great. The Duke of Yong'an is in Lantian County. Let's see how the Fan father and son can still be so arrogant. The onlookers were shocked at first, but when someone recognized Li Zixuan's identity, everyone cheered. When Li Zixuan had beaten up Fan Jinxiang, the young girl who had been caught by the Fan family guards had been so shocked that she had forgotten to run away. She stood there in a daze. Now that she heard the crowd mention Li Zixuan's identity, her eyes suddenly glowed with vitality. I don't like people with foul mouths, so I suggest you eat more celery in the future. That way, your breath will be fresher. Li Zixuan slowly walked over and looked at Fan Jinxiang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. You are Marquis Yongmen? Fan Jinxiang's face was swollen. After such a fall, he could no longer get up from the ground. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding commoners, Fan Jinxiang's face was filled with horror. Clearly, he had heard the words Marquis of Yong, and from his father or others before. What? Didn't you just say that even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he wouldn't let her go? Now that I'm asking you to release him, are you going to release him or not? Li Zixuan squatted down and looked at Fan Jinxiang's swollen face as he asked calmly. Marquis, I have her indenture contract here. She is now mine. Fan Jinxiang raised his head and looked at the girl standing not far away as he said unwillingly. Swoosh. Immediately after, Fan Jinxiang felt a gust of wind blow past his ear. Then, the indenture contract in his hand was already in Li Zixuan's hands. Humph. Indenture contract? Where is it? Li Zixuan's hand shook slightly, and that indenture contract instantly turned into pieces of paper. Then, it drifted along with the cold wind and landed on the street. You, Marquis Yong, and you destroyed the evidence without permission. You are unreasonable. Fan Jinxiang's eyes widened as he roared furiously. Haha. I forgot to tell you. This marquis is a marquis personally conferred by the Emperor. Lantian County is a fief that the Emperor personally bestowed to this marquis. This is my territory, and I have the final say here. Li Zixuan smiled faintly. He was the true king of Lantian County. Here, as long as he didn't do anything treacherous like rebelling, he could always enjoy the highest treatment. Everyone had to listen to him. Whatever he said, it was what it was. For a small case like Fan Jinxiang's kidnapping of a civilian girl, even if he didn't have any evidence, no one would do anything to him. At most, they would just scold him in private. Who asked the entire Lantian County to be his fief? There were ways to deal with cultured people. To deal with a bully like Fan Jinxiang, there was a need to use more overbearing methods to deal with him. One had to let the bully experience the feelings of those who were bullied by them. Fan Jinxiang was feeling aggrieved. He used to be able to do whatever he wanted in Lantian County, but now, he had fallen to the point where he was bullied. He wanted to reason with others, but the other party wouldn't reason with him. At this moment, he finally tasted the feeling of being bullied. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a flurry of footsteps suddenly came from the street. Then, a person shouted loudly, "Who dares to fight on the street in broad daylight? Stop right now. Otherwise, all of you will be taken back to the county yamen for questioning." As soon as the voice fell, a group of people surrounded Li Zixuan and the others. Looking at their uniforms, they were the yamen runners of Lantian County. Young Master Fan. Are you all right? The head constable saw Fan Jinxiang lying on the ground with swollen cheeks and hurriedly ran over. He asked with concern. Constable. Constable Zhao, I'm fine. Fan Jinxiang's face didn't show any joy because of the arrival of reinforcements. Instead, there was a trace of panic. He said to Constable Zhao with an unnatural expression. Impudent. Which unruly commoner dares to hurt people on the streets of Lantian County? Men, take him back to the county yamen for this constable. Constable Zhao thought that Fan Jinxiang was afraid of Li Zixuan's martial prowess and didn't dare to speak. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Zixuan as he spoke sternly. However, he quickly noticed the abnormality in his surroundings. Not only were the commoners on the street not afraid of him, but they were looking at him as if he was an idiot. This made him a little confused. Ha! All right. Come, Constable Zhao, quickly take me back to the county yamen. I just happen to have some things to discuss with County Magistrate He. Li Zixuan looked at Constable Zhao and said with a smile. However, no one noticed that a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Men, take him back. Constable Zhao thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. The main reason was that he didn't recognize Li Zixuan and thought that he was from another county and probably didn't have any background. Thus, he gritted his teeth and waved at the surrounding yamen runners. Hey! Wait! Constable Zhao, since it's a fight, you can't just arrest me, right? In order to avoid criticism, you have to bring young Master Fan back to the county yamen as a witness. Li Zixuan smiled and said. The main reason was that he was worried that Fan Jinxiang would secretly escape. Oh. You have a point. Men, take young Master Fan back to the county yamen. One was to arrest, the other was to invite. The difference in treatment was obvious. Chapter 1232. Under the lead of Lantian County's Constable Zhao, Li Zixuan and Fan Jinxiang were escorted to the county yamen. The onlookers, Yu Deheng, and the girl who was rescued from the Zhao family's guards all followed behind Constable Zhao without a word. However, the way they looked at Constable Zhao was filled with hatred and a trace of sympathy. Yes, it was sympathy. Obviously, they had already predicted Constable Zhao's tragic fate. Sir. I was patrolling the streets today and discovered bandits assaulting people on the streets. I've brought them back to the county yamen. Please open the court for questioning. At the back of the Lantian County yamen. Constable Zhao hurriedly ran over and saluted County Magistrate He, who was reading in the corridor. Oh. Who's so bold? Oh right, was anyone injured? County Magistrate He raised his head and asked in surprise. Sir, the identity of the bandit is unknown, but Master Fan's eldest son was seriously injured. Constable Zhao replied. Fan Jinxiang? It's him? County Magistrate He raised his eyebrows and looked at Constable Zhao meaningfully. He then waved his hand and said, Please wait for a moment. I'll change my clothes and go to the court now. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, County Magistrate He, dressed in his official robes, brought Constable Zhao to the county yamen's court. When he saw the people in the court, County Magistrate He almost wet his pants. Ho! County Magistrate He hurriedly walked over and bowed to Li Zixuan, but someone was faster than him. How dare you? You're in the court and you're not bowing to the County Magistrate? Constable Zhao took a step forward and shouted at Li Zixuan. County Magistrate He was a civil official, but at this moment, he couldn't help but curse. What was a pig teammate? This was the perfect example of a pig-like teammate. Slap. County Magistrate He knew that he couldn't let Constable Zhao fool around anymore. He immediately walked over and gave Constable Zhao a hard slap. He then ordered the yamen runners in the court, guards. Seize Zhao Qiuhu for me. The bailiffs were all stunned. They thought that County Magistrate He had said something wrong. They all looked at County Magistrate He in disbelief. What are you waiting for? Capture Zhao Zhao and Xiu Hu. When county magistrate he saw that there was no movement around, he immediately raised his voice and roared. Yes. Milord. It was only then that the Yamen runners came to their senses and hurriedly went forward to grab Constable Zhao. Milord. Why did you capture me? Constable Zhao finally recovered from his shock and shouted unwillingly. County magistrate he ignored him and went straight to Li Zishuan. He bowed and said, Greetings, Marquis. Marquis? Constable Zhao widened his eyes in horror and said in disbelief, You are the Marquis of Yong'an? Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said meaningfully, County magistrate he, before this Marquis came, I thought that everyone in Lantian County could live and work in peace and contentment. I didn't expect that in broad daylight, I would meet a prodigal son who forcefully snatched a woman. There was even a county constable who liked to cover up and curry favor with others. This is really an eye-opener for this Marquis. Tell me, is there any law in this Lantian County? Is the sky of this Lantian County black or blue? At the end of his speech, Li Zishuan's voice suddenly became louder. The entire court was filled with his deafening roar. County magistrate he's face was deathly pale. He trembled as he bowed and said, This Marquis has not governed properly and caused the people to suffer. Evil people and officials run amok. This Marquis is guilty. Please punish me, Marquis. Constable Zhao's face was ashen. It was obvious that he no longer had any hope. Li Zishuan shook his head and took 2 steps forward. He came to the front of the court and sat in the seat that originally belonged to County Magistrate He. He slammed the gavel and shouted angrily, This Marquis originally trusted you and planned to entrust you with important tasks in the future. But this is how you repay this Marquis? The current emperor is diligent in governance and loves the people, but you? You do nothing and allow your subordinates to join forces with the tyrants to oppress the people and run amok. What qualifications do you have to be the parent official of tens of thousands of people? To be honest, Li Zishuan had always had a good impression of County Magistrate He. In his eyes, County Magistrate He was a capable person. He could feel it from their previous interactions. But he didn't expect County Magistrate He to be so inactive in governance. From the discussions of the people, it was obvious that the Fan father and son had been doing evil in Lantian County for a long time. But now, they were still at large and had not received any punishment. Such a mediocre official, no matter how capable he was, Li Zishuan wouldn't appoint him. This was because he knew better than anyone that his foundation was the tens of thousands of people of Lantian County, not some official. This Marquis is guilty. This Marquis is ashamed to face Marquis. Ashamed to face the Emperor. Ashamed to face the tens of thousands of people of Lantian County. County Magistrate He cupped his hands sorrowfully. Marquis, County Magistrate He is a good official. Please don't blame him. Last year, County Magistrate He donated several months of his salary to the charity. That's right. Marquis. Not only did County Magistrate He not impose additional taxes, he even built schools for the county and let our children go to school for free. That's right. Marquis. County Magistrate He is a good official. Please don't blame him. Just as Li Zishuan was about to condemn County Magistrate He, the group of people who came with him suddenly shouted out. Li Zishuan's heart was suddenly at a loss. Things didn't seem to be exactly as he thought. Marquis, ever since County Magistrate He took office, he has always been considerate of the people. Although he has made mistakes in some matters, he is definitely a good official. I beg Marquis to judge clearly. Yu Dehang shouted from outside the government office. Li Zishuan believed 70 to 80% in his heart. He thought that there might be more to the Fan father and son's matter. So he looked at County Magistrate He and said, Seeing that you have done good for the people, I will forgive you this time. If there is a next time, you will be punished. County Magistrate He bowed and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you Marquis. I am ashamed. Li Zishuan then ordered the bailiffs in the hall. Fan Jinxiang instigated the servants and induced the people to participate in gambling. Today, he wanted to kidnap a woman. Men, lock him in the prison and choose a day to interrogate him. Yes. Marquis. The bailiffs had previously stood on the wrong side, on the street. Now that they had a rare opportunity to perform, they all hurriedly responded loudly. The rest of you, quickly disperse. Li Zishuan waved his hand to the people outside the government office and then said to County Magistrate He, follow me to the back of the government office. County Magistrate He cupped his hands and said, yes. After that, the two of them went to the back of the government office one after the other. Chapter 1233. Speak. What is the background of the fan father and son? Why are you being so timid? In the back office, Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and asked in a low voice. As smart as he was, how could he not see the anger and hesitation in County Magistrate He's eyes when he looked at Fan Jinxiang? It was because of this that he asked this question. County Magistrate He's face froze for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Marquis, this Fan family started their business 4 years ago. In Lantian County, it can be said that they have deep roots. Their family owns thousands of acres of land, and they have dozens of shops in the city. They are involved in silk, clothing, jade, restaurants, gambling houses, and other businesses. They have thousands of tenants and hundreds of servants. They can be said to be the most powerful family in Lantian County. Not to mention other things, the Fan family pays thousands of strings of coins in taxes every year. It is because of this that I usually turn a blind eye to Fan Jinxiang, as long as he doesn't do things that are too out of line. When I took up my post in Lantian County last year, I also wanted to take down the Fan father and son who are full of evil. However, if the government took action against the Fan family, Lantian County would collect thousands of strings of coins less in taxes every year. In order to complete the Ministry of Appointments and Ministry of Revenue's assessment, I could only impose this tax on the people. I didn't want to do it, so I could only hold back my desire to deal with the Fan father and son. I wanted to wait until the people of Lantian County were better off and all the children were in school before I took action against them. I didn't expect Fan Jinxiang to be so daring as to offend Marquis. I am guilty of covering up for a tyrant. County Magistrate He bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and did not get up. His face was full of guilt. Get up. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, since there is a reason for this, and you are wholeheartedly concerned about the people, how can I blame you? Although it is pardonable, I don't agree with your way of doing things. Lantian County's conditions are not good and taxes are hard to collect, but indulging a tyrant is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It hurts the people's hearts. No matter what, I don't want you to do such things in the future. County Magistrate He cupped his hands and said with a gloomy face, Marquis is right. I was foolish. It was never too late to mend the pen after the sheep had been lost. From now on, all you have to do is to protect the people and live up to your title as the county magistrate. As for the tax revenue of Lantian County, you don't have to worry about it. With this Marquis around, the county's treasury will definitely have more than enough every year, and the people will gradually become richer. The government is still the government, relying on the tyrants in the city to maintain the government's operations. Can such a government be called a government? Might as well call them the lackeys of the rich. Immediately send someone to investigate the illegal activities of the Fan father and son over the years. After the investigation is done, hold a public trial. At that time, all the people in the county are allowed to watch. In the past, Lantian County still needed to complete the tax tasks given by the imperial court, but now, there was no need at all. This was because Lantian County had now become Li Zishuan's private territory. The land, official appointments, and financial authority were all under Li Zishuan's control. The taxes that were previously handed over to the imperial court would now be handed over to Li Zishuan. To a certain extent, the current Li Zishuan was no different from the feudal lords of the previous dynasties, just that the land was a little smaller. With Li Zishuan's support, Magistrate He's back straightened, and his previous misgivings were no longer present. He excitedly saluted and replied, "Yes. Marquis. This official will have someone investigate the Fan family thoroughly." Sir. Not good. Not good. Lord Fan has brought many of the Fan family's guards to the front office and is making a scene in the front yard. They want us to release Fan Jinxiang immediately. At this moment, a Yamen runner hurriedly ran over, shouting as he ran. Impudent. Magistrate, his expression changed. The court was a solemn place, and Fan Tong had come to cause a scene. This was a slap to his face. Especially when Li Zixuan was watching from the side. This made County Magistrate his expression turn even uglier. Zheng Fan. Quickly inform all the Yamen runners on duty to gather in the front yard. Those who are not there on time will no longer have to work as a government official. Today, I will capture all of these villains who dare to cause trouble in the county office. Yes. Sir. The Yamen runner saw Magistrate He's unyielding attitude, and felt his blood boil. He used his loudest voice to reply. Marquis, it's all my fault for indulging Fan Tong and his people too much. That's why they dare to act so impudently. I will do my best to make up for my past mistakes. After the Yamen runner left, Magistrate he saluted Li Zixuan with a face full of shame. Haha. It's great that you can correct your mistakes. I'll go with you to meet Fan Tong. Li Zixuan said with a smile. Speaking of Fan Tong felt an inexplicable urge to laugh at the mention of his name. Who was the person who named Fan Tong back then? My son has always been a good boy. Why did you put him in prison for no reason? Where's Constable Zhao? Tell him to come out. I'd like to ask him if he has the guts to arrest people for no reason. And where's Magistrate He? In the past, the Fan family has always been the most active when the county office collects taxes. What Magistrate He did today will disappoint all the aristocrats of Lantian County. In the front yard of the county office, a fat, well-dressed middle-aged man was holding his big belly and scolding the Yamen runners in the yard. It was as if he was the official and the runners were the commoners. It was clear that Magistrate He was very kind to the aristocrats of the county. Humph. Lord Fan. Your son kidnapped a commoner in broad daylight. Do you think I can't arrest him? You, on the other hand, brought people to the county office in broad daylight. What are you trying to do? Do you have any respect for the law? Do you have me? Do you have His Majesty? While Fan Tong was in the middle of his rant, Magistrate He walked out of the courtroom. At the same time, two teams of Yamen runners ran out from both sides of the courtroom and surrounded Fan Tong and his guards and servants. The atmosphere in the courtroom suddenly became tense. Fan Tong was stunned at first. Clearly, he did not expect Magistrate He to be so decisive today. Then he said angrily, "Kidnapped a commoner? Gathered at the county office? You're just trying to accuse me. The person my son arrested today was only a servant girl who escaped from the Fan family. As for me, I'm here today to seek justice for my son. How is this defying the law?" Humph. What a bunch of nonsense. I've already asked around. The girl's identity is clean. When did she become a servant girl of the Fan family? Magistrate He said coldly. Fan Tong rebuked, "Impossible. That girl must be lying. My son has her indenture." Haha. Indenture? Fan Tong, go in and ask your son if he can produce the indenture. Guards, Fan Tong has offended the county office and is defying the law. Take him to jail and interrogate him another day. Li Zixuan, who was standing behind Magistrate He, did not want to waste any more time. He walked out and gave his orders. Yes. Marquis. Chapter 1234. Marquis? You are the Marquis of Yong'an? Fan Tong looked at Li Zixuan in surprise. Li Zixuan did not want to talk to him, mainly because the old man's image was too unsightly. He waved his hand and said, "Take him away." Yes. Which of the Yamen runners did not know Li Zixuan? Who would dare to disobey Li Zixuan? Just now, Constable Zhao was a living example. Therefore, as soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, the Yamen runners rushed towards Fan Tong. "Marquis, I am innocent. I was just in a moment of desperation, but I did not mean to offend the yamen. I beg you, Marquis. The Fan family has contributed a lot to Lantian County over the years. The guards of the Fan family had wanted to resist, but now that all the yamen runners had arrived and Li Zishuan was rumored to be a powerful martial artist, they were quickly subdued by the runners. Fan Tong, on the other hand, was being dragged away by 2 yamen runners, but he was still unwilling to give up and yelled at the top of his lungs. County Magistrate you have to hurry up with collecting evidence of the Fan family's crimes. I can only give you 2 days. After 2 days, the public trial must be held as scheduled. This matter may change if we delay. Li Zishuan said sullenly to County Magistrate after calming down the commotion in the yamen. He was the most powerful person in Lantian County, and his words were law, but that did not mean he could do whatever he wanted. For example, although Li Er held the highest position in the Tang Empire, he still had to listen to the opinions of his officials, and did things within the rules. The Fan family's case had to be tried and convicted as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other wealthy families and gentry in the city did not know the truth and joined forces to cause trouble, then County Magistrate and Li Zishuan would be in a difficult position. I understand. This time, I will not let you down, Marquis. County Magistrate clasped his fist. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then said, as for the Fan family's dozens of shops, close them down if there are any problems, especially the gambling houses. They are simply harming the people. You don't have to worry about closing down so many shops. In the near future, I will use the Chamber of Commerce to do business in Lantian County. In the future, Lantian County may not be as big as Chang'an, but it must become the largest commercial county east of Chang'an. When that time comes, taxes and whatnot will naturally not be low. Attracting investment and developing business were his main goals for coming to Lantian County today. Dealing with the Fan father and son was just a coincidence, and it was just a casual move. Hearing this, County Magistrate was overjoyed. After all, this was a real benefit for Lantian County. Marquis is wise. The Lantian County will finally have a good life. In addition, I plan to build a mansion in the city, as well as a dam at the Ba River in Plum Village. I will need a large number of craftsmen and laborers. When the time comes, I will prioritize hiring from Lantian County. The wages will definitely be generous, and when the time comes, I will be able to provide subsidies to many of the people. These were the 2 major projects that Li Zishuan was about to start. The dam was the most important, and although the mansion was secondary, it would still provide many employment opportunities for the people in the city. Marquis is benevolent and righteous. I will definitely send people to the various villages to mobilize them. County Magistrate replied with a smile. Previously, he had been worried about the people's livelihood, businesses, and taxes. But now, Li Zishuan had solved all of them with just a few words. A huge rock in his heart had finally been lifted. The news of the Fan father and son being locked up in the county jail was spread by someone. In the evening, almost all the people in and out of the city knew about it. For a while, the people were discussing and celebrating in private. Many of the people who had been bullied by the Fan family before were running around to tell each other. Some even set off the leftover firecrackers from the new year. The entire county began to be immersed in a sea of joy. As for the rich, at this moment, they were a little uneasy, especially those who were close to the Fan family. Now, they were beginning to worry that Li Zishuan would one day be ruthless to them. However, these people now, other than secretly worrying, it seemed that there was nothing they could do, unless they completely moved out of Lantian County. But these people had big families and businesses, and their roots here. How could they move out in a short period of time? Besides, Li Zishuan had not caught them yet. If they directly escaped, wouldn't that be admitting to it? The next day. Yanhuang College Calendar, Monday. The students, who had rested for 2 days, finally returned to the college. But this time, they did not have to carry a big bag of copper coins as living expenses for a week at the college, because now they all had Tang Yuan. Many students who lived in Chang'an took advantage of the weekend to send people to the college with a lot of copper coins to exchange for Tang Yuan. For example, Ching Chimo now had more than 100 Tang Yuan, which was enough for him to live in the college for a long time. Another example was Li Tai, who was even more ruthless. He sent people to exchange more than 1,000 Tang Yuan over the weekend. Even if he could eat, it was enough for him to live in the college for a year. It was worth mentioning that Chitsu Pavilion, Zuaxian Restaurant, and Chitsu Culture were all owned by Li Zishuan. Now that they could also exchange Tang Yuan, it caused quite a stir in Chang'an. After all, the things in Li Zishuan's shops were not cheap. How inconvenient would it be to use an ox cart to carry money every time you wanted to buy something? After seeing Tang Yuan, many people secretly planned to find time to go to Yunshan to exchange a batch of Tang Yuan. Hey! Wenhao, wait! What is this thing? Before class, in the classroom of Class 1, Ching Chimo saw Meng Wenhao put a square, thick, black object on the table. He was curious and quickly asked. Oh! Brother Cho Nyo, you're talking about this. Meng Wenhao's face showed a bit of shyness. He said embarrassedly, this is a small money bag that my mother sewed for me to store Tang Yuan in. My mother was afraid that the Tang Yuan would be too old from folding and folding, so she sewed this money bag with a double layer. If Li Zishuan was here, he would definitely shout, damn, isn't this a wallet? Although Ching Chimo had never seen a modern wallet, Meng Wenhao's special money bag still attracted his attention. He took the money bag from Meng Wenhao's hand and looked at it carefully. Hey! This thing looks good. I'll ask my mother to make one for me later. Wenhao, your mother is really amazing. She can even think of such a method. When Li Tai heard this, he also came over with great interest. After understanding the use of the money bag, he said excitedly, not bad, not bad. This thing is more suitable for storing Tang Yuan than the previous money bags. I'll ask someone to make a few later. In the little fatty's opinion, this money bag could not only store money, but also be used to show off. Chapter 1235. Without Li Zishuan's secret promotion, the wallet, a product of modern society, had appeared in Tang Dynasty. It was only because the wallet was more suitable for storing Tang Yuan than the previous money pouches that Meng Wenhao had. It could only be said that the emergence of a new product would inevitably lead to the emergence of related products. This was inevitable in the development of society. At the same time, it was also a small butterfly effect that Li Zishuan, the butterfly, had brought to this era. Give me a portion of nibbled chicken, a portion of meatballs, and a portion of rice. Here, for you, 600 Tang horns. At noon, many students felt the convenience of using Tang Yuan for the first time. Usually, when they ate in the canteen, they would have to spend a few hundred copper coins. If they used copper coins, they would have to count them one by one for a long time. Not only was it inconvenient to carry them around, they would also have to waste a lot of time counting the money when buying food. Now, after using Tang Yuan, a transaction could be completed with just a few notes. The workers in the cafeteria who were responsible for getting food spent significantly less time counting money. The students who lined up to buy food also bought food at a much faster speed than before. How is it? After looking around, what are your thoughts? Li Zishuan had gathered all the other members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and brought them to the canteen for a tour. Of course, they were not looking at the canteen, but at the students using Tang Yuan to buy food in the canteen. Marquis, there is no doubt that Tang Yuan is more convenient than copper coins. This old man really hopes that one day, all the transactions in Tang Dynasty can be replaced by Tang Yuan. This way, every time this old man goes out to buy goods, he won't have to hire a large number of guards to escort a dozen carts of copper coins. It's safe and convenient. Chao Wendong stroked his beard and sighed. He had traveled extensively for so many years, so of course, he could see the advantages of Tang Yuan. Especially for a merchant like him who often needed to go out to buy goods, Tang Yuan was simply a divine tool. Boss Chao is right. If the entire Tang Dynasty can use Tang Yuan for transactions, then doing business like us will be much more convenient than before. Feng Zhihua chimed in. Lin Wenyuan frowned and said, even so, only Yanhuang College and marquee shops can use Tang Yuan. If you want everyone in the world to accept Tang Yuan, I'm afraid there's still a long way to go. Li Zishuan invited them to the second floor of the cafeteria, where a table of dishes had already been prepared. After everyone sat down, he smiled and said, Boss Lin's concerns are very reasonable, but many things require a process. Whether it succeeds or not is one thing, whether it is done or not is another. This marquis can tell you with certainty that if the Great Tang's commerce is to prosper, the Tang Yuan must completely replace the copper coin. At that time, the first batch of people to taste the fresh food will definitely benefit the most. Qiao Wendong nodded in agreement and said, What Marquis said, the few of us all understand. I'm sure Marquis already has a plan, we're all ears. Last year, he was the one who donated the most money to the Warm Tang Foundation. In the first month, he finally received the imperial edict of righteous merchant of the world from the imperial court. Now that he had received the title, he naturally wanted to profit. And if he wanted to profit, then he could only follow Li Zishuan, the god of fortune. Yes. As long as Marquis has any orders, this Feng will definitely obey. Feng Zhihua said without hesitation. Compared to Qiao Wendong, he was the first to receive the title of righteous merchant of the world because of Li Zishuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the people also voiced their agreement. Li Zishuan smiled and said, All right. Then this marquis will talk about the plan first. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them. First, this marquis hopes that the businesses of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce members will be able to use Tang Yuan for transactions. This marquis will use all of his wealth to guarantee that the Tang Yuan you receive will be able to be exchanged for copper coins at the bank at any time. In addition, Lantian County is now this marquis fief. This marquis welcomes everyone to place a portion of their businesses in Lantian County. This way, you will be closer to the Yanhuang Bank, and it will undoubtedly be more convenient for you to exchange copper coins and Tang Yuan. Of course, the most important point is that if you do business in Lantian County, as long as you abide by the law, there will definitely not be any officials coming to find trouble with you. On the contrary, if you meet any troublemakers, the officials will even step in to help you deal with them. In any era, merchants could not avoid dealing with local officials. Of course, the end result of these dealings was that the merchants had to spend money to buy convenience. Therefore, a good business environment was a very, very important factor for merchants. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Qiao Wendong asked tentatively, Marquis, are you serious? Not to mention the Tang Yuan and the convenience provided by the Yanhuang Bank, just the latter was enough to attract him to open a shop in Lantian County. In these years, he had dealt with many local officials, and knew the principle that the King of Hell was easy to deal with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. This was not a special characteristic of a certain place, but almost all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang had such unspoken rules. Of course. In the future, this marquis will implement a series of measures to prevent low-level officials from making things difficult for merchants. This marquis will guarantee it with my dignity. Li Zishuan said with a serious face. Qiao Wendong stood up excitedly and said, Good. This Qiao firmly believes that marquis will definitely do it. Since this is the case, this Qiao will first transfer half of the Qiao family's business to Lantian County. In addition, this Qiao is willing to invest 80,000 strings of coins into Marquis Bank as a deposit. I wonder if Marquis is willing to do it? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Since Boss Qiao is so generous, this Marquis naturally has no reason to refuse. However, there is one thing I need to make clear to Boss Qiao. Since this is a deposit, this sum of money cannot be withdrawn for at least 3 years. Of course, as a corresponding reward, this marquis will give a certain percentage of the bank's shares. So, if you are interested in investing in the Yanhuang Bank, please weigh the pros and cons. Qiao Wendong was not surprised by this. He nodded without thinking and said, Marquis, this Qiao has thought about it. I will take out 80,000 strings of coins to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Marquis, this Feng is also willing to take out 80,000 strings of coins to invest in the bank. This Lin is willing to take out 50,000 strings of coins. This Liao, in the end, during this banquet, Li Zishuan pulled in a lot of business for Lantian County. He also pulled in as much as 380,000 strings of coins for the Yan Huang Bank as an initial investment. Together with his own 100,000 strings of coins, the Yan Huang Bank's deposit had reached an astonishing 480,000 strings of coins. This reputation was definitely unparalleled in the entire Tang dynasty. Later on, it was recorded in the history books that in the second month of the second year of the Zhongguan era, Marquis Yong and led 6 wealthy merchants in the capital to raise 500,000 strings of coins as a deposit for the Yan Huang Bank. From then on, the name of Tang Yuan began to spread throughout the world. Chapter 1236. AI. Have you heard? Old Master Fan has been thrown into jail by the county magistrate. This. Why? Shoo. Lower your voice. I heard that it was the Marquis of Yong, and who ordered the county magistrate to do so. Marquis of Yong'an? Why would he want to capture old Master Fan? Ha! What else could it be for? For money, of course. Who is the richest in our Lantian County? Of course it's old Master Fan. It's said that the Marquis of Yong'an plans to build a manor in Lantian County, but how can the money collected by the county magistrate be enough? Furthermore, he doesn't want to fork out the money himself, so he can only ask the merchants in the city for money. AI. Who asked us businessmen to be the easiest to bully? What? The Marquis of Yong'an can't be this kind of person, right? What's so impossible about that? Everyone loves money. Do you think it's possible that Yong'an doesn't like money? If you ask me, the Marquis of Yong'an might find trouble with the other merchants in the city. When that happens, our business in Lantian County will really be difficult. In a restaurant in the county seat of Lantian County, a few well-dressed people were sitting around a table, eating and discussing in low voices. The content of their discussion was the huge matter that happened in the city yesterday. This. What should we do? This Zhang just opened a restaurant in the city last year. Ha! What should we do? What can we do? It's said that since ancient times, commoners do not fight with officials. We are just commoners. How can we be a match for the Marquis of Yong'an? If he wants to find trouble with us, we can either obediently hand over the money and settle the matter, or be like old Master Fan, with our whole family thrown into jail. No. I don't believe that no one will care about the Marquis of Yong'an's outrageous acts. Tomorrow I will go to Chang'an City's capital office to complain. Tisk. Brother Zhang. I think you should save it. Why would the magistrate offend the Marquis of Yong'an for you? When the time comes and the Marquis of Yong'an finds out, he will destroy your family. Impudent. What are your intentions? How dare you slander Marquis? Today, Yu Deheng came to the county town to buy some things. At noon, he was hungry, so he went to this restaurant to order some cheap food to fill his stomach. Coincidentally, he met this group of businessmen who were secretly gossiping about Li Zishuan. After hearing the details, how could he tolerate it? He slammed the table and scolded them angrily. Who dares to slander Marquis? When the surrounding diners heard this, they hurriedly stood up and ferociously searched for the people mentioned by Yu Deheng. The few merchants who had been whispering about Li Zishuan earlier turned pale. They looked at each other and immediately slipped away, not daring to stay here any longer. We can't go on like this. I hope Marquis can solve the problem of the Fan family as soon as possible. Yu Deheng looked at the backs of those people and muttered to himself. Yamacho. In the afternoon, in the Yamacho office of Yanhuang College. Zhang Sunchong pushed the door open and entered after getting permission. Li Zishuan smiled and asked, "Little Chong, are you looking for me?" Zhang Sunchong nodded and said, "Yes. Yamacho, my father wants me to help him pass a message to you." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Your father?" "Oh. Little Chong, sit down first." Zhang Sunchong sat opposite Li Zishuan and said, "Yamacho, my father wants me to ask you, is your Yanhuang Bank still short of money?" Li Zixuan was startled, then looked at Zhang Sun Chong and smiled. Little Chong, why does your father ask if the bank is short of money? Under Li Zixuan's gaze, which seemed to be able to read people's minds, Zhang Sun Chong suddenly felt uneasy. He scratched his head and shrugged as if he had given up. Ahem. Yamacho, actually, my father wants to help you increase the deposit of the bank to make Tang Yuan more trustworthy. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, your father still wants the shares of the Yanhuang Bank, right? Zhang Sun Chong didn't hide it and nodded. It's like this. My father can take out 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit. Also, my father said that if Yamacho agrees to let my family invest in the Yanhuang Bank, he can let the Zhangsun family mine the iron mine. As long as Yamacho can give half of the iron produced from the iron mine to the Zhangsun family, it will be fine. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Zhangsun Wuji to be willing to use such a large sum to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Of course, this also showed that this old man had good eyesight and saw the huge potential of the bank. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to spend such a large amount of money. Haha. Xiao Chong, since you don't want to hide it from me, I won't hide it from you either. In fact, the Yanhuang Bank doesn't lack money at all. Just yesterday, the deposit of the bank reached 480,000 strings of cash. With such a large deposit, the Yanhuang Bank can even establish itself in the entire Chang'an area, 480,000 strings of cash. Zhang Sun Chang's eyes widened and couldn't help but exclaim. With such a huge amount of wealth, the Zhangsun family wouldn't be able to gather so much money even if they sold everything they had. Gulp. Yamacho, then I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll go back this weekend and tell my father the truth. Sorry to disturb you. Facing such a nouveau riche Li Zixuan, Zhang Sun Chong could only say, sorry to disturb you. When Li Zixuan heard these 3 words, he couldn't help but recall the joke from his previous life and almost laughed out loud. He quickly said, wait. Xiao Chong, don't leave yet. Zhang Sun Chong, who had already stood up and was about to leave, paused and asked curiously, Yamacho, is there anything else? Yes. Although the bank doesn't lack money recently, since Xiao Guogong has asked, I have to give some face no matter what. 2 days ago, he had heard from Qinxiong that someone in the imperial court had accused him of privately minting money. Fortunately, Zhang Sun Wuji had supported him. This was more or less a favor. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji was so sincere in wanting to invest in the Yanhuang Bank, Li Zixuan couldn't be so unreasonable and offend someone for no reason. At this moment, he thought for a while, looked at Zhang Sun Chong, and said, how about this, Xiao Chong, go back tonight and tell your father that with the conditions he offered, in exchange for 5% of the bank's shares. It's not that I'm not willing to give more, but more people will invest in the Yanhuang Bank in the future. In addition, you have to explain to your father that if there are any copper coins used as deposit in the Yanhuang Bank, they are not allowed to be taken out for at least 3 years. 5%, within 3 years? Zhang Sun Chong frowned worriedly. This was because he subconsciously felt that Li Zixuan's shares were too little. After all, the Zhang Sun family had paid 100,000 strings of copper coins and half of an iron mine as a price. However, although he thought this in his heart, Zhang Sun Chong still cupped his hands and replied, yes. Yamacho. Then I'll go back tonight and tell my father. As for whether his father agreed to this deal or not, it was not up to him to worry. Yes. You can take a class leave in the afternoon so that it won't be safe if you go back late. Li Zixuan suggested thoughtfully. Thank you, Yamacho. Chapter 1237. Marquis, these are the crimes committed by the Fan family's father and son over the years. There are a total of 23 crimes, each of which has witnesses and material evidence. When it was close to evening, County Magistrate he rode a horse and rushed to Cloud Mountain. He handed Li Zixuan a dossier. Hearing this, Li Zixuan flipped open the file. In the 4th year of Wuda, Fan Tong hoarded a large amount of grain and worked with 8 grain merchants to raise the price of grain in the counties around the capital. Although the government suppressed the price, the Fan family still made millions. At that time, Lantian County's magistrate, Shahan Yang, only caught some of the grain merchants who raised the price. Fan Tong made a fortune because of this and survived. In the 5th year of Wuda, the Fan family colluded with Lantian County's magistrate and took over the shops and restaurants in the city. They opened their own shops, restaurants, and gambling houses, tempting the people to gamble. In the end, many people sold their land to pay off their gambling debts. In December of the 5th year of Wuda, because Bai Lang of Baixing village couldn't afford to pay the rent, Fan Tong saw that Bai Lang's daughter was very beautiful, so he brought along a slave and forced Bai Lang to sell his daughter Bai Shao Dai to him. Bai Lang didn't agree, so Fan Tong ordered people to capture him and forcibly put his fingerprint on the slave contract. In order to please Magistrate Shah, Fan Tong offered Bai Shao Dai to him. Bai Shao Dai could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide the following year. In the 7th month of the 6th year of Wuda, Bai Lang and the villagers of Baixing village exposed Bai Shao Dai's case. However, they were forcefully suppressed by County Magistrate Shah. Afterwards, Fan Tong hired a group of Jianghu people to rob the people's village. Bai Lang and the villagers who exposed Fan Tong were all killed. In the 9th month of the 6th year of Wuda, County Magistrate Shah was worried that the imperial court would investigate the case of Bai Shao Dai, so he resigned from the Ministry of Personnel in advance and returned to his hometown. The county deputy of Lantian County also resigned and retired. In the 7th year of Wuda, a new magistrate took office. Fan Tong began to restrain himself. However, he still used his wealth to oppress the villagers and took over thousands of mu of land. According to the investigation, there were 12 villagers who sold their children because they could not pay the rent. In the 1st year of Jingguan, the Fan family's gambling houses expanded to 4. Many people became addicted to gambling and lost their family fortune. At the same time, in order to suppress the foreign businessmen, the Fan family hired local ruffians to cause trouble, poisoning, extortion, and many other methods. As a result, the Fan family's restaurants and shops were the biggest in Lantian County. In addition, Fan Jinxiang has been relying on the power of the Fan family to run amok in the village, oppressing the villagers, and forcefully taking the daughters of 8 villagers as his concubines. But today, only 4 women are still alive. The Fan family lied that the other 4 women died of illness, but according to the servants of the Fan family, the 4 women committed suicide because they could not bear the humiliation of the Fan family's father and son. Bang! It was a long scroll with over 100 lines of words, but every word seemed to have been soaked in blood. Although the primitive accumulation of capital was generally evil, the sins that the Fan family had committed over the years were too numerous to be recorded. After Li Zishuan finished reading, he could not help but angrily slap the table and say, "In a small Lantian county, there are actually such evil tyrants running amok. The Fan family's crimes are no less than the Chui family's last year. If I don't bring the Fan family's father and son to justice, I am the Lord of Lantian County." County Magistrate He's face was full of shame. Some things, if you don't investigate deeply, you will never know the depth of the evil behind it. At first, County Magistrate He did not take the Fan family's matter too seriously. He thought that although the Fan family's father and son were a little scoundrels, they contributed a lot to Lantian County's revenue every year. Their merits offset their faults, so he turned a blind eye. But after collecting all the evil deeds that the Fan family had done over the years, it was a little shocking. It was because of this that he felt deeply ashamed of his inaction over the past year. Marquis, according to what I know, there have been a lot of rumors in the county these 2 days about the Fan family's father and son. The merchants are secretly worried that you will do something to them. County Magistrate He was silent for a moment, and said carefully, "Gossips? If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Those who spread the rumors are most likely not clean." After dealing with the Fan family's father and son, County Magistrate He investigate them one by one. If there is a problem with one family, arrest them. If there is a problem with 2 families, arrest a pair. If there is a problem with all the merchants in the county, arrest them all. These people are the scum of the merchants. The reputation of the merchants is ruined by them. Since ancient times, the social hierarchy of the scholars, agriculture, industry, and commerce was not only because of the social background, but also because some merchants were unscrupulous for profit. The upper class did not have a good impression of the merchants, and it was not without reason. Li Zishuan came from the modern era, so he did not discriminate against merchants. On the contrary, he admired merchants like Father Ma who had a sense of responsibility. But for scum like Fan Tong, he must be resolute in eliminating him. County magistrate, he was shocked, and said, "Marquis, this must not be done." Li Zishuan waved his hand, and said resolutely, "Why not? Even if all the merchants in Lantian County are gone, I have a way to recruit another batch of merchants. Business will be the main brand of Lantian County in the future. If we want to have a good reputation and a good image, we must get rid of all these scum." Li Zishuan's plan for Lantian County was to make it into a city of commerce, and integrity was the foundation of commerce. Alright, since Marquis already has a plan, I will not say more. County magistrate, he was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. "The day after tomorrow, at 6:45 in the morning, we will hold a public trial of the Fan family's father and son. The county magistrate will be prepared. Prepare witnesses and evidence. This time, I will completely destroy the Fan family." Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, and then said coldly. County magistrate, he saluted, and said, "This official obeys." After county magistrate he left, Li Zishuan thought for a moment, and then went out to the new workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, he went straight to Ma Zhou's office and handed him a file. "Mr. Ma, it seems that your editorial department will have to work overtime tonight," Li Zishuan said half-jokingly. Ma Zhou smiled and opened the file suspiciously. His smile suddenly froze on his face. "Marquis, you want me to publish the contents of this in tomorrow's Datang Daily?" After 15 minutes, Ma Zhou put down the file and asked with an ugly expression. Li Zishuan nodded and said coldly, "Yes. That's right. The contents of this file must appear in tomorrow's newspaper, because the day after tomorrow, the show will begin." Ma Zhou immediately understood, and he replied, "Marquis, don't worry. There will be no problems with the editorial department." He had always hated evil. If he could get rid of evil for the people, he would be willing to do it personally, let alone working overtime. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Ma." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and took his leave. Chapter 1238. 5% of the shares. Night, Chongren Lane, Zhangsun Residence. Zhang Sun Chong repeated the words that Li Zishuan said during the day. Zhang Sun Wuji listened and couldn't help but frown. Now that the Tang dynasty was promoting new mathematics, Zhang Sun Wuji knew a thing or two about it. He knew about the concept of 5%. Zhang Sun Chong nodded. "Yes, father. Yamacho said that there will be many people investing in the Yanhuang Bank in the future. He can only give us this much. I heard that Chang and City's Chao Wendong invested 80,000 strings of cash and only got 2% of the shares, 80,000 strings of cash, 2%. When Zhang Sun Wuji heard this, he gasped and said in surprise, "According to this calculation, that Li Zishuan is planning to expand this bank to the scale of over 1,000,000 strings of coins." This old man's guess wasn't wrong back then. This kid is indeed scheming big. Gulp. Zhang Sun Chong swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, "Father. Over 1,000,000 strings of cash? Where did Yamacho get so much money?" Zhang Sun Wuji looked in the direction of the palace leisurely and said, "Your mountainhead is right. There will be more and more people who want to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Let's see if he can convince the higher-ups with his glib tongue." How could he not see that if the Yanhuang Bank wanted to establish itself in the Tang dynasty, it needed Li heir's approval and the royal family's participation? At that time, there would be too many monks and too little porridge. Now that Li Zishuan was willing to give him 5% of the shares, it was really a preferential treatment. The next day, morning. Datang Daily's headlines lit up the entire Chang'an city. Lantian tycoon is heartless. His sins are too numerous to be recorded. Bai Xiaodai? I seem to have heard of this name before. Isn't this the massacre of White Star Village 5 years ago? That girl. Tisk. So the culprit is the Fan father and son. Damn it. The Fan family deserves to die. They must die. Marquis is mighty, otherwise the Fan father and son would still be at large. There's nothing to say. Tomorrow, I must go to the Lantian County Yamen and personally witness the execution of the Fan father and son. This father and son from the Fan clan are even more despicable than the Chui clan. No matter what, this old man must go to the Lantian County's Yamen tomorrow to take a look. Let's go together. The Confucian scholars, merchants, and common people in Chang and city were all filled with righteous indignation and clamor to go to Lantian County the next day. At the same time, Lantian County was also blown up by the news on Datong Daily. So the Fan family has done so many bad things over the years. The father and son of the Fan family deserve to die. Poor father and daughter of the Bai family. Who would have thought that the bandits from White Star Village 5 years ago were hired by Fan Tong? God damn it. Devoid of conscience. If this kind of person doesn't die, the heavens must be blind. It's all thanks to the Marquis of Yong'an. Otherwise, who would dare to capture the Fan family's father and son? Marquis Yong and Rini. Tomorrow, I will go to the county yamen to testify. When White Star Village was looted, this old man was there. I'll go too. I want to see the Fan family's father and son sentenced. The crimes listed in Datong Daily were so shocking that those who read the newspaper were filled with righteous indignation. As for the Lantian County merchants who had complained about Li Zishuan's capture of the Fan family's father and son, they did not even dare to fart now. Datong Daily had been established for almost a year, and the news it reported had never been false. Since it dared to put the Fan family's father and son's case on the top of the news, it meant that the contents were all conclusive evidence. In the face of such evidence, how would these merchants dare to continue to be in the same camp as the Fan family? Their top priority was to draw a clear line between them and the Fan family. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was halfway through. A chamberlain from the Yellow Door suddenly rushed into the imperial court with a booklet in his hand. Zhao Song knew that something urgent had happened. He quickly took the booklet and passed it to Li Er. After Li Er finished reading it, he frowned. He patted the dragon desk and ordered in a deep voice, "Iching Dai, go to the Lantian County Yamen tomorrow morning. There's a big case there that needs your attention." The Dali Temple's vice-chancellor, Dai Ai, was dumbfounded. Due to time constraints, the officials who attended the morning court usually did not see the latest issue of Datong Daily before the morning court, so it was understandable that he did not understand what Li Er was saying. "Your Majesty. May I know what's the big case in Lantian County?" Dai Ai took a step forward and cupped his hands. Li Er did not want to say too much to prevent it from affecting his mood. He waved his hand and said, "You will know after the court. Iching Dai will represent the Dali Temple to preside over the public trial in Lantian County tomorrow. You must give me a clear explanation." This was the first time Dai Ai had received such a strange task. How could he preside over a case that he had not even heard of? However, it was obvious that Li Er did not want to say too much, so he could not take the initiative to ask. He could only helplessly cup his hands and reply. "Your subject obeys the decree," he thought to himself. After the morning court, he had to send someone to Lantian County to investigate the big case there. However, that was now the fief of the Marquis of Yong'an. He had not heard of any big movements from the Marquis of Yong'an recently. Hiya. Hiya. At 8:45 in the morning, Dai Ai left the palace after the morning court session. His coachman brought him a newspaper. After reading the headlines, Dai Ai instantly understood what case Li Er wanted him to investigate, especially the massacre of the White Star Village 5 years ago. It made his expression change. At this moment, he did not even bother to return home. He immediately got on his horse and rushed to Yun Mountain. "Yo! Isn't this Dai Xiaoqing? What brings you here?" Dai Ai finally arrived at Yunshan when it was close to noon. Li Zishuan, who was eating in the courtyard, could not help but laugh when he saw Dai Ai, who was panting and with disheveled hair. Ah! My marquis. You still have the time to joke around at a time like this. Hurry up and tell me about the Fan family case in detail. Dai Ai smiled bitterly as he walked into the front hall. What do you mean? Just now, His Majesty asked me to preside over the Fan family case in court. That is why I rushed over in a hurry to understand the situation in advance. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment after hearing Dai Ai's answer. He then said, since His Majesty asked Dai Xiaoqin to preside over the case, then I have no objections. However, eating is the most important thing in this world. Dai Xiaoqin must have not eaten since you came in such a hurry, right? Come, sit down and eat first. We can discuss proper matters after you eat. Chapter 1239. Begin the trial. Wei Wu. The sound of Wei Wu and Wei Wu from a gavel had shocked countless evil spirits throughout the ages. The next morning, at 6:45 in the morning, Lantian County's Yamen was already surrounded by layers upon layers of commoners. Following Dai Ai's slam of the gavel, the highly anticipated public trial finally began. The fact that the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court was personally presiding over the trial made the people feel the importance the court placed on the case. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Bring the criminals Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang to court. In the court, as the main judge, Dai Ai naturally sat at the head of the table, followed by County Magistrate He. Li Zishuan, as an observer, sat at the side and became a spectator. Dai Ai slammed the gavel down again and shouted. Bring the criminals Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang to court. Someone spread the word far and wide. A moment later, Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang were escorted into the courtroom by 4 Yamen runners. Compared to a few days ago, the Fan father and son were no longer as spirited and arrogant as before. Fan Tong's heart sank when he saw Dai Ai sitting at the head of the table, wearing a dark red official robe, representing a 4th-rank official. If the presiding judge was a 4th-rank official, it meant that the court had begun to interfere with his case. As for the things he had done in the past, how could they withstand an investigation? Are you Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang? Dai Ai's eyes flashed as he shouted. As the head of the Supreme Court's prison, Dai Ai's aura was incomparable to that of an ordinary county magistrate. His shout sent the Fan father and son into a panic. Yes, sir. I am Fan Tong. Yes. I am Fan Jinxiang. Fan Tong was relatively calm, but Fan Jinxiang was so frightened by Dai Ai's aura that he almost wet his pants. He even stuttered a little. Good. Fan Tong, let me ask you. During the 4th year of Wuda, did you and 8 grain merchants hoard grain to drive up the price of grain? Dai Xian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Fan Tong's eyes flashed. He stepped forward and replied, Sir, I've always been honest in my business dealings. I've never done anything as evil as hoarding. Humph. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Men, summon the witness, Hu Jinhua. Dai Ai sneered and ordered. Here. A Yamen runner went to bring the witness. When Fan Tong heard the name, Hu Jinhua, his expression changed. A moment later, a Yamen runner brought an old man in plain clothes. Dai Ai asked, Is the person in the hall Hu Jinhua? The plain-clothed old man cupped his hands and said, replying to Shengguan, I am Hu Jinhua. Hu Jinhua, let me ask you, 6 years ago, did you collude with Fan Tong and other grain merchants to drive up the price of grain around the capital? Hu Jinhua said with a pained look, replying Your Excellency, it's true. Back then, Lord Fan found me and the others and said that he was taking advantage of the drought and the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate to stockpile provisions and make huge profits. At that time, the price of provisions around the capital rose from 3 copper coins per bushel to 10 copper coins per bushel. Not long after, the imperial court became aware of this. His Majesty ordered the government to suppress the price of provisions and issued a decree ordering Lantian County Magistrate to investigate the merchants who drove up the price of provisions. At that time, I and a few others were arrested, stripped of our property, and punished with flogging. Only Fan Tong was spared. Because of County Magistrate Shaw's power, after we were released, we immediately changed our names, and never dared to do business again. Nonsense. You're lying. I don't know you. Fan Tong was furious. His eyes were red, and he wanted to skin Hu Jinhua alive. Humph. This Hu also has the account book of Master Fan's purchase of grain with us. At that time, Master Fan didn't have enough money, so he borrowed some money from this Hu. The account book and the IOU are all here. Whether this Hu is speaking nonsense or not, sir will know with a glance. Hu Jinhua sneered and took out 2 items from his sleeves. Bring them up. Dai Ai said hurriedly. The Yamen runner took the evidence from Hu Jinhua and handed it to Dai Ai with a bow. Dai Ai flipped it open and said angrily, "Humph. Fan Tong, how dare you lie to me in court? Now that we have witnesses and evidence, what else do you have to say? Men, take him away and give him 20 strokes of the cane." "Yes, Your Excellency." The 2 Yamen runners charged at Fan Tong like hungry wolves. Fan Tong was scared out of his wits. He had lived like a prince for so long, how could he withstand 20 strokes of the cane? If he continued, he would probably lose half his life. "Your Excellency, I plead guilty. I know I was wrong. Please have mercy on me, Your Excellency." Dai Ai said coldly, "Take him away and flog him." For some people, flogging was no different from a killing blow. They would not tell the truth until they were flogged. Bang! Ouch! "Your Excellency, please spare my life." The Yamen was filled with Fan Tong's pleas and the sound of flogging. The people outside the court were enjoying themselves. A quarter of an hour later, Fan Tong was brought back to the court like a dead dog. Dai Ai did not give him a chance to breathe. "Fan Tong, today, this official is going to interrogate you about your crimes. There are witnesses and evidence. If you still dare to lie, don't blame this official for being impolite." Fan Tong's face was pale. Facing such a cruel and merciless court official put him under great pressure. His voice trembled when he heard Dai Ai's words. "I won't do it again. I won't do it again." Dai Ai nodded. "Then let me ask you again. In the 5th year of Wuda, you colluded with County Magistrate Sha to embezzle other people's land and shops. Is that true?" "It's true." "I plead guilty." "Then let me ask you again, I plead guilty." The rest of the trial went smoothly. Fan Tong confessed to 4 crimes in a row. Dai Ai was getting thirsty. He pursed his lips, his eyes focused, and said in a low voice, "In the 6th year of Wuda, White Star Village was attacked by bandits and suffered several massacres. Did you have anything to do with it? Were you afraid that Bai Xiaodia's case would be exposed, so you asked the bandits to help you kill her?" Fan Tong, who had admitted his guilt without hesitation, was now shocked. He quickly shook his head and denied, My lord. This case has nothing to do with me. I'm just a merchant. How could I know bandits? My lord is wise. I've been wronged." He could admit to other crimes. At most, he would be stripped of his property and be punished. However, he could not admit to this crime. If he did, he would lose his life. The people outside the court saw that Fan Tong refused to admit to his crimes. They began to curse under their breaths. Dai Ai's face darkened. He said coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you won't admit to your crimes?" Fan Tong was sweating. "My lord, I've been wronged." "Humph. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Men, summoned by Yu and Fan Shicheng. Chapter 1240. It was a sunny day in February. The warm afternoon sun made people feel hot and hungry. However, the countless people gathered outside Lantian County's government office had no intention of going home to eat. Because a great show was about to unfold. When Dai Zhou said the name, Baiyu, Fan Tong's expression didn't change. However, when he heard the name, Fan Shicheng, his expression changed to one of anger and fear. Not long after, a white-haired skinny old man and a middle-aged scholar entered the hall. Dai Zhou slammed the gavel on the table and asked, "Are you Baiyu and Fan Shicheng?" "It is Baiyu, Fan Shicheng." The old man and the middle-aged scholar cupped their hands and answered, one after the other. Dai Zhou frowned and said, "Baiyu, as the former village chief of White Star Village, do you still remember the robbery of the village in the 6th year of Wuda?" When the old man heard that, he said with a sorrowful look, "Your Excellency, how can this old man possibly not remember? They were a bunch of animals." At that time most of the villagers were cooking in their rooms. Everyone suddenly heard the rumbling of horse hooves. When they went out to take a look, they saw more than 10 fierce-looking large men holding knives. They were riding around the village. They seemed to have come with a purpose. After killing Bai Lang and a few other families, they also stole some valuables and left the village on horseback. When the county's soldiers arrived, the village was only left with blood and corpses. This old man clearly remembers that Bai Donglin's eldest child was only 1 year old, but those bastards still killed him. At the end of his speech, the old man actually started to cry with tears and snot, causing the commoners outside the hall to sigh uncontrollably. There was such a tragedy back then? How come I've never heard of it? Ah! Who dared to say it back then? If they did, they might have lost their lives. Why? Isn't it written in the newspapers? That Sha County magistrate colluded with Master Fan and deceived everyone. Who dared to say it? Do they want to die? Those bastards. They didn't even let a child go. The Fan family should die too. Yes. Kill them. Kill them. Not long after, the onlookers began to shout in unison. The father and son of the Fan family turned pale with fright. Dai Ai shouted, "Silence." Waiting for the commoners to quiet down, Dai Ai looked at another person and said, "Fan Shicheng, I heard that you were the previous housekeeper of the Fan Manor and that you have something to report in court." Housekeeper. It was no wonder that Fan Tong's face was so dark when magistrate he managed to get the former housekeeper of Fan Manor to come here. "Reporting to my lord, Shicheng indeed has important information to report to my lord." Fan Shicheng took a step forward and cupped his hands. Shicheng's original name was Ding Shicheng. Due to my reliable work in the Fan family, I was specially given the surname Fan by Old Master Fan and was appointed as the housekeeper of the Fan family. I was in charge of all matters inside and outside the Fan family. However, Old Master Fan was greedy and insatiable. He would do anything for money and even lose his conscience. Shicheng couldn't stand Old Master Fan's way of doing things and left the Fan family 2 years ago. He had wanted to expose the evil deeds of the Fan family over the years, but Old Master Fan had always had a good relationship with the county government, so he gave up the idea. Now that Marquis is in charge of Lantian County, Shicheng finally has the chance to expose the Fan family's evil deeds to the world. Nonsense. Fan Shicheng, you ungrateful scoundrel. You betrayed me for a woman, and you still talk about righteousness and morality. Hypocrite. Shameless. Fan Tong could not help but rage. Fan Shicheng was about to defend himself when Dai Ai, who was sitting at the head of the table, interrupted him. "Shut up. I didn't ask you anything. Who gave you permission to speak?" Fan Tong shrunk his neck and obediently kept his mouth shut. Dai Ai looked at Fan Shicheng and asked, "Fan Shicheng, I want to ask you. Did you know that Fan Tong colluded with the bandits to rob White Star Village?" Fan Tong's face was pale. He looked at Fan Shicheng with anger and malice. Fan Shicheng's face was calm. "Reporting to my lord, of course I knew. Old Master Fan sent me to contact the bandits." Dai Ai's eyes narrowed. "Oh. Tell me the details." "Yes, my lord." Fan Shicheng recalled for a moment, then began to speak. That year, Bai Xiaodia's case was exposed by the villagers of White Star Village. Although County Magistrate Shaw forcefully suppressed the news, he was still very angry with Old Master Fan and blamed him more than once. Old Master Fan held a grudge and was worried that the villagers would cause trouble again. He ordered Shi Qing to bring a box of golden leaves to Taihang Mountains and asked the 4 demons of Tai Bai to attack the villagers of White Star Village. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar in the hall. Fan Tong's crime of hiring bandits to kill the villagers was almost confirmed. Nonsense. My lord, I'm innocent. This Fan Shi Qing is just holding a grudge against me and is purposely fabricating a crime. I hope my lord can understand. Fan Tong was anxious and hurriedly shouted. Shut up. This time, it was Li Zixuan who spoke. He coldly shouted, then looked at Fan Shi Qing. You mentioned the 4 demons of Tai Bai. How do you know the 4 demons of Tai Bai? Fan Shi Qing respectfully replied, replying to Lord Marquis, although the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai don't often leave the mountain, Lord Fan had asked them to do something a long time ago, and they have been in contact ever since. Li Zixuan nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Seeing that Li Zixuan was silent, Dai Ai asked again, You have no proof. You have no proof. Do you have any evidence? I do. Fan Shi Qing took out a piece of paper. Fan Tong was about to snatch it when Li Zixuan snorted coldly. His fingers moved slightly, and a pencil was stabbed viciously into Fan Tong's knee. Arg! Fan Tong let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Only then did the Yamen runners around them react and quickly went to take Fan Tong down. Fan Shi Qing wiped his sweat with lingering fear and said, replying to my lord, when Master Fan asked Shi Qing to contact the dead Tai Bai ghost, he wrote a letter. Shi Qing only brought the message and kept the letter secretly, waiting for the day when I would expose Master Fan. Fan Tong's face was ashen, and there was no trace of life left. Beside him, Fan Jinxiang was so scared that he was in a daze. He didn't speak or move. Dai Ai ordered someone to present the evidence. After looking at it, he slammed the gavel on the table and shouted angrily. Humph. Now that we have evidence and witnesses, what else do you have to say, Fan Tong? Men, Fan Tong bullies the people, harms women, and disregards human life. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes. Throw him in jail. I will report this to His Majesty and execute him. Understood. The Yamen runners answered respectfully and quickly dragged Fan Tong away like a dead dog. Oh. That's great. Dai Ai is wise, Marquis is wise. This bully is finally gone from Lantian County. The villagers of White Star Village who died tragically can finally rest in peace. After Dai Ai's announcement, the people immediately cheered. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but when they looked up at the sky, they realized that the sky of Lantian County seemed to have become bluer and clearer. Chapter 1241. The public trial lasted until noon. The father and son of the Fan family were sent to prison to await Li Er's final verdict. The Tang dynasty implemented a death penalty review system. Other than the emperor, no official could casually sentence a person to death. The death penalty review system originated from the Han dynasty. It referred to the system of requesting the emperor to approve the execution of a death sentence. Since the Han dynasty, the emperor began to pay attention to the cases of officials who committed capital crimes. At that time, the death penalty cases of officials with annual salaries of more than 2,000 shi were reviewed. The death penalty cases of officials with annual salaries of less than 2,000 shi did not need to be reviewed by the emperor. During the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the death penalty review system was gradually established. The death penalty cases of local people, regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, had to be reported to the central government for the emperor to personally approve. During the Sui dynasty, the death penalty would be decided after 3 petitions. This meant that only after 3 petitions could the emperor decide whether to give the death penalty. The Tang dynasty followed the old system. However, according to the normal historical trend, in the 5th year of Zhengguan, Li Er changed the 3 petitions before the execution to 5 petitions to avoid wrongful killings. 2 petitions the day before the execution, and 3 petitions the day before the execution. Therefore, in some TV series, local officials casually sentenced people to death and immediately executed them. This was not scientific. The ancient rulers had always been very cautious about the death penalty. This marquis has been in charge of Lantian County since the beginning of this year. Previously, due to many mundane matters, I had no time to care about the people's livelihood. Today, this marquis will use the case of the Fan father and son to make a promise to the people of Lantian County. That is, as long as this marquis is the owner of Lantian County, I will not allow evil tyrants like the Fan father and son to run amok. I will also not allow corrupt officials like the former Shaw County magistrate to go unpunished. I will also not allow officials to deliberately oppress commoners and merchants for benefits. In a few days, a locked public opinion box will be built outside the county office. If you are bullied by large families or officials, you can write the truth on paper and put it into the public opinion box. Only this marquis has the key to the public opinion box. This marquis will regularly check the letters inside. As for the problems that the villagers have, this marquis will definitely send people to thoroughly investigate. Of course, if anyone deliberately reports false information and this marquis finds out, they will be severely punished. The public opinion box is a tool for the people of Lantian County to redress grievances. I hope you can cherish it and use it properly. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Dai Ai, county magistrate he, as well as the people and merchants outside the court, all widened their eyes and looked at him in disbelief. It wasn't that they were making a fuss over nothing, but Li Zishuan's move could definitely be described as unprecedented and even shocking. Since ancient times, there had never been an official who was willing to use this kind of method to give the people the right to redress their grievances. Li Zishuan was really the only one. Marquis is wise. Marquis is mighty. Marquis is wise. Marquis is mighty. After the citizens recovered from their shock, they shouted in unison, their faces filled with excitement. Haha. County magistrate he, looks like it won't be easy for you to be the county magistrate of Lantian County in the future. Dai Ai stood up and said half-jokingly to county magistrate he. In fact, the reason why today's public hearing went so smoothly was inseparable from county magistrate he's ample preparation. Especially Fan Shecheng, who was an extremely important witness. County magistrate he had found him and directly sent Fan Shecheng to the 18th level of hell. Because of this, Dai Ai admired county magistrate he's investigative abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so free as to chat with county magistrate he. Haha. What are you saying, Dai Ai Xiaoqing? Marquis' move has saved the county magistrate a lot of effort in investigating the case. I'm afraid it'll be easier for me to be the county magistrate. County magistrate he chuckled. Dai Ai narrowed his eyes and whispered meaningfully, County magistrate he is quite open-minded, but I don't know if county magistrate he is interested in investigating the case at the Supreme Court. Perhaps I can make some arrangements for you. This fellow had the intention of cherishing talent. If it was someone else, he definitely wouldn't have done this. How sharp was Li Zishuan's hearing? Although Dai Ai deliberately lowered his voice, he still heard it. He glared at the two and interrupted their conversation. What is the meaning of this, Dai Ai Xiaoqing? You actually want to poach my people in front of me? Isn't that too unreasonable? Do you think I can't give you the same conditions as the Supreme Court? Dai Ai loves talent, so how could Li Zishuan not love talent? Logically speaking, what he lacked the most now was talent. After experiencing so many things, county magistrate he's ability was beyond doubt. Li Zishuan planned to put county magistrate he in an important position after this matter was over. He didn't expect Dai Ai to take the initiative to poach his people in his territory. This was really intolerable. Ahem. Marquis, I was just joking. With county magistrate he's loyalty to you, Marquis, how could he follow me to the Supreme Court? Dai Ai knew he was in the wrong and quickly laughed dryly. It's getting late. Xiao Qingdai must be in a hurry to report back to Chang'an, right? Then I won't keep you here for lunch. Let's meet again another day. Li Zishuan raised his chin, trying his best to hold back his laughter. Ah. Dai Ai was stunned. If he was a modern person, he would only want to say, "Is it so real? You won't even let me have lunch?" Yamacho, my father agreed. He agreed to your suggestion, Yamacho. In the afternoon, Zhang Sun Chong came to Li Zishuan's office again and said. Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Sun Wuji to agree so readily. At first, he thought he would have to waste a lot of time. Since that's the case, I'll personally visit your father and discuss the details in person. Xiao Chong, you don't have to worry about these things. Studying is the most important thing. Yes. Yamacho. Zhang Sun Chong responded and left. Mo Zhong, call Pang Feiji over. In the office, Li Zishuan was first happy about the Yanhuang Bank's growth, then he shouted towards the door. Yes. Marquis. After about 15 minutes, Pang Feiji came in under Mo Zhong's lead. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Marquis." Li Zishuan nodded and asked directly, "Feiji, it's been so long. Have you found out the whereabouts of the other 3 Taibai ghosts?" Ever since the Chui family fell, Li Zishuan had been secretly sending people to search for the Taibai ghosts. After all, there were 3 fish that escaped the net. If the 3 of them secretly took revenge, his family wouldn't be able to take it. Pang Feiji said with a guilty face, "Marquis, I haven't found them yet." Chapter 1242. What's going on? There's no useful information at all? Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. Li Zishuan frowned unhappily. It had been almost 4 months since the 4 demons of Taibai had infiltrated the right Marquis household to assassinate Wanjin gang. However, Pang Feiji hadn't even caught a single hair on them. This efficiency made him very unhappy. Seeing the dissatisfaction on Li Zishuan's face, Pang Feiji said bitterly, "Marquis, after the Chui family fell, the remaining 3 of the 4 demons of Taibai seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. I've interrogated the Chui family's servants, but they didn't know anything about the 4 demons of Taibai. This year, the Chui family's people in Chang and were all sent back to Zhengzhou. I have no way to investigate. Moreover, the Marquis household is lacking in manpower, especially those who can fight with the 4 demons of Taibai. Other than you, Marquis, there's almost no one else." Li Zishuan was silent after hearing this. Although Li Er had assigned Pang Feiji's group of Marquis to Li Zishuan as his personal guards, as Li Zishuan's businesses grew larger and larger, such as the workshop and Yanhuang College, these personal guards were inevitably sent to various places. As a result, the number of personal guards that listened to Li Zishuan at all times was even fewer. Recruit people. Recruit people everywhere. Recruit loyal people, recruit capable people. The Marquis household's personal guards need to be expanded to at least 100 people. Li Zishuan said to Pang Feiji after pondering for a moment. In the future, he would need more and more people by his side. It would be better to recruit a group of people first. Of course, to him, loyalty was the most important thing, and ability was the second. However, if he could recruit people with high loyalty and ability, that would be even better. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, "Yes. Marquis." "Oh right." While recruiting people, continue to track down the whereabouts of the 4 demons of Taibai and the guards in the Marquis household. You don't need to worry about my safety. You just need to take care of my family's safety. Li Zishuan felt that the 4 ghosts of Taibai wouldn't just vanish from the face of the earth. The 3 ghosts were probably hiding in the dark, preparing to ambush him. He had to be on guard. Yes. Marquis. Who would have thought that a small county could be so evil? If we don't kill, we won't be able to appease the anger of the people. If we don't kill, we won't be able to uphold the law. Li Er was also very concerned about the public trial in Lantian County. He was mainly worried that Li Zishuan would use the same method to destroy the Chui family to deal with the Fan family. The power of public opinion was too great, and he had to be careful. During the morning assembly the next day, he called Dai Ai out and asked her about the details of yesterday's public trial. In the end, he was furious and said coldly, "Your Majesty, the county magistrate of Lantian County inadvertently solved an unsolved case from the Wuda era. That year, in Baixing village, a few families suffered misfortune. Not long after, the county magistrate of Lantian County resigned due to old age, and the case became an unsolved case. The county magistrate who came later couldn't investigate it. I didn't expect the truth to be like this." Lu Dui, the Minister of Justice, stepped forward and cupped his hands. Li Er smiled and nodded. In this public trial, the county magistrate of Lantian County, He Lin Feng, painstakingly collected a large number of witnesses and evidence. The Fan father and son were unable to refute, and coincidentally solved the case. I have decided to bestow upon him the rank 6 Minister of Deliberation, 100 bolts of silk, and 30,000 yuan. Minister of Deliberation was a rank 6 civil position. It was just a title and didn't have any real power. However, compared to the rank 7 county magistrate, it was still a big promotion. Dai Zhou smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise." The other ministers also said, "Your Majesty is wise." Li Er thought for a while and said, "The Fan father and son have committed many evil deeds and killed many people. 3 days later, they will be paraded through the streets and beheaded in public at noon." This was equivalent to giving the Fan father and son a death sentence. Dai Zhou and Lu Dui stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty obeys." In addition, order the Supreme Court to capture the 4 ghosts of Taibai with all their might. Capture these bandits at all costs. It wasn't only Li Zishuan who wanted to eliminate the 4 demons of Taibai. Li Er also wanted to do so. After all, the 4 of them had once robbed and slaughtered villages near Chang'an. It was fine if they didn't find out in the past, but now that they found out, if Li Er didn't capture them, where would he put his face? Lu Dui's face was solemn as he bowed and said, "Your Majesty obeys. I will do my best to apprehend the bandits." The news of the Fan father and son being punished by Li Er and being paraded through the streets 3 days later quickly spread to Lantian County. When the people heard it, they rushed to spread the news and rejoiced. As for the merchants, they were divided into 2 factions. One faction was the law-abiding faction. They had been suppressed by the Fan family and their superiors in Lantian County all these years, so their business wasn't going well. Now that Li Zishuan had banned the officials from eating, taking, and demanding from the merchants, and had even created a public opinion box, these law-abiding and honest merchants finally saw a glimmer of hope. The other faction was the merchants who had followed the Fan family and drank the soup to make a fortune. They had more or less done some dirty things in private, so how could they withstand an investigation? Now that the political environment in Lantian County had changed, they were caught off guard. Some of the more sensitive people had already started to move their businesses to other counties. At the same time, the dozens of shops that the Fan family had occupied in Lantian County were all cleared out and auctioned off in a public auction. It could be said that the Lantian County government had gained a considerable amount of income. Of course, these shops were all bought by a few big members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce at a high price. Now, no one understood better than them the huge business opportunities in Lantian County. The shops that others thought were expensive were completely worth it in their eyes. 2 days later, in Lantian County, another 5 businessmen were arrested one after another. These people were all involved with the Fan family and had done things for the Fan family. What awaited them was a hefty fine and physical pain. Those unclean merchants of Lantian County, in an instant, all of them were in danger. Go, go, go. The Fan father and son are going to be beheaded. Go see. Go see. You won't be able to see it if you're late. Hey. Wait for me. I want to go see too. On the 3rd day, the Fan father and son were to be paraded through the streets of Chang'an City. Lantian County streets were empty. Early in the morning, the commoners all brought their families to Chang'an City to watch the show. Of course, the younger children were not allowed to go. After all, the scene was too bloody. Chapter 1243. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Eat your fill. Don't look for us when you go to the underworld. In the Supreme Court, a prison guard opened the door of a cell with a lunchbox in his hand and spoke to the fan father and son inside. Ah. Big brother officer? What do you mean? We're going to be beheaded? Fan Jinxiang was dressed in a prison uniform and his hair was disheveled. He was no longer as spirited as he used to be. Yes. Otherwise, do you think you'll be able to eat such good food today? Hey. Hurry up and eat. This drumstick is still warm. The prison guard looked at the fragrant chicken drumstick in the food box and couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he grumbled. Ah. So soon. Even if His Majesty wants to behead us, shouldn't he wait until after autumn? Fan Jinxiang was shocked. In ancient times, most of the criminals were executed in the autumn. Fan Jinxiang's desire to live was strong. He knew he would die sooner or later, but he was willing to live as long as he could. He was willing to pay any price other than his own life. At this time, he regretted chasing that peasant girl on the street. If he had stayed at home that day, he would not have been caught, interrogated, or sentenced to death. Pfft. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too ruthless. His Majesty is furious, and you want to live until after autumn? What a joke. The prison guard looked at Fan Jinxiang mockingly and sneered. Fan Jinxiang suddenly froze, and then, this guy actually cried, "Official brother, I beg you to let me go. I don't want to die. Our Fan family still has a lot of money. If you let us go, all the money will be yours." The prison guard jumped far away and then said sternly, "Shut up. Hurry up and eat your last meal. Don't starve to death in the underworld." Although he liked money, some money could only be obtained with a life, but not with a life to spend it. After that, he led his men away without looking back, leaving Fan Jinxiang and Fan Tong alone in the cell. Eat. Eat until you're full. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame our family for meeting Li Zixuan. Fan Jinxiang was sobbing uncontrollably. After a while, Fan Tong stood up and walked towards the food box. He spoke to Fan Jinxiang with a weary expression. Beat him to death. Kill these two evildoers. Kill them. Hey. I hit him. Wow. I hit it too. At 5 a.m, Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang were stuffed into the prison wagon for the first and last time in their lives. Because their hands and feet were tied to the prison cart, the bailiffs of the Supreme Court were not afraid that they would escape. They all stayed far away from the prison cart because they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After all, not every commoner could throw so accurately. But the bailiffs were not idle either. Whenever they saw a commoner carrying something that was too excessive, they would immediately step forward to stop them. After all, those big bricks, stones, and the like could easily kill the Fan father and son if they were hit. Before long, Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang's heads and bodies were covered with eggshells, rotten eggs, and mud. Of course, there were also some strange things like smelly shoes and the like. Fortunately, the bailiffs had run away in advance. Otherwise, they would have suffered a lot. The so-called parade did not mean that they would go around every civilian square. They just circled around the main road of Chang'an. The civilians knew the route and ambushed in advance on the road that the prisoners' wagon had to pass. They all presented the big gifts that they had carefully prepared for the Fan father and son. Fan Jinxiang was happily received by the commoners. Halfway through the parade, he fainted happily. When he woke up, he was already tied to the execution platform. Fan Tong, a merchant from Lantian County, is a heartless tyrant who oppresses commoners, rapes women, colludes with bandits, and disregards human life. His Majesty has decreed that he will be beheaded today. His son, Fan Jinxiang, has taken advantage of his position to rape many women and caused the deaths of 4. His Majesty has decreed that he will be beheaded. It is now 1:15. Men, carry out the execution. The executioner was Dai Zhou. After reading the imperial edict, he threw out the arrow with the word, behead, carved on it. Good. Kill Fan Tong. Kill Fan Jinxiang. The commoners were not afraid of the bloody scene that was about to happen. Instead, they cheered excitedly, especially the commoners from Lantian County. They had been waiting for this day for so long after being oppressed by the Fan father and son. Pfft. The executioners took a sip of wine, then sprayed it on their blades. Then, they raised their hands and cut down. Pfft. Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang did not even have time to scream before the executioners ended their evil lives. Cloud Mountain. Although it was the day of Fan Tong and Fan Jinxiang's execution, Li Zixuan was not so bored as to watch the show. Cleaning up the Fan family was just a casual move to purify the environment of Lantian County. He did not take it to heart at all. At this moment, he was confirming the final construction plan of the dam with Mo Huai. I plan to divide the commoners into 3 teams. One team will be responsible for preparing, transporting materials, and stones. The other 2 teams will start construction from the south and north respectively. Of course, the most important thing is to build a drainage canal to temporarily divert the Ba River. If we can use the crane that Yamacho built before, it should be faster. Mo Huai pointed at the map and spoke with assurance. Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully and said, no problem. I will modify the crane to be more suitable for the construction of the dam. Mr. Mo, if you need anything, just say the word. I will definitely solve it for you if I can. The dam was his top priority this year. Everything else had to be put aside. Mo Huai thought for a moment and stroked his beard. I have calculated before. If this dam is built according to Yamacho's requirements, it will cost at least 400,000 strings of cash. I don't know if Yamacho can bear such a huge price. Although he knew that Li Zixuan was rich, he definitely did not know how much money Li Zixuan had. Moreover, 400,000 strings of cash was not a small sum. It was equivalent to an entire year's revenue of the Tang dynasty's imperial court, 400,000 strings of cash. Yan Shaoning, Mo Lingwei, Mo Chui, and the others all gasped with their mouths agape. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked by the number. Li Zixuan didn't look surprised. He nodded and said indifferently, Mr. Mo, you don't have to worry about money. Since I've already decided to build this dam, I naturally won't be stumped by money. I will prepare all 400,000 strings of cash before the start of construction. Chapter 1244. As the days passed, Lantian County began to change bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was the middle of February. Many citizens had noticed the recent changes in Lantian County. Strange Taste Pavilion is opening a branch in Lantian County. Really? Looks like Marquis is starting to take our county seriously. It's not just Strange Taste Pavilion. I heard that Drunken Immortal House, Quirky Culture, Skillful Craftsman House, Appraisal House, Elegant House, Jade Treasure Hall, Earth Treasure House, Wizong House, and Treasure House are all here to open branches. Is there really such a thing? Why didn't I know about it? Hey! How can it be fake? Yesterday, when it was almost dark, I saw a few shops over at the South Market with their signboards hanging up. I think they'll be officially opening in 2 days. China's market square system originated from the Western Zhou dynasty and gradually matured during the Sui and Tang dynasties. In the Tang system, 100 households is a li, 5 li is a village. Those who live in a state or county are called squares, those outside the state or county are called villages. Li, villages, and squares all have Zhengzheng. Li Zhengzheng is in charge of household registration, teaching farming and mulberry farming, inspecting violations, and urging people to pay taxes. Square Zhengzheng is in charge of the gate key, inspecting traders. It was clear that there was a clear division in Tang dynasty's Li Fang. In the capital city of Chang'an, south of the imperial city, there are 10 squares from east to west and 9 squares from north to south. East and west of the imperial city, there are 12 squares each. As for Lantian County, although it was only 1/10 the size of Chang'an, the city still strictly adhered to the market square system of this era. It was divided into 10 residential squares and 1 market square. All the shops and restaurants were in the market square in the south of the city. Doesn't that mean that we don't have to travel all the way to Chang'an City in the future? Here in Lantian County, we can eat Chang'an City's delicacies and buy Chang'an City's goods. Hey! It's true. When Drunken Immortal opens, I'll go and try it. Let's see if it tastes the same as Drunken Immortal restaurant in Chang'an City. Yo! Old Master Wu, only you can afford it. People like us, whether in Chang'an City or Lantian County, can't afford to eat by Drunken Immortal restaurant's food. When the time comes, I'll go to Chitsu Culture to buy a book for my child. The books there are still very cheap. What a joke. You must be joking. The anticipation of the masses could only be described with these 4 words. After all, no one would be willing to travel all the way to Chang'an if there were good goods and delicious food nearby. Therefore, the people of Lantian County were looking forward to the opening of these shops that had moved over from Chang'an. Strange Interest Pavilion, Drunken Immortal House, and Strange Interest Culture are opening today with a 30% discount. Don't miss it. Look, it's written in the newspaper that Strange Interest Pavilion and Drunken Immortal Restaurant are opening for business today. The busy people who were preparing to go out in the morning came across a boy selling newspapers. They casually bought a newspaper and inadvertently saw the small advertisement in the middle of the newspaper. Instantly, they became excited. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and not long after, the entire Lantian County was in an uproar. 30% discount? This was too worth it. Today, I can finally afford to eat a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I must go and have a taste. That's right. Let's go together. Oh, and I'm going to buy 2 books. Look, it's not just the Drunken Immortal restaurant and Strange Interest Pavilion. Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study are also opening for business today. And it's also a 30% discount. Then no matter what, this old man will go and buy a bicycle today. With a 30% discount and a membership card, this bicycle will only cost about 200 strings of coins. It's too cheap. Wow. It's true. Buy a bicycle. I must buy a bicycle today. If I can buy one, I'll make a profit. I wonder how many bicycles Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study will have today. These things used to be priceless in the past. Dozens of shops were opening for business at the same time, and all the goods were at a 30% discount. Such a huge commotion caused this small county that had been peaceful for more than a decade to suddenly become lively. Even the people far away in Chang'an and the surrounding counties rushed to Lantian County after hearing the news from today's Datong Daily. If you can buy something, you'll make a profit. This saying was not wrong at all in today's situation. Especially when it came to bicycles. Although the workshop had supplied a large number of bicycles to Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study in Chang'an and after the new year, it still could not meet the huge demand of the market. There were still many people who wanted to buy a bicycle. Line up. Line up. Today's bicycles are fully stocked at Elegant Study, so don't worry. Also, to save everyone's time, all the goods from Elegant Study can be traded with Tang Yuan. In the southern market square of Lantian County, the Lin family's housekeeper was shouting with all his might. There were simply too many people, so he had to come out to maintain order. Tang Yuan? What's Tang Yuan? The people who came to buy bicycles were puzzled when they heard that. The Lin family's housekeeper chuckled and said, "Dear customers, did you not read today's Datong Daily carefully? Today, other than the opening of our big shops, Yanhuang Bank in East Dao Yi Lane of Lantian County is also opening. Everyone can exchange their copper coins for Tang Yuan at the bank. Here, this is a Tang Yuan. A tang yuan is a fixed amount of money. If you use tang yuan to buy things, you can save a lot of time. Hearing the housekeeper's words, those who had newspapers on hand immediately flipped through the newspapers on the spot, looking for news about tang yuan. Hey! Datong Daily really wrote about it. This Yanhuang Bank was established by Marquis Zhao Guogong and 6 wealthy businessmen in the capital. They invested 580,000 copper coins as a guarantee to establish a bank to exchange tang yuan. Everyone can go to the bank to exchange their copper coins for tang yuan, or exchange tang yuan for copper coins. There's only a 1% fee in between. Soon, some people saw the news about Yanhuang Bank and tang yuan in the newspaper. Actually, they couldn't be blamed for not reading the newspaper carefully. It was just that when most people saw that the top shops in the capital, led by Strange Taste Pavilion, had opened branches in Lantian County and had a 30% discount on everything, their first reaction was to rush over as soon as possible to get a bargain. Why would they continue reading the newspaper? Oh. So it's Marquis who's personally vouching for it. What's there to worry about? And tang yuan is so much more convenient than copper coins. I have to exchange for some tang yuan. When the people heard that Li Zishuan was personally vouching for the bank, they didn't have much resistance in their hearts. But if I go to exchange for tang yuan, what if I run out of bicycles later? Someone said worriedly. Hee hee. Dear customers, don't worry. Our shop will only officially open at 9 in the morning. There's still more than an hour. Also, customers who want to use tang yuan to buy goods can queue up separately. It's a good opportunity for everyone to see how much faster it is to use tang yuan to buy things compared to copper coins. Chapter 1245. Although it was clearly stated in the newspaper that these shops would only officially open at 9 in the morning, the people were afraid that they would not be able to get what they wanted if they were late. Hence, they came early to line up. It was worth mentioning that, under Li Zishuan's promotion, Lantian County's South Market opened 3 hours earlier than Chang'an's East Market and West Market. Li Zishuan's next step was to completely abolish the system that required the market to be closed every day. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, he knew very well that if the market wanted to develop healthily, it had to be given the greatest freedom. The market system in China's ancient society was mainly established not for the convenience of the residents, but for the rulers to display their national prestige and to better achieve their goal of controlling the people. To a certain extent, the market system would hinder the development of the social economy and bring great inconvenience to the people's daily lives. Hence, in the middle and later stages of the Tang dynasty, the market system was relaxed and there were shops that the two markets could no longer accommodate. Hence, it began to expand to the nearby markets and other places. As a result, Chongren Market in the northwest of the East Market and Yanshou Market in the northeast of the West Market were more lively and prosperous than the East and West Market. In the end, there was even a night market. The development of business had to meet certain conditions, and an open market was one of the important conditions. The market opened in the middle of the day and closed at sunset. The strict opening and closing of the market caused the market to lose its freedom. Coupled with the night ban and strict control of the market, many rich and colorful public activities could not be carried out. Furthermore, the market implemented a strict opening and closing system. As a result, the people lost the right to exchange ideas and share entertainment, narrowing their physiological and psychological horizons. Since Li Zishuan wanted to turn Lantian County into a one-of-a-kind trading city, he had to reform the current market system. Today, the early opening of the market was just a small step for him to reform the system. In the South Market, the people who had come early to line up were somewhat moved after hearing the praises of the bank and the convenience of the tang yuan from the various shop managers. Especially those who were at the back of the line. When they heard that they could stand alone in a line with the tang yuan, they did not hesitate and immediately pushed their small carts full of copper coins to Yanhuang Bank. At 9 in the morning, all the new shops in Lantian County opened on time. The Zuaxian restaurant was full. The customers who came to eat were from Lantian County, Chang'an City, and other states and counties. The restaurants in Lantian County, which used to have a bleak business, suddenly became popular because of the Zuaxian restaurant. Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, an elegant pavilion, also began to sell their goods. The customers who had gone to the bank to exchange for the Tang Yuan had finished their exchange and returned. The stewards kept their word and specially arranged a team for these people. Shopkeeper, I want 2 bicycles. Here, this is 560 Tang Yuan, please count it. Okay. 560 Tang Yuan, no more, no less. Zhang San quickly pushed 2 bicycles out for this customer. Both within and outside of everyone's expectations, the team that used Tang Yuan to buy things moved forward very quickly. Seeing that 5 people had already bought cars using Tang Yuan and had left while the first person in the copper coin team hadn't finished counting his copper coins, many people in the back instantly panicked. At first, they roughly understood that the Tang Yuan would be very convenient to use, but they did not expect the Tang Yuan to be so fast. Compared to using copper coins, the speed was definitely more than twice as fast. Some of the more decisive people immediately rushed to the bank to exchange for the Tang Yuan, while those who were hesitant were still wondering if they should exchange for the Tang Yuan. Under the publicity of these newly opened shops and Datong Daily, the first branch of Yanhuang Bank to serve the common people quickly became popular. The Tang Yuan, this new thing, also left a deep impression on many people. It was as if a seed had been planted in their hearts. As time passed, it would take root and sprout one day. Marquis, I finally don't have to worry about the county's trade. With these famous shops in Chang'an, the people in the eastern counties will not go to Chang'an to buy things. They will buy things in the nearby Lantian County. Our county is finally going to be lively. County Magistrate He, in his casual clothes, was accompanying Li Zishuan to the South Market Square to observe the people. Seeing that the square was filled with people and was in full swing, the degree of liveliness was comparable to the East and West Market of Chang'an. County Magistrate He stroked his beard and said with satisfaction. Li Zishuan laughed and said, haha. County Magistrate He, you're only looking at the surface. Think deeper. If there are more shops in Lantian County and it becomes more prosperous, then it will correspondingly recruit more commoners to work as workers. In this way, other than relying on the land to make a living, the commoners in our county can also help out during their free time and earn an additional income, right? In modern terms, this was called increasing employment. Marquis is right. I am impressed. County Magistrate He sighed and then asked, Marquis, by introducing the bank in Tang Yuan, are you trying to let the people use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins in the future? As a county magistrate He definitely knew more about Tang Yuan than the ordinary people. He knew that Tang Yuan was convenient, safe, and difficult to imitate. He was in favor of Tang Yuan replacing the copper coins. Li Zishuan frowned and said in a deep voice, let's try it in Lantian County first. As for Chang'an or the other counties, let's not bother about it for now. If the people in Lantian County can eventually get used to Tang Yuan, then I will think of a way to promote Tang Yuan to other places. Currently, there were only 2 places where Tang Yuan could be used. One was Yanhuang College, and the other was Lantian County. These 2 places were basically Li Zishuan's private territory. He could do whatever he wanted there. However, it was different for other places. If he rashly promoted Tang Yuan to other places, he might be impeached. After all, he did not have the right to privately issue money. If Tang Yuan wanted to be promoted in the entire Tang dynasty, he would need Li Heir's approval. And if the Tang Bank wanted to be opened in all the counties in Tang dynasty, he would need the participation of the royal family. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do anything. Now, Li Zishuan was waiting. He was waiting for Li Heir to give Tang Yuan and the Yanhuang Bank a proper status. Marquis, you are worrying too much. This Tang Yuan is so exquisite and convenient to use. I feel that once the people get used to it, they will definitely not be able to leave it. Chapter 1246. County Magistrate He's analysis was reasonable, and things were slowly developing in the direction he expected. Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Qingye Zhai also had ample stock of bicycles today. It took them an entire morning before they ran out of stock. An interesting phenomenon was that in the entire morning, the number of people who bought bicycles with Tang Yuan was 10 times more than the number of people who bought bicycles with copper coins. In other words, Tang Yuan's settlement speed was 10 times faster than copper coins. At the beginning of the morning, those customers who were hesitant and didn't exchange their coins for Tang Yuan's bicycles were envious and regretful when they saw that Tang Yuan's procession moving forward. If they hadn't hesitated, wouldn't they have been able to buy a bicycle? Therefore, after leaving the shops such as Skillful Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Qingyezhai, many people went to the bank to exchange all their money for the bicycles for Tang Yuan. Since they had to buy bicycles sooner or later, it would take a lot of effort for them to carry the carts of copper coins back, so it was more convenient to exchange them for Tang Yuan. Manager, give me a pot of wenru, a serving of meatballs, and a serving of dongpa pork. At noon, those who came from other counties to Lantian County to buy bicycles went to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for lunch. Logically speaking, those who could afford bicycles were all rich people. Of course, they would choose a good place like Drunken Immortal Restaurant for lunch. Okay. Please wait a moment, the dishes will be served immediately. The innkeeper responded and instructed the waiter to inform the chef to prepare the dishes. After a while, the dishes were served. It's the same taste. Could it be that the chefs of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Chang'an are all here too? The customers who came from Chang'an could not help but praise after tasting the dishes of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Lantian County. Ha! You must be joking, sir. This is a business, and so is Chang'an. If all the chefs are here, the customers in Chang'an will definitely be unhappy. The chefs of our Lantian County branch are all trained. I guarantee that the dishes they make will taste the same as the dishes of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Chang'an. The waiter smiled warmly. Haha. Marquis is so thoughtful. The diner laughed and then began to eat heartily. A quarter of an hour later, all the plates were cleared. The diner wiped his mouth with satisfaction and said, "Waiter, the bill." "All right. Dear guest. A total of 4 strings of cash. If you have Tang Yuan, you can pay with Tang Yuan." Yo! I almost forgot that your shop can use Tang Yuan. Wait a moment. I'll look for it for you. The diner was a little surprised. He took out 4 1 Yuan notes from his sleeve and said, "Haha. Here you go. Not to mention, with Tang Yuan around, it's much more convenient to eat." How could this be inconvenient? In the past, when he went to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant to eat, he had to carry a dozen or so pounds of copper coins. But now, a few Tang Yuan was enough. The waiter took the Tang Yuan and said with a smile, "Sir, the Tang Yuan is not only convenient for eating, it's also convenient for you to buy other things." Today, our Lantian County's newly opened stores are selling food, drinks, clothes, and other necessities. You can use Tang Yuan to buy them all. And according to this trend, I reckon that in a while, all the stores in our Lantian County will be able to use Tang Yuan to buy things. The waiter was advertising Tang Yuan for free. The diner said with a yearning look, "Ha! When that time comes, it will be too convenient. It's a pity that my home is not in Lantian County. I wonder if Chang'an City will be the same as here, using Tang Yuan all the time." This diner was not an exception. Those who had experienced the convenience of Tang Yuan were basically fans of Tang Yuan. If they were to use copper coins again, they would feel uncomfortable. For example, a certain restaurant in Lantian County. What? You can't use Tang Yuan here? This Tang Yuan was made by the Marquis of Yong'an. You guys are doing business in Lantian County, and you don't even trust the Marquis of Yong'an? A diner finished his meal and took out 2 Tang Yuan when he paid the bill. In the end, the diner's manager did not recognize this thing. The diner was instantly enraged. It was impossible for him not to be enraged. The copper coins he brought in the morning were all changed to Tang Yuan. Although a meal in this restaurant was not expensive, it still cost a few hundred copper coins. Where was he going to find a few hundred copper coins now? Customer, please calm down. It's not that this old man does not trust the Marquis of Yong'an, but this old man has never heard of any Tang Yuan or Tang Jiao, much less seen one. The manager frowned and said gloomily. If it weren't for the fact that this diner was dressed luxuriously and had expensive accessories on him, he would have already arrested this person as a freeloader and brought him to the authorities. Ha! If you haven't heard of it, go out and ask around. If you haven't seen it, then it's even easier. You can just go to the Yanhuang Bank in Dao Yi Lane and take a good look. Really, do you think I will lie to you? The Drunken Immortal restaurant next door can use Tang Yuan to pay the bill today. Why can't you guys do the same? If not for the Drunken Immortal restaurant being full today, I wouldn't even be willing to eat here. The diner got angrier as he spoke. After all, he was from a well-to-do family. Now that he had been tricked into not having money to pay the bill, it would be strange if he was not angry. This brother is right. If other places can use Tang Yuan, why can't you guys do the same? Isn't your restaurant too backward? In his eyes, a place that could not use Tang Yuan was a place that was backward. Yes. Even Tang Yuan can't be used. Then we won't come here to eat in the future. As soon as this was said, many diners from other places immediately responded. The manager of the restaurant was sweating profusely. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Calm down. This old man will send someone to the Drunken Immortal restaurant next door to ask." Wait a moment, wait a moment. Those who liked Tang Yuan were not only the people who bought things. Many of the people who sold things also liked him. Qing Yizhai. Master, in just one morning, we have sold all of the 100 over bicycles. The speed is more than twice as fast as before. Madame Li said with a face full of joy. Lin Wenyuan stroked his beard and said excitedly, "Hee hee. This is all thanks to Tang Yuan. Madam, you also saw it this morning. Using Tang Yuan to buy things, the speed is at least several times faster than before." Madame Jean nodded and said, "Yes, yes. Marquise things are really useful most of the time. This Tang Yuan, if all the customers in Chang'an can use it, that would be great." Lin Wenyuan looked in the direction of Chang'an and said thoughtfully, "Whether Tang Yuan can gain everyone's approval or not, it still depends on His Majesty's attitude." Obviously, he, who had been doing business all his life, also saw the biggest hurdle that Tang Yuan was currently facing. Chapter 1247. In the next few days, restaurants and shops such as Strange Taste Pavilion, Skillful Craftsman Pavilion, Inspection Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Restaurant held several big promotions, causing the flow of people in Lantian County to reach a peak. The local citizens of Lantian County had never seen the county so lively. With the increase in the flow of people, the local restaurants and shops also benefited from it, and their business was booming. On the other hand, the business of Yanhuang Bank was also constantly rising. On the first day after the branch was established, they exchanged 100,000 Tang Yuan, and on the second day, 120,000 Tang Yuan. Now, they could make around 200,000 Tang Yuan in a day. But on the other hand, the retention rate of Tang Yuan was frighteningly low. Many merchants were forced to allow customers to use Tang Yuan for transactions, but after they received the Tang Yuan, they would almost always bring the Tang Yuan to the bank and exchange it for copper coins on the same day or the next day. There were only two reasons for this phenomenon. First, many people had dealt with copper coins their whole lives. They would only feel at ease when they received the copper coins, and would feel unsure when they received the Tang Yuan. Second, when they went to other places to buy goods, under normal circumstances, the other party would not recognize the Tang Yuan, and they would still need the copper coins. Ultimately, it was because the Tang Yuan did not have a legitimate copper coin, and could not be recognized by everyone in the world. Now, most people only treated the Tang Yuan as a proof of copper coins, a medium, and not as a currency. This was what Li Zishuan did not want to see. If the Tang Yuan could only be used as proof, and not as a currency, then all the effort he had put in to design and print the Tang Yuan, as well as the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank, would be meaningless. Only when the Tang Yuan became a trustworthy currency that everyone believed, and could be directly circulated in the market, would the existence of the Yanhuang Bank have meaning and value. Otherwise, the current phenomenon of immediately exchanging Tang Yuan for copper coins upon receiving the Tang Yuan was no different from some countries going bankrupt, and their currency being run by the people in the country. What he wanted was a modern bank, and not a simple proof of concept institution. However, there was a good thing now, and that was that the Tang Yuan's influence was growing. The number of people who knew about the Tang Yuan was also increasing. As long as he could become famous, then the rest would be easy. That day, morning court, Taiji Palace. Your Majesty, a few days ago, something called Tang Yuan appeared on Cloud Mountain. It can be used as copper coins to buy food and clothing. Recently, Tang Yuan has spread to Lantian County. It can be said that it is extremely popular. It is said that all the shops, restaurants, and inns in Lantian County can now use Tang Yuan to pay their bills. I personally went to the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County to exchange for a few Tang Yuan notes. I realized that they are very exquisite and are easier to carry around than copper coins. It will save a lot of time and effort when used for daily transactions. This old subject believes that Tang Yuan has a lot of merits. Perhaps the imperial court can also use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins. Within the Taiji Palace, the Minister of Revenue, Xiao Yu, actually mentioned Tang Yuan of the Yanhuang Bank during the morning court assembly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the officials in the court began to whisper among themselves. Obviously, they had more or less heard some news about Tang Yuan these days. Zhang Sun Wuji's closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Xiao Yu with some surprise. He was thinking about how to tell Li Er about the Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan. After all, he had shares of the Yanhuang Bank. He did not expect Xiao Yu to be one step ahead of him and mention this issue. This had unknowingly helped Zhang Sun Wuji a lot. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, was silent for a moment before he said, I already know about the Tang Yuan and the Yanhuang Bank. However, when it comes to the Tang dynasty's currency, the decision must be made carefully. As for using Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins, what do all of you think? Your Majesty. This old subject objects. Fang Xianling stepped out from the crowd and clasped his hands. Just as Your Majesty said, when it comes to the Tang dynasty's currency, it is definitely not a small matter. Firstly, the right to make the coins must be in the hands of the imperial court. According to what this subject knows, Tang Yuan was printed by the Marquis of Yong, and using a special paper and a special printing method. If the imperial court wants to make Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins, it will not be easy. On the other hand, even if the imperial court has the method of printing Tang Yuan, since the method came from the Marquis of Yong, and then the Marquis of Yong, and will always use this method. When the time comes, it will inevitably cause criticism. Logically speaking, Fang Xianling did not have any enmity with Li Zishuan. The reason why he jumped out to object now was because he did not want Li Zishuan to be attacked and criticized by the officials in the court. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. Although he had the intention to use Tang Yuan in more places, he had to admit that Fang Xuanling's words made sense. Li Er frowned and did not speak. At this moment, Qing Yaojin jumped out and said, Your Majesty, although Xuanling's words make sense, what is the saying again? Oh, you can't not eat because you are afraid of choking, right? Since Tang Yuan is more convenient than copper coins, then let's use it. If there is a problem, then let's think of a way to solve it. Although I, Old Sheng, am a boor, I understand that we should use whatever is convenient. Hearing the first half of his sentence, the crowd could not help but want to laugh. However, after listening to the rest, most of the officials could not help but ponder. Li Er's eyes lit up as he nodded and praised, Your words are crude but not crude. I will carefully consider the matter of Tang Yuan. There is no need to discuss it today. Your Majesty. Go and summon Li Zishuan to see me. After lunch, Li Er returned to Ganlo Hall to review the memorials. Just as he picked up his pen, he suddenly ordered Zhao Song, who was behind him. Understood. Zhao Song's heart skipped a beat as he cupped his hands and replied. More than half an hour later, Yunshan, Yanhuang College. After hearing Zhao Song's order to summon him, Li Zixuan hurriedly returned to the courtyard to change his clothes. He rode a fast horse and rushed to Cheng and with Zhao Song. He was secretly delighted. Old Li finally could not hold back. Looks like Tang Yuan and the bank are finally going to cross that hurdle. Your Majesty. The Marquis of Yong'an is here. Summon. In Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan heard the summons and walked in from outside the palace. After a round of greetings, Li Er went straight to the point and asked, Marquis Yong'an, what do you think of Tang Yuan? What do you think of Yanhuang Bank? When Li Zixuan heard this, he almost vomited blood. If this became Li Er's catchphrase, then there would be no more, what do you think of Yuan Fang? It would be replaced by, what do you think of Marquis Yong'an? When he thought of this, Li Zixuan could not help but shudder. Old Li, please don't do this. Chapter 1248. I know that your Majesty is worried, but the appearance of Yanhuang Bank in Tang Yuan will definitely bring more benefits than harm to Tang. Your Majesty, please consider this carefully. Li Zixuan bowed and said in the Sweet Dew Hall. The bank in Tang Yuan, which had been around for more than half a month, were finally going to face the super test that they had to go through. If they passed, they would live. If they failed, they would die. Li Er asked calmly, oh? Then tell me, what benefits can this bank in Tang Yuan bring to Tang? Li Zixuan organized the words in his mind and slowly said, Your Majesty, first of all, Tang Yuan is lighter than copper coins. It is more convenient for merchants and commoners to trade, especially for large transactions. For example, buying a horse carriage. Nowadays, horse carriages are mostly priced at a few hundred strings of coins. A few hundred strings of coins would weigh at least 1,000 caddies. It would take at least 2 to 3 ox carts. If we use Tang Yuan to pay, we only need a few hundred Tang Yuan notes to easily complete the transaction. Regardless of whether it is the buyer or the seller, it saves a lot of time. As he spoke, Li Zixuan took out a 100 Tang Yuan banknote. Li Er had Zhao Song present the banknote to him, and after examining it carefully, he said, just as Xian Ling said, your Tang Yuan is very exquisite. We already have some understanding of what you just said, but we can't abandon copper coins and use Tang Yuan just because it's more convenient than copper coins. If it causes unrest in the country, you will not be able to bear the responsibility, and neither can I. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty is right. This Tang Yuan can indeed cause unrest in the country. It is definitely right to be cautious. Li Er frowned and said unhappily, You were just saying how good Tang Yuan is. Why are you saying this now? Your Majesty, the reason why Tang Yuan can cause unrest in the country is because it is too easy to use and has too many advantages. If you want to talk about Tang Yuan's disadvantages, you have to start from its advantages. Li Zixuan smiled and continued, apart from what I said just now, the second advantage of Tang Yuan is that it is extremely safe to carry around and can make up for the lack of money. Our Tang Empire currently produces about 3 million caddies of copper annually. Even if we use all of it to make copper coins, we can only make about 600,000 strings of coins. Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, he had cooperated with the civil and military officials to vigorously develop the people's livelihood. The 600,000 strings of coins per year might have been enough a few years ago, but since last year, the people's copper coins had been stretched to the limit. And as time went on, with the development of production in the provinces and counties of the Tang Empire and the acceleration of the circulation of goods, the speed of copper coins casting would gradually fall behind the people's needs for copper coins. When that time comes, there will be a shortage of money coins. How will the imperial court deal with it? Must we restrict the production? Of course not, it will hinder the Tang. If there is a bank in Tang Yuan, and the imperial court enforces a rule that Tang Yuan can completely replace the copper coins, then there will be no shortage of money. Li Zixuan's words had indeed poked at a sore spot in his heart. He knew his own situation. The Tang Empire's annual coinage was actually less than the 600,000 strings of coins mentioned by Li Zixuan. Furthermore, it was undeniable that ever since the world was at peace, the people's agricultural production had recovered very quickly. The speed at which the Tang Empire's copper coins were increasing could not keep up with the people's demand for copper coins. If this continued, the imperial court would really have no way to deal with it. When that time came, could the imperial court suppress the value of all commodities? For example, if a bushel of rice was suppressed to 2 copper coins, the people's demand for copper coins would naturally decrease. But how could that be possible? At this time, commodities were already very, very cheap. They could not be suppressed any further. You mean that after Tang Yuan replaces the copper coins, we can use Tang Yuan to alleviate the shortage of money? Li Er frowned and asked. There was indeed a problem with the Tang Empire's current currency system, but he always felt that Tang Yuan would have hidden dangers and would not be reliable when using it. Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this is one of the disadvantages of Tang Yuan, and also where the hidden danger lies. Tang Yuan can solve the shortage of money and can quickly generate a large amount of wealth for the imperial court, but there is a huge risk behind it. Your Majesty is wise and has outstanding self-control, but can you guarantee that the future emperors will be like you? What if there are emperors in the future who are greedy for temporary profits and use Tang Yuan to deal with the imperial court's financial difficulties, causing the Tang Yuan flowing to the people to be much higher than what the people need? The people will feel that Tang Yuan is worthless and will frantically try to exchange Tang Yuan for copper coins. At that time, the new currency system established using Tang Yuan will quickly collapse. Furthermore, if it is not handled properly, the country will also collapse. Li Er was suddenly enlightened and finally understood what the problem in his heart was. He asked, Then what is the basis for the distribution of Tang Yuan? Li Zishuan replied, Currently, it is based on the amount of copper coins prepared by the bank. During the initial stages of the distribution of Tang Yuan, the bank must provide 100% or at least 80% of the reserves for the Tang Yuan. In other words, if the bank wants to issue 100,000 Tang Yuan, it must have a reserve of at least 80,000 strings of cash for the commoners and merchants to exchange for. To put it bluntly, Tang Yuan is just a proof of trust. Only when everyone believes that Tang Yuan can be exchanged for copper coins will they feel at ease using Tang Yuan. Furthermore, as the commoners and merchants' trust in Tang Yuan increases, the number of times they exchange for copper coins will obviously decrease. At that time, the reserve that the bank needs to provide can be reduced to 40 to 60%. At that time, although the Tang Empire can only produce 600,000 strings of cash every year, it can issue at least 1 million Tang Yuan. Li Er's eyes lit up. He finally smiled and said, That's not a bad idea. But from what we heard, in the future, won't the Tang Yuan issue be based on the amount of copper coins prepared by the bank? Li Zishuan replied, Of course not. This method of using copper coins as a guarantee to issue Tang Yuan is just the most basic method of the bank. When Tang Yuan is accepted by the majority, there will be no need to use copper coins as a guarantee. At that time, it will be using the reputation of the imperial court as a guarantee. The amount of Tang Yuan issued will be based on the value created by everyone in the Tang Empire every year. Thus, the bank must be in the hands of the imperial court. In modern society, there are 3 basic stages of currency issuance. First, gold and silver reserve system. Under the metal currency system, it was stipulated that the banknotes issued by the central bank must have 100% reserve, because the banknotes could be exchanged for gold and silver freely. Second, guarantee reserve system. After the non-cash credit currency system replaced the metal currency system, the central bank's currency issuance was guaranteed by securities, foreign exchange, and even other assets. This was also one of the reasons why the country placed great importance on foreign exchange reserves. Third, managed currency system. To prevent the central bank from issuing excessive banknotes, many countries used to issue a maximum amount of banknotes. In Li Zishuan's plan, Tang Yuan had to develop from the initial exchange currency to the credit currency system, and finally develop into an official currency issued by the country, completely replacing copper coins. After all, from his point of view, other than being used to make money, copper was still very useful in other aspects. Chapter 1249. Oh. You intend to hand over Tang Yuan and the bank to the imperial court? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan's financial wisdom made Li Er's eyes light up. However, Li Zishuan's last sentence shocked Li Er the most. He did not expect Li Zishuan to hand over the bank in Tang Yuan that he had painstakingly set up to the imperial court. Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the bank has the right to issue Tang Yuan. If it is not in the hands of the imperial court, how would it look? Although I can be a little reckless at times, I still know what is right and what is wrong. Li Er was stunned. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Ha! You have worked so hard for so long. I even heard that the bank has 100,000 strings of copper coins. Now, you are so generous that you are willing to hand over the bank to me?" Based on his understanding of Li Zishuan's character of never taking losses, he didn't believe that Li Zishuan would hand over Tang Yuan and the bank for free. Cough cough. Your Majesty. To be honest, the bank only has 60% of the shares that can be given to the imperial court. The rest has already been given out. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said with an embarrassed face. Oh. I knew that you would not be taken advantage of, right? Then tell me, who did you give the remaining 40% of shares to? Li Er narrowed his eyes and said with an indifferent expression. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, 5% of the shares were given to Duke Xiao. He gave 100,000 strings of copper coins to the bank as a deposit. 9% of the shares were given to a few wealthy merchants from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. They gave a total of 380,000 strings of copper coins and are willing to help the bank promote Tang Yuan in the various provinces and counties. I also intend to give Uncle Qin, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Niu, and Uncle Yuqi 8% of the shares. They will also contribute money and effort in the future. Although these people owned shares in the bank, they did not participate in the management of the bank. They only participated in the dividends. This subject would like to own 18% of the free shares of the bank. In the early stages, when everyone is unfamiliar with the operations of the bank in Tang Yuan, this subject can provide suggestions for the development of the bank and formulate the corresponding rules and regulations so that the bank can better serve the court and truly become the sharp sword of a strong country. In the future, when the bank has matured and there is a suitable person to replace me, I will take the initiative to withdraw from the management position of the bank. In fact, this private bank was basically equivalent to the central bank in his previous life. Li Zishuan had never thought of taking it for himself. He knew himself well enough to know that this thing was a hot potato. He couldn't take it, let alone eat it. The one who had absolute control over the bank had to be the royal family. As for him, he would be satisfied as long as he could follow behind them and get some scraps. Furthermore, he did not lack money nor status. The creation of the bank in Tang Yuan was more for the sake of the common good and not for personal gain. Using copper coins as currency was not conducive to circulation and would greatly affect the economic development of the Tang Empire. As a modern person, if he wanted the Tang Empire to become stronger in terms of economy, he had to promote the creation of paper money. In fact, if a transmigrator like him did not appear, according to official history, flying money would appear during the Tang Xianzong and Yuan He years. Some merchants set up associations in the main cities of the country and used flying money to replace copper coins as a tool of exchange. This reduced the demand for copper coins. Flying money was made of paper. Not only was it convenient to carry around, it was also safe. Other than being used by merchants, it was also approved by the government. The New Tang book recorded, Emperor Xianzong banned the use of copper coins. At that time, merchants came to the capital and entrusted the various Taoists with money to submit memorials to the court, as well as the various armies and envoys from the rich families. Using light clothing, they were accepted. When Li Er heard that Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Xiong and the rest also had shares in the bank, his expression did not change much. However, when he heard about the shares held by the merchants of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and Li Zishuan, he instantly frowned and could not help but say, Those merchants in your Chamber of Commerce, no matter how much they invest, you can only give them 5% of the shares at most. And you? At this point, Li Er paused and said, I know that in terms of the management of the bank and the distribution of Tang Yuan, no one knows more than you. I am also not a stingy person. As long as you can really get the bank on the right track and allow Tang Yuan to replace copper coins within the borders of the Tang Empire and completely solve the problem of lack of money without creating chaos for the imperial court, I will grant you 25% of the shares. Li Zishuan's face lit up with joy and said in surprise, "So, Your Majesty agrees to use the name of the imperial court to distribute Tang Yuan?" Li Er said in a deep voice, "Yes. The problem of lack of money that you mentioned previously does exist. And the bank and Tang Yuan are indeed a good way to solve the problem of lack of money. I wish to put the Yan Huang Bank under the Ministry of Revenue and let you have full authority to manage it. Strive to get the bank on the right track as soon as possible. Your Majesty is wise," Li Zishuan said excitedly. In this way, the Yan Huang Bank and Tang Yuan were finally in the right. In these 2 days, you will draw up a detailed report on the internal system and development plans of the Yan Huang Bank. When the time comes, I will discuss it with Fu Ji, Xian Ling, Xiao Yu and the rest. Li Er thought for a while and instructed. Changing the currency system of the Tang Empire was a big matter. No matter what, he had to discuss it with the important officials of the imperial court beforehand. Great, this was going to be a treasure again. When Li Zishuan heard this, he felt bitter in his heart. However, he replied, "As you wish." After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan directly returned to Yanhuang College. When Ma Zhou heard that he had returned, he hurried to his office. "Marquis. This year's Tang Empire FIFA ranking competition is about to begin. Now, many teams from the state and county have already arrived in Chang'an. How and where should we compete? We have to have a plan in advance," Ma Zhou said as he entered Li Zishuan's office. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. At this moment, he recalled that when football was first introduced last year, he had mentioned on Datang Daily that each state and county would select the 3 strongest teams to participate in the ranking competition in Chang'an in March this year. According to the results of the competition, a batch of League A and League B teams would be determined. From the end of August to May of the following year, each team would participate in the corresponding league according to their level. Counting the days, it would be March in another 10 days. No wonder he often saw many unfamiliar faces when he went to Chang'an recently. I almost forgot about this. Brother Ma, let me think about it carefully. I have been too busy recently. Li Zishuan patted his head and said with a vexed expression. Speaking of which, he had been busy with the national affairs of the Yan Huang Bank and Tang Yuan recently. How could he have the time to think about this? However, since he had already bragged about it back then, he had to make sure that he got back at them. The ranking competition was a must. Chapter 1250. So far, how many teams have reported to the FIFA? Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. Li Zishuan recalled the plan he made when the Tang Empire's FIFA was first established. For the past half a year, he had many things to do. The FIFA was completely managed by Ma Zhou and the bearded guest. He didn't ask about the details, so he could only ask Ma Zhou. Fortunately, Ma Zhou's temper was not bad. He smiled and replied, "Master Ho, last year, there were more than 100 states and counties, and more than 600 of them, that had reported to the FIFA. Our FIFA personnel have already been assigned to these states and counties. The remaining states and counties are expected to be fully staffed this year. This year, there will be more than 300 teams coming to Chang'an to participate in the ranking tournament. Even if there are 10 matches a day, it will take a month for all 300 teams to compete. So, Marquis, we have to prepare early." Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard that there were so many teams coming. In his previous life, he had never heard of so many teams in the country. However, he quickly recovered from his shock. In his previous life, football was the pain of all the people. But now, he was in the prosperous Tang Empire. Football for the descendants of the Yellow Emperor would be the first to start in the entire world. Furthermore, with his own leadership and arrangements, he did not believe that the Tang Empire would still be a weak country in football. He did not believe that the Han people's football would still be squashed on the ground by teams from small countries like South Korea and Japan. The glory of the Han people's football would be led and protected by him. He wanted to cultivate China into a big football country from now on and form a football culture from top to bottom. More than 1,000 years later, no matter how disappointing his descendants were, they would not be humiliated by teams from small countries like Japan. Inwardly encouraging himself, Li Zixuan suddenly felt that there was an additional responsibility on his shoulders. Initially, he had invented football to develop a sport for the students of the academy. However, now that he had made a big deal out of it, he might as well give the Chinese football a helping hand. After all, in his previous life, he was also infuriated by the national football team's incompetence. Brother Ma, first of all, we have to solve the problem of the competition venue. The academy's football field is definitely not enough. The ranking competition will be held on the 8th day of the 3rd month. There are still 20 or so days until now. In these 20 or so days, I plan to build 2 more soccer fields. One will be in Lantian County, and the other will be by the Ba River in Plum Village. I will get Xiaoning to push this matter as soon as possible. As for the schedule of the ranking tournament, it would use a single round system. Through drawing lots, the 300+ teams would be divided into 10 groups, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, S, F, and X. Within each group, each team would challenge the other teams in turn. If they won a match, they would get 3 points. If they drew a match, they would get 1 point. If they lost a match, they would get no points. After all the group matches were over, the top 5 teams in each group would enter the knockout stage. During the knockout stage, the 50 teams would be divided into 5 groups, A, B, C, D, and E, with 10 teams in each group. During the knockout stage, the champions and runners-up of each group would not meet, and teams from the same state or county would not fight against each other. The top 4 teams in each group would be directly promoted to the first division teams, and the rest would be promoted to the second division teams. Due to the special circumstances this year, the 21st division teams would need to complete the first division league in the next few months. The first division league would use a home and away system, with a total of 38 rounds. Similarly, a win would get 3 points, a draw would get 1 point, and a loss would get no points. Only the top 10 teams in the First Division League would be eligible to participate in the Champions League at the end of July and compete for the prize money. According to the original plans set by the FIFA, the First Division League would be held between August and May of the following year. The top 10 teams in the First Division League would be able to participate in the Champions League. The Champions League would be held at the end of July. However, since this was the first year of the official introduction of the Football League, there would need to be a ranking tournament first to determine the level of all the teams. Therefore, Li Zixuan planned to use 3 months to directly let the 21st Division teams play in Chang and remove them from the Champions League. After listening to Li Zixuan's explanation, Ma Zhou was a little confused by the detailed and complete plan of the competition system. He knew that Li Zixuan was smarter than him, but how could Li Zixuan come up with such a complete, strict, and detailed set of rules in such a short time for something as unorthodox as football? After pondering carefully in his mind for a long time, Ma Zhou asked, "Marquis, what are the home and away games?" Li Zixuan frowned and replied, "The general idea is that 2 teams have to play 2 games against each other. For example, the 2 teams of Qinzhou and Bingzhou need to play 1 game in Qinzhou and 1 game in Bingzhou respectively. This is the home and away games. However, time is short this year, so these 21st Division teams will stay in Chang and to determine the winner. The home and away games are just a formality." Ma Zhou nodded and asked again, "Marquis, if 2 teams have the same number of points in the league, how will the ranking be determined?" Li Zixuan secretly praised Ma Zhou in his heart. This Ma Zhou's thoughts were very meticulous. No wonder he could become the prime minister that Li Zixuan used the most in the future. In the home and away games in the league, if 2 teams have the same number of points, the ranking will be determined according to the goal difference between the 2 teams, which is the number of goals scored minus the number of goals conceded. If they are still the same, the ranking will be determined according to the total goal difference in the league. If they are still the same, the ranking will be determined according to the number of goals scored. In the single round system, the teams with the same number of points will enter a playoff. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and replied with a face full of praise. Ma Zhou nodded repeatedly as he listened. In the end, he cupped his hands and said, "Haha. In this way, there are almost no loopholes in the competition system." Marquise strategizing, "I admire you, admire you." This was not a deliberate flattery or flattery. Ma Zhou asked himself honestly. If he were in Ma Zhou's shoes, it would be impossible for him to come up with such an efficient and flawless competition system in such a short period of time. Li Zishuan waved his hand. He knew himself best. He had only borrowed from the football competition system in his previous life. There was nothing to brag about. "Brother Ma, since you understand the competition system of the league-level league and the league-level league, then I'll have to trouble you to get up as soon as possible in the next few days and come up with a detailed competition system so that the teams coming to Chang and can prepare as soon as possible. I'll ask Xiaoning to build the other 2 football stadiums as soon as possible." These 2 days, he still had to make a treasure for Li Zishuan and the big shots in the imperial court. The matter of Yanhuang Bank in Tangyuan could not be delayed. He could use this opportunity to hold a football competition in Chang, and to let the people in other provinces and counties know about Tangyuan in advance. "Good. I'll draft the competition system by tomorrow." Ma Zhou responded, and then took his leave. Chapter 1251. Compared to Li Zishuan's slow reaction, the people of Chang and city were more aware of the upcoming football league. 2 days ago, the people had noticed that there were obviously more foreigners in Chang than before. After a little inquiry, they knew the purpose of these people coming to Chang'an. Naturally, they thought of the league system announced to the public when the Tang Football Association was just established last year. Thus, countless football enthusiasts were boiling with excitement. Yes, football enthusiasts. In the past half a year since the introduction of football, its unique viewing value and unparalleled passion made every small-scale football game attract many people to watch. Moreover, in a football game, the teamwork between the teams, the tacit understanding between the players, the battle tactics between the 2 teams, the dazzling passing of the ball, and the fatal shots at crucial moments, all made people tighten their toes and feel their blood boil. Those who had personally watched a football game, regardless of the scale, as long as they were at the scene and felt the intense atmosphere, they would never forget it. The most exciting moment was of course the moment when the goal was scored. The cheers of the whole stadium, the state of the protagonist, at that moment, the whole stadium treated him as the focus, and he was the hero on the field. Cheers for the hero, pride for the hero. Salutations for the hero. The hero was the focus of the whole stadium. The excitement that the heroes could bring to people was more attractive than a football game. Because of this, although football had only appeared in Tang Empire for half a year, it had already attracted a large number of people who liked to play or watch football games. This was the charm of the #1 sport in modern times. Gold would shine no matter where it was, and something with charm would attract people regardless of the era. Therefore, when the people knew that a series of top football games would be held in Chang and city from next month onwards, they cheered loudly and spread the news. At this moment, they were only waiting for the Tang Empire Football Association to announce the specific date and schedule of the games. At this moment, the people realized that the Tang Empire Football Association was also such an important department. It was not insignificant. 2 days later, the Tang Empire Football Association's notice about the league in March finally appeared on Datong Daily. The originally lively Chang and city was completely boiling. Wow! According to the newspaper, doesn't that mean that we can watch football games for the next 3 to 4 months? Haha. That's great. We won't be bored for the next few months. In ancient times where entertainment was lacking, once football became popular, it was undoubtedly the best way to relieve boredom for those who were bored out of their minds. That's right. Let's hope that there are a few strong teams among them. That will be more exciting. There's nothing to say. If there really is a good team, this young master will buy it. Damn it, I formed a team last year, but they couldn't even enter the top 3 in Chang and city. Then, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the ranking competition next month. What bad luck. Ha ha ha. Young Master Chow, with those weak little bastards that you found, do you really think they can enter the top 3? I think they can't even beat my team. Scram. Let's see which team is the better team. Ha. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Last year, when football was just on the rise, many rich young masters in Chang and city and other provinces and counties had formed teams. It was not that they wanted to form teams to participate in the competition and win the prize money of the league. Most of them formed teams just for fun, or to compete with their friends on a daily basis. That was all. Compared to the people of modern times, the Tang people's passion for football was still quite high. At the very least, at this time, there were many more civilian teams than in modern times. Although the quality was still unknown, with a good start, after years of training and competition, there was naturally no need to worry too much about the overall football skills. Today, I've gathered all of you here because I have a very important matter to inform you. In a room in the workshop, Li Zishuan looked at the 6 members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce and said in a deep voice. Originally, there were 8 members, but as the Crown Prince, Li Qingxian must have been listening to politics in the morning. How would he have the time to come? As for Wang Renbiao, he was now the provincial governor of Qizhou, ruling over a region. Of course, Li Zishuan still left some shares for Wang Renbiao in the Flaming Yellow Bank this time. When he met Wang Renbiao in the future, he would give a portion of his shares to Wang Renbiao. Strictly speaking, Wang Renbiao was a friend worth making, and the Wang family led by Wang Yu was also a good power to make friends with. Marquis, please speak. We're all ears. Chao Wendong and the rest clasped their hands together. Li Zishuan nodded and said, 2 days ago, His Majesty summoned me to the palace to talk about the Flaming Yellow Bank and the Tang Yuan. During this time, I've already convinced His Majesty to issue the Tang Yuan in the name of the Imperial Court and use the Tang Yuan to gradually replace the copper coins. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. This was because they all had shares in the Flaming Yellow Bank. If the Tang Yuan could be given credibility to the Imperial Court, then wouldn't it be just a matter of time before the Tang Yuan became the mainstream currency in the Tang dynasty? At that time, wouldn't they, the original shareholders of the Flaming Yellow Bank, be lying on the ground and counting money? Furthermore, if the Flaming Yellow Bank became a national bank, their social status would also rise along with it. Thank you, Marquis, for your grace. After the excitement, Chao Wendong and the rest clasped their hands together to express their gratitude. Li Zishuan waved his hands and interrupted, "Don't celebrate too early. His Majesty said that the Flaming Yellow Bank controls the economic lifeline of the Tang dynasty. This is a serious matter, so the Flaming Yellow Bank must be controlled by the Imperial Court in the future. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere too much. The 9% shares that I promised you at the beginning will definitely not be given to you." Hearing this, the faces of the few people darkened. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. There was indeed no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Marquis, if the Imperial Court is in charge of issuing the Tang Yuan in the future, the Flaming Yellow Bank will indeed be a national treasure. The few of us are just merchants and have no right to participate in it. I understand Marquis's difficulties. After a moment of silence, Feng Zhihua stood up and clasped his hands together. The rest also hurriedly expressed their understanding. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Haha. I can't give you the 9% shares, but His Majesty is still willing to give you 5% shares on account of your huge investment in the Flaming Yellow Bank. When the time comes, you can divide this 5% shares according to the amount of copper coins that each of you has contributed. However, there is one point. You will only have the right to dividends and cannot interfere with the operations and management of the bank." Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, all 12 pairs of eyes turned to Li Zishuan in unison. Everyone's breathing quickened, and all of them were so agitated that their necks turned red. After all, they had thought that they had nothing to do with the bank anymore. Li Zishuan's words had undoubtedly brought them back from the brink of death. Although the shares that each of them received had decreased, with the Imperial Court's participation, the quality of the shares had increased. Even if they were only given 1%, they would definitely earn more than before, let alone 5%. Thank you, Marquis, for putting in a good word for us in front of His Majesty. We will definitely be at Marquis's beck and call in the future and serve him faithfully. Chapter 1252. Under the push of Li Zishuan, Yanhuang Bank started to gradually implement public ownership. This was a process that Yanhuang Bank had to go through if it wanted to survive in Tang Dynasty for a long time. Although the first batch of people who invested in Yanhuang Bank received less shares, their benefits were not reduced at all. In these 2 days, other than being busy writing the development plan of the bank, Li Zishuan also took the time to make a trip to Chang'an City to meet Zhangsun Wuji. The old cunning fox had obviously guessed that the Yanhuang Bank would eventually belong to the imperial court. He wasn't surprised at all when he heard the news from Li Zishuan. The old fox was very loyal this time. He promised to help promote Yanhuang Bank to establish itself in Tang Dynasty. This was not only for Li Zishuan, but also for the benefit of the Zhangsun family. Other than Zhangsun Wuji's family, Li Zishuan also went to Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Niu Jinda's families. Each family gave 2% of Yanhuang Bank's shares. Of course, the 4 families added together gave a total of 200,000 strings of cash to expand Yanhuang Bank's capital. The reason why he did not give it to Li Zishuan was because the current Tang Dynasty's war god was so low-key that he wanted everyone to forget about him. Even if Li Zishuan gave him shares of Yanhuang Bank, why would he want it? Therefore, the Yanhuang Bank was now a true superpower, with assets reaching nearly 700,000 strings of cash. It basically had the appearance of Tang Dynasty's biggest bank. Marquis. I heard that there will be a top-level football tournament on the 8th of March. I wonder if it is possible to advertise on the field like in the newspaper. Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. After knowing that the Yanhuang Bank was about to become a state-owned bank, everyone excitedly expressed their loyalty. Lin Wenyuan then thought of the football match next month and suddenly had an idea and asked, "What's the matter?" After working with Li Zishuan for so long, these members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce already knew that the slogans in the newspaper for other shops were advertisements. Hearing his words, the rest of the people's eyes lit up, and they all looked eagerly at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan did not expect that someone would think of this. He could not help but look at Lin Wenyuan with admiration. "Boss Lin, you have good taste." He actually saw a business opportunity in football. In fact, this football competition was an excellent opportunity for businessmen or shops who wanted to make a name for themselves. Our football field is very big, so we can put up advertisements for many shops around it. If the businessmen want their shops to be seen by everyone on the football field, they have to pay a sum of money. I call this money advertising fee. The advertising fees can be used to support the continuation of this kind of high bounty competition. Chao Wendong cupped his fists and smiled. Marquis is wise. How much would the advertising fee be? This Chao wishes to make use of the opportunity of this ranking tournament to introduce the Chao clan's appraisal hall to our friends in the various provinces and counties. This way, when this Chao opens branches in other provinces and counties in the future, it will save us a lot of trouble. Yeah. Marquis. This Lin also wishes to let Qinya Zhai show its face in next month's ranking tournament. As soon as Chao Wendong finished speaking, everyone rushed to chime in. Li Zishuan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table for a moment, then said, "As the earliest followers of this marquis, you will naturally be given preferential treatment in this aspect. How about this? Each of you will pay 1,000 strings of cash, and for the next month, there will be advertisements for your shops on the football field. In a few days, I will inform all the wealthy businessmen in Chang'an City to come to the workshop to participate in the bidding for advertising spots in the ranking tournament. The starting bid will be 2,000 strings of cash, and there will only be 15 spots in total. Based on this calculation, just the advertising fee alone would allow them to earn more than 30,000 strings of cash in a single ranking tournament. In addition to the admission fee, they would basically not lose money. In the future, they would be able to turn football into an industry. Although he was rich and wanted to develop football, he would not foolishly use his own money to organize a free football match. Any sport that relied solely on interests and hobbies would never be able to become big and strong. Only industrialization could form a virtuous cycle. Thank you very much, Marquis. Everyone stood up happily and cupped their hands. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to thank me. Go back and find someone to make the promotional banner, then go directly to the Football Association to pay the money." Li Zishuan was thinking of ways to attract investment and get sponsorship for the Football Association. On the other hand, Yan Xiaoning was leading the craftsmen and workers to build the football field. Speaking of which, every time Li Zishuan assigned him a task, it was always the kind of work that was tight on time and heavy with tasks. It was the same for the construction of Yanhuang College. It was the same for the construction of the football field this time. In just over 20 days, they had to build 2 big football fields. If it were not for the recent construction of the dam and Faubert's hiring of many workers and craftsmen, Yan Xiaoning even wanted to quit directly. Tell everyone to hurry up. Before dark, all the bricks, stones, and cement must be in place. Yan Xiaoning had been at the construction site since yesterday. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back and urged the supervisor beside him. Yes. Commander Yan. In the construction team this time, many people had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. The supervisor beside Yan Xiaoning was also one of them. That was why he called Yan Xiaoning Commander Yan, because he was the chief commander of the entire construction team back then. Yan Xiaoning nodded. In his mind, he was calculating whether there was enough time. In general, although the time this time was much shorter than the previous time, the amount of work would also be much smaller. The main core of the 2 football fields was a big lawn. There was nothing to fiddle with. They just needed to get people to mow the lawn. The real trouble was the terrace stands around the lawn. That was the main work of the construction team. The only thing that made him happy was that the terrace stands were not like the internal building of Yanhuang College. They did not need to dig a very deep foundation, which could save a lot of time. Moreover, many people in the construction team had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. They were very experienced in building cement walls, which could save a lot of time. Therefore, in total, it was not impossible to finish in 20 days. As long as there were enough people and materials, there was still a chance. F***CK. Xiao Xian tricked me again this time. I'm going to have a hard time from now on. This guy really does do whatever he wants. I have to ask him for compensation later. After pondering for a long time, Yan Xiaoning shook his head bitterly and muttered to himself unhappily. He was really unlucky to have made such a bad friend. Chapter 1253. Due to the hurried construction of the football stadium, the construction of the dam on the Ba River had to be put on hold for more than 10 days. After all, the football stadium was under construction at the same time. If they were to build the dam at this time, there would be a serious shortage of manpower. Fortunately, even if it was delayed for 10 days, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The next morning, before the sun rose, Li Zishuan took a carriage and headed towards Chang'an City. In the carriage, there was also a stack of plans for the future development of Yanhuang Bank that Li Zishuan had written over the past few days. Although Li Er had verbally agreed to the bank to issue Tang Yuan and replace the copper coins, changing the currency of Tang Dynasty was a huge matter. No matter what, he had to obtain the consent of the majority of the officials. Therefore, he was here for the morning court. Yanhuang Bank was going to be tested by the civil and military officials in the morning court. Whether he could achieve great things depended on this. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he was only an engineering student. Although he would occasionally pay attention to the country's economic policies, or speculate in stocks, in terms of economic understanding, he could only be considered as a beginner. Fortunately, in this life, he had a strong mental strength and superhuman memory. Through these few days of bitter recollections, coupled with the current situation of Tang Dynasty, he finally completed a huge work on the development of an ancient bank. In the eyes of economists, his plan might have been weak, but in this era, it was absolutely epoch-making. If these plans could be carried out, the Great Tang would probably become an economic powerhouse in just a few years. When it came to small countries, one didn't even need to use force to conquer them. One only needed economic sanctions. After waiting outside Taiji Palace for a while, an attendant walked out and announced the start of the morning court. The civil and military officials entered the palace in order. Zhang Sun Wuji took a break from his busy schedule and nodded at Li Zishuan, indicating for him to rest assured. Ha! This old fellow, when it concerns his own interests, he is more concerned than anyone else. Li Zishuan criticized in his heart. Towards Zhang Sun Wuji, he had always held an attitude of not taking the initiative to get close to him, but also trying his best not to offend him. In his previous life, he had watched countless television dramas and transmigration novels from the Sui and Tang dynasty. He could only respect and distance himself from Zhang Sun Wuji. This was because the old fox's scheming characteristics had left a deep impression on him. After entering Taiji Palace and exchanging greetings, the morning court session officially began. The ministers began to report some trivial matters in Li Zishuan's eyes. Sometimes, he felt quite tired for Li Erxin. He had to manage such a big country and had to take care of everything and make decisions. He was like a nanny or a stay-at-home dad who had to take care of the country's daily needs at all times. If Li Zishuan was in his shoes, he would not be willing to be such an emperor. It was too tiring. He would rather be a carefree marquis. However, Fang Xuanling's report attracted Li Zishuan's attention. Your Majesty, the spring plowing of the provinces and counties has begun. However, this year's drought is worse than last year's. It will be very difficult for the people to farm, especially the provinces and counties in the northeast. The people there need the curved plows and cattle. I hope that Your Majesty can order the Ministry of Works to build more curved plows and distribute them along with the cattle. This will not affect the people's spring plowing. Last year, not only did Chang'an have little rain and snow, but other places also had little rain and snow. Due to the climate in the south, the land was still moist. However, the entire north had been dry for several months. Fang Xianling said that the drought was worse than last year's, and that was not an exaggeration at all. Li Er's face darkened. Xianling is right. Official Yan, the Ministry of Works should hurry up and build the curved plows for the provinces and counties. If the production capacity is not enough, we will borrow Marquis Yong An's workshop. Today, Li Zishuan's new workshop's production capacity had already surpassed that of the Ministry of Works. Sometimes, even Li Er had to rely on this workshop. Yan Lide stepped forward and bowed. This old subject obeys the decree. Li Er then looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Marquis Yong'an, do you have any objections? Li Zishuan also stepped forward and bowed. This subject naturally has no objections. The people's spring plowing affects the livelihood of millions of families. No matter how busy this subject's workshop is, it will definitely cooperate with the Ministry of Works to build the curved plows. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan's bulging sleeves and said loudly, I heard that Marquis Yong and has something important to report to me today? Quickly say it. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. What do you mean by I have something important to report to you? You were the one who urged me to come, all right? At such a crucial moment, you actually pretended that it was none of your business. Aren't you ashamed? Although he cursed in his heart, Li Zishuan still took this opportunity and bowed. This subject does indeed have something important to report to Your Majesty. Say it. Li Er replied with a Li Zishuan clasped his hands and took out a thick document from his sleeves. Raising it above his head, he said, This subject wishes to hand the Yan Huang Bank over to the Imperial Court to manage. I hope that Your Majesty can give the Yan Huang Bank the right to issue Tangyuan and use Tangyuan to gradually replace copper coins. This will completely solve the problem of the Great Tang's lack of money. This is the initial development plan for the Yan Huang Bank that this subject has drafted recently. Your Majesty, please take a look. The moment he said that, the entire hall fell silent. Although the officials did not know how much money the Yan Huang Bank had, they knew that the Yan Huang Bank definitely had a lot of money. Thus, when they heard that Li Zishuan wanted to hand the Yan Huang Bank over to the Imperial Court, the officials were first shocked. Then, they all looked at Li Zishuan. Oh, more accurately, they were looking at Li Zishuan, who was standing in front of him. They wanted to know what decision Li Er would make. This subject will take a look first. All of you can also give your opinions. Since the Marquis of Yong is here today, we can reply in person. Zhao Song stepped forward and took the book from Li Zishuan's hands and handed it to Li Er. Li Er lowered his head and said softly. Li Zishuan was stunned. He secretly scolded old Li for not being loyal. Did he want him to debate with the scholars alone? I can't do it. Furthermore, this wasn't how the script was written. Fang Xianling did not care what Li Zishuan was thinking. He was just stating the facts. He stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, this old subject has said before that the right to coin must be in the hands of the imperial court. Since the Marquis of Yong has handed the bank over to the imperial court, then the imperial court can use it to issue tang yuan and replace copper coins. However, since the Marquis of Yong has handed over the bank, the imperial court must compensate him accordingly. Fang Xianling did not have any prejudice against tang yuan. In the past, he only felt that the place of issuance should not be decided by the bank, but by the imperial court. Now that the Yan Huang Bank had become the asset of the imperial court, he naturally would not have any objections. Chapter 1254. We second the motion. Morning Court, Taiji Palace. After Fang Xianling took the lead to express his support for Tang Yuan and Yanhuang Bank, several other ministers followed suit, especially the generals led by Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin. For them, whether Tang used copper coins or Tang Yuan in the future, it didn't seem to have much impact. If Tang Yuan replaced copper coins, they would even find it more convenient. Every time the Tang army went on an expedition, although they brought most of their food and fodder, they would also bring some copper coins. On one hand, they might need to replenish supplies in the nearby counties on the way. On the other hand, it was to give food or rewards to the soldiers. If the scale of the expedition was relatively large, they would bring a lot of copper coins. Even if they used ox carts, they would have to pull many carts. Therefore, if Tang Yuan could become a recognized currency everywhere, it would be much easier for the army to carry the cart when they went to war. In addition to these, Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and the others were now shareholders of Yanhuang Bank. It was also very beneficial for them to promote the public of the bank and the monetization of Tang Yuan. Your Majesty, I think this matter shouldn't be rushed. Just when the discussion was one-sided, Du Ruhui stood up and bowed to Li Er. With a serious face, he said, Your Majesty, since the Qin and Han dynasties, all the dynasties have used copper coins. If the imperial court rashly uses Tang Yuan to replace copper coins, I'm afraid the people won't believe it. Because copper mines are hard to find and difficult to mine, our Tang Empire is currently facing a shortage of money. But it is precisely because of this shortage of money that our Tang Empire's food, cloth, and other things are so cheap. This Tang Yuan is printed on paper, so it is naturally not limited like copper coins. This is a scourge locked in a cage. If one day the printing of Tang Yuan is released, the price of food and cloth in our Tang Empire will soar rapidly. At that time, the people will not be able to eat and wear clothes. This is a sign of chaos. Your Majesty, please think twice before you act and be extremely cautious. While Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were scheming, Du Ruhui was decisive. But in terms of foresight, Du Ruhui's level of thinking and depth was something that few people in the court could match. As someone from the ancient era, he was actually able to predict that an overshoot of the currency would bring inflation to the Great Tang. Even Li Zishuan couldn't help but admire his foresight. As soon as Du Ruhui finished speaking, many of the officials in the civil officials' camp seemed to have woken up from a dream. Their faces were solemn. Obviously, they also felt that Du Ruhui's words were reasonable. Your Majesty, Lai Gong is right. We must be cautious about the matter between Tang Yuan and the bank. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to imitate Tang Yuan, if a skilled craftsman were to be able to do so, the imperial court would suffer a huge loss. Du Ruhui's title was Duke Lai, a middle-aged official wearing a blue court robe walked out from the group of civil officials and cupped his fists. "Who is this person? Why do you look so unfamiliar?" Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. "Yes. Li Zishuan, do you agree with Du Ruhui's and Physician Yan's opinions?" Li Er raised his head and asked Li Zishuan. "Physician Yan." Old Li probably knew that Li Zishuan didn't recognize this middle-aged official and purposely mentioned his surname and official position. Speaking of which, if not for Du Ruhui personally leading the way, Li Er would still be immersed in Li Zishuan's development plan for the Yanhuang Bank. It wasn't that the plan was brilliant, but that many of the ideas in it were very attractive. If not for the fact that this wasn't the right place, Old Li would have already slapped the table and cheered. Li Zishuan bowed slightly and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, Lai Gong's words just now can be said to be far-sighted. This subject is truly impressed. However, Lai Gong's and Physician Yan's worries aren't without a solution. First, regarding Lai Gong's worry that the bank will print too many Tang Yuan, there is no need for any of you to worry about this. This is because for now, every Tang Yuan printed by the Yanhuang Bank will be matched with a copper coin of the corresponding value. There will definitely not be any more than that. Secondly, in the future, when Tang Yuan completely replaces the copper coins, the amount of money that the bank needs to print will be determined by how much money Tang needs. When that time comes, the bank will set up a statistical department to calculate the number of Tang Yuan that needs to be printed every year. The results will be personally decided by His Majesty. As for the problem that Physician Yan mentioned about Tang Yuan being copied, there is no need to worry about that. Firstly, the printing of Tang Yuan uses many anti-counterfeiting methods. The paper, patterns, serial numbers, seals, hidden lines, etc. These are all unique. Secondly, Physician Yan said that Tang Yuan can be copied, but is it impossible for copper coins to be copied? The middle-aged official glared at him and said, "Who dares?" The design of the copper coins was personally decided by the Emperor Emeritus. If anyone were to copy them, they would undoubtedly die. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "That's right. However, has Physician Yan ever considered that when Tang Yuan becomes the currency of His Majesty, if anyone were to copy it, they would also die?" That middle-aged official was stunned. Obviously, he had neglected this extremely important point. Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan clasped his hands towards Li Er and continued, "If His Majesty decides to use Tang Yuan as the currency, then I suggest that His Majesty devise torture methods to severely punish those who copy Tang Yuan. At the same time, the paper used to print Tang Yuan must be strictly prohibited from being sold privately by commoners and merchants. Violators will also be severely punished. With so many factors, I believe that the difficulty of copying Tang Yuan will definitely be much higher than copying copper coins." Li Er nodded and said, "Marquis Yong An's words are not without reason. Does anyone have any objections?" Du Ruhui shook his head and retreated. Zhang Sun Wuji finally came forward and gave the final word. "Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan are definitely beneficial to the country and the people. Although there are some flaws, the flaws do not obscure the jade. I believe that the promotion of Tang Yuan is imperative." As the head of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji's words carried a lot of weight. After hearing what he said, no one else stood out to object. "I agree." Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Things were progressing smoothly. Speaking of which, he had prepared a lot of lines that he had yet to say. With the situation settled, Li Er raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Since no one has any objections, then from today onwards, Yanhuang Bank will belong to the Imperial Court and will be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue. Starting from Chang'an, all merchants, restaurants, tea-houses and other places that have transactions are not allowed to refuse to use Tang Yuan as payment. Violators will be severely punished. Yanhuang Bank's official office will be located at Vermilion Bird Avenue. Marquis Yong and will temporarily be in charge of all matters of the bank. Those who have previously invested money in Yanhuang Bank will be able to obtain a certain percentage of the bank's dividends every year as compensation." Chapter 1255. Uncle Cheng, who is that Dr. Yen from the Morning Court? Why do I not recognize him? After the morning court, Li Zixuan whispered to Qing Yaojin outside the palace. Haha. It's normal that you don't know him. That person is called Yan Xiangshi. He was originally one of the 18 scholars of the King of Qin's residence. He was just promoted by His Majesty a few days ago. He's almost on the same side as that old fogey Wei Xuanqing. Oh, right, you don't know him, but you definitely know his father. Li Zixuan asked curiously, I know his father? Uncle Cheng, are you talking about Mr. Yen? Among the people he knew, the only one with the surname Yen was Yen Silu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. Yen Silu had never mentioned that he had a son in front of him. Qing Yaojin nodded with a smile and said, Haha. That's right. Yan Xiangshi is Yen Silu's eldest son. Sigh, the Yen family has really produced talents for generations. I, old Cheng, am so envious. Although his Qing family now had both power and money, especially after Li Zixuan started to lead the four families to make money together, the Qing family didn't lack money to spend. However, old Qing still felt that there was a flaw in this otherwise perfect situation. That was that the Qing family lacked talents. Unlike Yen Silu's family, where all three generations were promising. Haha. Uncle Cheng, what are you saying? Chumo's future prospects will definitely not disappoint you. Li Zixuan put in a good word for his good brother. Qing Yaojin spat on the side of the road without caring about his image and said unhappily, Nonsense. What kind of future can that kid have? But now, with your help, the Qing family has obtained the shares of the Yan Huang Bank. Every year, they can get a lot of money. Even if Chumo and Chuliang don't have any future prospects, with this iron rice bowl, they won't starve to death. Our four families are all thanks to you. Anyone could see that the Yan Huang Bank was definitely an awesome department that would never lose money. It was not an exaggeration to call it an iron rice bowl. Uncle Cheng is too polite. Little nephew once said that the Cheng and Li families are no longer separated. Li Zixuan said with a smile. Qing Yaojin patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed loudly. Good. 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 Ha ha ha. Cho Ox didn't recognize the wrong brother, and I, old Cheng, also didn't misjudge him. 2 days later. Recently, more and more teams had poured into Chang and City, making the world's largest metropolis more and more lively. However, today, the commoners suddenly discovered that there was a newly decorated official residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue. On top of it hung a plaque with the words, Great Tang Yan Huang Bank. After seeing the words on the signboard, the commoners who had previously rushed to Lantian County to purchase bicycles immediately exclaimed in surprise. Yo! Great Tang Yan Huang Bank? Was it the manor that Marquis built in Lantian County? The names are all the same. It's really possible, but shouldn't this bank be in Lantian County? Why did he come to Chang'an? Could it be that Marquis is planning to build a bank in Chang'an? Those who had used Tang Yuan before would be moved by its unique portability. Previously, when they were rushing to buy bicycles in Lantian County, many people secretly fantasized about when Chang and City would have a Yanhuang Bank like Lantian County. Who would have thought that in just a few days, their fantasies would come true? Are you stupid? Even if Marquis wants to open a bank in Chang and City, he should open it in the East and West cities. Why would he be at Vermilion Bird Avenue? A smart person felt that something was wrong and immediately retorted. Vermilion Bird Avenue was a street that was close to the Imperial City. Many of the official residences of the Imperial Court were located here. Therefore, this street contained deep political meaning. How could a small shop be placed here? Then what is the meaning of this bank? Hey! You ask me, but who should I ask? Just wait, I believe there will be some news about this in today's Datang Daily. Of course, most of them were looking forward to Li Zixuan opening a bank in Chang and City. This was because Tang Yuan was more convenient to use than copper coins. That was an indisputable fact. Newspapers are being sold. Newspapers are being sold. The freshly printed Datang Daily. His Majesty has decided to open a bank and use Tang Yuan. The latest issue of Datong Daily was sold on time at 7:45 a.m. The staff at the kiosk and the children selling newspapers on the streets shouted loudly. What? His Majesty wants to open a bank? Quick, quick, quick. Kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. On the 23rd of February in the first year of Zhongguan, the Emperor of Tang Empire decreed that all merchants, restaurants, teahouses, and other places that do business must not refuse to use Tang Yuan for payment. Violators will be punished with immediate effect. Hiss. So this is what the bank on Vermilion Bird Avenue is all about. That's great. I don't have to carry copper coins when I buy things in the future. Haha. What's a bank? What's Tang Yuan? Haha. You haven't been to Lantian County in the past few days, right? Look. This Tang Yuan looks like this. Doesn't it look good? It does look good. But it's just a piece of paper. Wouldn't it be easy for others to fake it? Hey. Of course not. The real Tang Yuan, if you face the light, you'll be able to see the words hidden inside. Take a look if you don't believe me. Hiss. There really are words. How magical. How can something made by the Marquis of Yong and not be magical? Just nice. Today's Datong Daily has a news article that teaches people how to identify the real Tang Yuan. Take a good look. Other than announcing Li Er's decision in the imperial court yesterday, Li Zishuan also thoughtfully ordered someone to write a tutorial on how to identify the real Tang Yuan in today's Datong Daily. As the saying goes, with the tutorial in hand, the world is mine. By then, even if there was a fearless fake Tang Yuan, it would be difficult to fool anyone. All the shopkeepers in Cheng and City began to act. They ordered their waiters and accountants to learn how to identify Tang Yuan as soon as possible. Apart from that, the merchants and commoners also brought their copper coins to the Yanhuang Bank to exchange for Tang Yuan. After all, this thing was light and didn't take up much space. Who wouldn't like it? In the end, the credibility of the imperial court was still the most effective. At this time, no one doubted whether Tang Yuan had any value or whether he could be exchanged for copper coins of equivalent value. This was because they believed that the great Emperor Li Er wouldn't lie to them. Even the football teams and merchants from other places couldn't help but want to exchange all their copper coins for Tang Yuan after seeing the news on Datong Daily. Therefore, the Yanhuang Bank in Cheng and City was destined to be overcrowded when it opened for the first time. Chapter 1256. Hey. Boss, this Tang Yuan is quite good looking. And it's convenient to use. The capital is indeed the capital. It's much more prosperous than Jiangnan. In the east of Cheng and City, in a luxurious mansion, a young man in tight clothes said excitedly as he held the Tang Yuan he had just exchanged from the bank. Judging from his words, this group of people should be from Jiangnan. The old man in luxurious clothes opposite the young man had a reserved aura. Judging from his mannerisms, he was definitely someone who had been in a high position for a long time. However, he didn't put on airs in front of the young man. He smiled gently and said, "Actually, Cheng and City didn't have so many new tricks 2 years ago. It was only since last year that these things started to appear. Qiming, you guys have to practice hard. If our Wind Thunder team can be promoted to a Division 2 team, everyone will be rewarded with 50 strings of coins. If we can be promoted to a Division 1 team, everyone will be rewarded with 100 strings of coins. We'll let you guys have fun in Cheng and City." It turned out that this was a team from Jiangnan. Speaking of which, teams in this era weren't as formal as modern teams. There were club presidents, club managers, team coaches, and so on. Teams in this era usually only had one person who set up the team and 11 players. Many teams didn't even have substitutes. The players usually called the founder of the team boss. Overall, it was very different from modern football teams. Recently, hundreds of teams had flocked to Cheng and City. The boss and the players of the teams usually stayed in the inns in Cheng and City. However, this team was actually staying in such a luxurious mansion. It could be seen that the old man's wealth or status was definitely extraordinary. Hee hee. Thank you, boss. But don't worry, boss. According to what I know, our Wind Thunder team's strength in the entire South is definitely in the top 10, if not the top 3. During the drawing of lots, unless we're extremely unlucky and are placed in the same group as all the strong teams, we'll definitely have a chance to advance to the knockout round. In the knockout round, we'll at least get a spot in a Division 2 team. If we work harder, a Division 1 team will be within reach. A young man beside the old man laughed and said, haha. Sun Qiming, play well. If you play well, not only will my father reward you, but I'll also reward you handsomely. If you don't play well, Qianjun, don't talk nonsense. Then, he looked at the young man named Sun Qiming and said with a smile, Qiming, you don't have to worry about anything. Just do your best. My Jiangnansjing clan is not a cold-blooded clan that doesn't care about feelings. Sun Qiming cupped his fists and said, thank you, boss. Qiming and our brothers will serve the Zheng family to the death. Yes. Go. The old man waved his hand and smiled. On the first day that Tang Yuan was online, the exchange volume was extremely high. The local citizens of Chang and were especially active in exchanging. The teams and businessmen from other places felt that they were weaker than the others when they went out to eat or drink, and they had to carry a heavy bag of copper coins when they saw other people paying with just a few pieces of paper. In less than 2 days, they were all swayed and exchanged a portion of their copper coins for Tang Yuan. This Tang Yuan craze quickly spread to the counties near Chang and city. Lantian County was the first county to announce that all businesses in the county would support Tang Yuan settlement. Xinfen County followed closely behind and announced that they could use Tang Yuan. The remaining counties followed suit. Within 3 days, the 22 counties under the jurisdiction of the imperial government had all completed the process of popularizing Tang Yuan. At the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank, they were also intensively expanding. First, Li Zishuan requested Xiao Yu to mobilize 72 officials who were proficient in the new mathematics from the Ministry of Revenue to strengthen the grassroots cadres of the Yanhuang Bank. After that, he set up branches of the Yanhuang Bank in the counties that had announced their support for Tang Yuan settlement. The 22 counties all started a recruitment frenzy. In a short period of time, those who knew how to keep accounts, especially those who knew the new mathematics, all became hot commodities and were recruited into the branches of the bank. After some training, they were officially on the job. Your Highness, according to what I know, the expansion of the Yanhuang Bank is too fast these days. I estimate that the Tang Yuan they exchange every day is worth hundreds of thousands of copper coins. In a courtyard of the Honglu Temple, Yoko Ono bowed and said. On the table in front of the big brother on the mountain back, there was a small pile of Tang Yuan of different denominations. At this moment, he was holding a 100 yuan note and looking at it carefully. Hearing this, he sighed and said, too smart. This Tang Yuan was truly too ingenious. The paper, the pattern, the color, the feel, and the anti-counterfeiting seal, all of them are heavenly workmanship. The technology that the Marquis of Yong'an's workshop has is too incredible. If only the Nation also had such an advanced workshop, how good would that be? Yoko Ono's eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism. He said loudly, I believe that Your Highness will definitely be able to let the Nation citizens live a good life like the Tang Empire in the future. When the time comes, the Nation will definitely have a workshop like the Marquis of Yong'an's. The big brother on the mountain back shook his head and said, if the Nation wants to be strong, they must learn from the Tang Empire's culture and technology. These Tang Yuan have the Tang Emperor personally vouching for them. Furthermore, they are of superior quality and are difficult for ordinary people to copy. Using them is many times more convenient than the Tang Empire's Kaiyuan Tongbao. Our Neon Nation will also start using Tang Yuan in the future. This time, when we return to our country, we will use a ship of Tang Yuan to go back. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, Neon also used the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty as their currency. Later, in the Nara period, around 708 AD, Neon began to issue the Heidong Kaibao, followed by the Wanyan Tongbao, Shingang Kaibao, Longping Yongbao, Fusho Shenbao, Qinghe Changbao, Changyan Tongbao, Raoi Shenbao, Jingguan Yongbao, Quanping Debao, and so on. In short, it was very chaotic. The people mainly used the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty. In addition, this Kaiyuan Tongbao was not released during Li Longji's Kaiyuan Golden Age. In the 4th year and 7th month of the Wuda era, Tang Gaozu Li Yuan issued an edict to abolish the 5-baht coin, and personally directed the production of Ouyang Sun to create a unified Kaiyuan Tongbao. The two words Kaiyuan referred to the founding of a country and the beginning of a new era. It had nothing to do with Li Longji's era name, Kaiyuan. Hi. Yoko Ono bowed and cupped her fists. If Li Zishuan, who was inspecting the construction site of the football field in Lantian County, knew about the decision of the big brother on the mountain back, he would definitely be overjoyed. After all, this was the first foreign exchange earned for the Tang dynasty after the release of Tang Yuan. In the future, Tang Yuan would face the whole world. Today, it was just a small step. Chapter 1257. Is there any response to the letter I sent to His Majesty? Inside the Honglu Temple. The big brother king turned around and looked out of the window as he asked. Yoko Ono replied, Your Highness, His Majesty has already sent a letter saying that he has already sent troops to escort 10 high-class Japanese beauties. They will arrive in Chang and in about half a month. Half a month. The big brother king frowned. After a while, he nodded and said, Half a month it is. Also, the hottest topic in Chang and recently, other than the banks and Tang Yuan, should be football, right? Go buy a batch of football and let the Japanese diplomatic corps learn to play. Recently, find a way to find some teams in Chang and let our diplomatic corps play a few matches with them. The Japanese must also participate in next year's Chang and League tournament. Yoko Ono was shocked and said, Your Highness, but the FIFA did not say that the Japanese can participate in the league tournament. The big brother king smiled confidently and said, That does not mean that it is not allowed. The Marquis of Yong'an is an extremely proud person. If we take the initiative to request to participate, as the Marquis of Tang, he will definitely not reject. If we can stand out in the competition and win the championship, we will definitely make everyone look at us in a different light. Yoko Ono did not understand and said, Your Highness, but if we do that, won't we offend the Marquis of Yong'an and even the Emperor of Tang? The big brother king shook his head and said, No. As long as we win in a clean and straightforward manner, the Emperor of Tang and the Marquis of Yong'an will not have any dissatisfaction. The people of Tang have always been gentle and open-minded. If they hate us because of a few matches, they will only lose the demeanor of a country. The Wan nation's current national strength is indeed inferior to the Tang Empire's, but we can't always be submissive to the Tang Empire. It's best if we can be stronger than the Tang Empire in some aspects. Only in this way will we not be looked down upon. Yoko Ono thought for a while but still could not understand. She could only say, Your Highness is wise. Your Highness is wise. What Li Zishuan did not expect was that the vigorous football craze in Chang would make the Crown Prince of Neon want to compete with the Tang Empire in football. This might be a knot that could not be avoided in his previous life and this life. There would be a battle between Han football and Neon football. Shouting, When will the stadium in Lantian County be completed? At this moment, Li Zishuan was inspecting the construction site of the football stadium in Lantian County. The football stadium was located in an open space in Wanning Square, south of the county seat of Lantian County. There were fewer residences here, and there were more open spaces. Because no one had cleaned it up for many years, the open space was already overgrown with weeds. However, as long as they cleaned it up a little, it would become a natural green field. It would also save them the trouble of transplanting the lawn. The football field by the murky river in Plum Village was also built in this way. The last time Li Zishuan was here, it was still overgrown with weeds. But today, the grass here was neatly tidied up. Basically, every blade of grass was less than the length of a pinky finger. It was perfect for playing football. About 10 days. Now that the embryonic form of the stairs around the stands has been completed, the next step is to get people to build the walls with cement. It's not difficult, as long as there are enough people. If it wasn't for County Magistrate He gathering all the citizens in the city to help, Xiao Xian, it would be very difficult for you to use this football field on the 8th of March. Yan Xiaoning sighed and said with a face full of vicissitudes. There was obviously a hidden complaint in that tone of his. Last year, when he first formed a team with Li Zixuan, he wanted to learn some awesome skills. But now, he did learn some awesome skills, but most of the time, he was a miserable engineer, constantly helping Li Zixuan build. Haha. You've worked hard, Xiaoning. But what you are doing now is a big thing that will leave your name in history. When the time comes, this football field will be engraved with your name. Think about it, even if thousands of years have passed and dynasties have changed, as long as this football field is still there, and there are teams playing here, people will still think of you first. How could Li Zixuan not hear the resentment in Yan Xiaoning's words? He laughed and patted Yan Xiaoning's shoulder. Then, he brought over a big bowl of chicken soup for the latter. Bah! Xiao Xian, don't try to fool me with this. Yan Xiaoning shook his shoulder, indicating that he didn't want to drink this bowl of chicken soup. Then he said, if you really feel bad, then don't give Wei Er those tricky problems in the future. Otherwise, she will still be torturing me in the end. Li Zixuan heard that, and his heart skipped a beat. He said happily, torturing you? How did Ink Girl torment you? Speaking of this, Yan Xiaoning's voice went up by an octave. A while ago, she came over every day to ask me some random questions. She said, what are electrons? Why do electric charges move? She also asked me to study the part of electricity in your physics textbook, which made me very troubled. Oh, right. A few days ago, she came over and asked me to help her grind the lens, saying that it was for Master Lu in the workshop. Not only did I grind the lens, but when I was grinding it, she also asked me some random questions. For example, why can't my eyes see clearly when I'm old? Why can I see clearly through the lens? So annoying. Facing Yan Xiaoning, who rarely showed childish emotions, Li Zixuan was stunned at first, then he coughed twice and said, ahem. Xiaoning. There is a kind of pain called pain and happiness. Why did Ink Girl not look for other people, but only you? It means that she values you and recognizes your knowledge and ability. You should be happy. Yan Xiaoning immediately stopped talking. He just stared at Li Zixuan, his face was expressionless. Just when Li Zixuan thought that this guy was moved by his words, Yan Xiaoning's face changed, and he angrily exploded, bullshit. Xiao Xian, UF** King tricked me again. Why not look for other people but look for me? Wei Er said that she always wanted to ask you those questions, but your whereabouts have always been uncertain, so it's hard for her to find you. That's why she came to me. Li Zixuan's face suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment. Before Yan Xiaoning made a move, he quickly ran away and said, ah. Haha. Xiaoning. I'm telling you, this woman's words can't be trusted. Don't believe her. What do you mean by my whereabouts are uncertain? Those are all excuses. Ink Girl definitely wanted to ask you those questions from the beginning. Well, I still have some things to do at the academy, so I'll leave first. No need to send me off. Hey. Wait. Yan Xiaoning wanted to chase after him, but when he said, wait, Li Zixuan had already disappeared. F***ck. Careless in making friends. Chapter 1258. February 26th. Li Zixuan had sent out invitations to all the wealthy businessmen in and around Chang and city to gather in the new workshop's office building. He was going to hold a bidding meeting for the football league next month. Li Zixuan naturally wouldn't host such an event personally. To a marquis like him, this was just a small event. He only showed his face at the start of the meeting before leaving the workshop to do his own things. Yanhuang Bank was now confirmed as the official currency issuing organization of Tang Dynasty. He had been busy moving the money printing department of the workshop to a secret place to secretly print Tang Yuan for Tang Dynasty in the future. As for the bidding meeting, he left it to Chao Wendong to host. He believed that Chao Wendong would be able to handle such a small event. Moreover, Chao Wendong was the #1 cloth merchant in the capital. He was quite famous within 100 miles of Chang'an. Friends, I am very happy to be able to attend the advertising auction today. On behalf of Marquis, I would like to extend my welcome to all of you. Chao Wendong was in a large meeting room in the workshop's office building. He was dressed in a dark red robe. He didn't lose his elegance and was quite likable. The businessmen in the audience quickly said, "Boss Chao, you're too kind. Marquis is giving us a chance to make a fortune. Who wouldn't want to come?" "That's right. Even if we have a few more chances like this, we won't complain about it." Haha. Chao Wendong was not only the #1 cloth merchant in the capital, but he was also one of the first members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. He was named the righteous merchant of the world by the emperor himself. He had a lot of glory. How would ordinary businessmen dare to put on airs in front of him? And wasn't Chao Wendong's wealth and status today all because of Li Zixuan? Therefore, when they heard that Li Zixuan had summoned them, these businessmen put down whatever they were doing and ran over without hesitation. Some of them even came over 2 days ago. Haha. Thank you for your support. Then this old man will first explain the meaning of today's advertising auction. Chao Wendong chuckled and gestured with his hand, then said, "Perhaps some friends still don't know what an advertisement is. Then, this old man will first briefly explain it. Everyone should have seen Datong Daily, right? In the middle of Datong Daily, some shops and restaurants would be promoted every week to increase their fame. This was called advertising. In the next month's ranking tournament, they could also place some advertising boards on the field. At that time, they could help to promote their shops, restaurants, and other things in front of the world. This was a great opportunity to become famous. I hope you won't miss this opportunity." Chao Wendong was right. This was a good opportunity to become famous. To businessmen like them, fame meant money. With fame, there would be customers and business partners who would come because of it. "Boss Chao, how can I advertise my shop on Marquee football field?" "Yes. Mr. Chao. How much does it cost? Can you just say it?" Football was the most talked about topic in recent months in Chang'an City and the surrounding counties. The businessmen had a keen sense of smell. How could they not notice the huge business opportunity hidden in this? So, when Chao Wendong finished speaking, the businessmen immediately asked impatiently. Chao Wendong was very satisfied with this kind of scene. He gestured with his hand and said calmly, "Friends, please don't be impatient. This time, Marquis originally only gave you 10 places. Later, under my pleading, Marquis showed mercy and gave you 5 more places. That means that among all of you, there are only 15 people who are qualified to advertise their shops on the football field in the next month." Since ancient times, people did not worry about scarcity but about uneven distribution. If everyone could get a place, these people naturally would not have any objections. But there were more than 100 people present, and Chao Wendong told them that there were only 15 places. How could that be? The businessmen all perked up and looked at the people around them vigilantly, especially their own peers. Peers were enemies. Think about it, if there were 2 clothing shops and one of them suddenly became popular, and their business improved, then the business of the other shop would be even worse. Chao Wendong nodded. This was the effect he wanted. If there was no competition, how could there be such a high price? "Mr. Chao, how much is a place?" "I'll buy it." "Yes." "How much?" "I'll buy one too." Chao Wendong smiled and said, "This auction will be divided into 15 rounds. Each round will release a place. The starting price is 2,000 strings of coins, and each increment must not be less than 10 strings of coins. The successful bidder has 3 days to pay up. Otherwise, not only will the place be voided, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce will also ban all future collaborations with them. So, when bidding, remember to act according to your ability. 2,000 strings of coins. When many people heard this, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. This price was indeed a little high. Among the people present, nearly 50% of them had a shop's annual net profit of less than 2,000 strings of coins. So, just this bidding threshold alone was enough to keep many people out. Chao Wendong smiled understandingly and said, "Everyone, don't think that 2,000 strings of coins is expensive. You have to know that there are people who want to advertise in Datong daily, and they need to spend tens to hundreds of strings of coins. But that's only once, which is a day's work. Moreover, some people don't even look at the advertisement column in the middle of the newspaper. But this time, our advertisement will last for a whole month, and it will be at the edge of the football field. People who watch the game will inevitably look at your advertisement board a few times. Moreover, the teams participating in the competition this time come from hundreds of different states and counties in the Tang dynasty. The shops and products advertised on your advertisement board will be brought to various places in the future. So, does everyone still think that 2,000 strings of coins is expensive?" As a businessman, the most important thing was eloquence. Chao Wendong's speech had moved everyone's hearts. "Not expensive. Not expensive. 2,000 strings of coins it is. Boss Chao, let's begin." "Yes, yes, yes. Let's begin." Chao Wendong nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's good. The first place for the advertisement board of the ranking league will begin the auction. Starting at 2,000 strings of coins. I bid 2,100 strings of coins. I bid 2,300 strings of coins. I bid 2,500 strings of coins." The atmosphere in the conference room quickly heated up. The bidding voices rose and fell. Of course, the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger, but Chao Wendong didn't care. The more heated the atmosphere, the more money he could sell, and the better it would be for him to report to Li Zishuan. Chapter 1259. Marquee, 15 spots sold for a total of 48,000 strings of cash. The highest price was 4,200 strings of cash, and the lowest was 2,300 strings of cash. In the afternoon, Chao Wendong came to Yunshan Courtyard and reported to Li Zishuan. "So much?" Li Zishuan was surprised. He thought that it would be good if the 15 spots could be sold for 30,000 strings of cash. At least, it would guarantee that the football matches would not be a loss. But he did not expect to sell for nearly 50,000 strings of cash. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Money was really easy to earn. Hee. I can only say that they have good taste. Marquise Football League was the focus of everyone's attention. With such an opportunity, of course they would try their best to seize it. Chao Wendong laughed. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Boss Chao, you're too humble. I'm sure you have a part to play in this. I'll remember it in my heart." He did not expect Chao Wendong to have such talent. Speaking of which, shouldn't the more awesome auctioneers in the auction house be beauties? After all, the charm of a beauty was great. But how could an old man like Chao Wendong have such great charm? Chao Wendong was flattered and said, "Marquis, you're exaggerating. Marquis, you're exaggerating." Jingguan's second year, March 2nd. The two football stadiums in Lantian County and Plum Village were built at the same time. These were two open-air football stadiums. In the snowy weather, the game naturally had to be postponed. But even in modern football stadiums, most of them were open-air. If one wanted to use glass to cover the roof, with modern technology, it would be very difficult. Of course, the cost would be astronomical. Moreover, there were many spectators in large football stadiums. First of all, air circulation had to be maintained. Secondly, during the game, everyone would shout loudly. How loud would tens of thousands of people shout at the same time? It was a little scary just thinking about it. If the stadium was completely enclosed, it would cause an echo. The whole stadium would become very chaotic, and even the people around you would not be able to hear clearly. If it was half enclosed, the sound would be transmitted through the roof and would not cause an echo. Therefore, Li Zishuan did not plan to build an enclosed football field now, nor in the future. At this point, there were a total of 3 soccer fields in Lantian County. The soccer field in Yanhuang College was called Soccer Field No. 1 by Li Zishuan. The one in Lantian County was called Soccer Field No. 2, and the one by the Ba River was called Soccer Field No. 3. There was no grand ribbon-cutting ceremony for the completion of the 2 football stadiums. There was only the orderly exit of countless craftsmen and workers, as well as the official sale of the tickets for the ranking league. It was worth mentioning that before this, the more than 300 teams that had come to Chang and to participate in the ranking league had all arrived and drawn lots. There were a total of 10 groups, with 32 teams in each group. There were a total of 160 matches in the group stage. The No. 2 and No. 3 football stadiums were put into use at the same time. It could be said that they were fighting on 2 fronts. There would be 4 matches per day in each football stadium, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. There would be a total of 20 days of competition to determine the top 50 teams. Then, there would be an elimination round. The reason why only 2 football stadiums were used was mainly because they were worried that if the teams played in Yanhuang College, it would affect the students' learning state. Li Gang had talked to Li Zishuan more than once about this problem. Li Zishuan had to give face to the old man. On the 3rd day of March, the Datang Daily spent an entire page introducing the schedule of the ranking league, including the list of teams, the time of matches, and the introduction of some famous teams. After the people bought the newspaper, they searched for news about their favorite teams. The Ferocious Tiger Team. This is the Ferocious Tiger Team formed by the king of Jiangxia. The team members are all former heroes in the army. They are very strong. I think the Ferocious Tiger Team will win this competition. The nobles of Tang were still the main force in forming a team. Although Li Zishuan was reluctant to let the nobles form a team to participate in the competition, he had no good ideas. However, in order to prevent ordinary business teams from deliberately playing fake matches to please the nobles, he had specially formulated an iron law. That was, once such fake matches were found, all the members of the 2 teams would be included in the blacklist of the Football Association. They would not be able to participate in the official competitions held by the Football Association of Tang for life. In this way, the boss of the team who intended to give a favor would have to think twice. If they were not found, they would be lucky. Once they were found, they would not be giving a favor, but a bomb. They would face the joint pursuit of the nobles and the Football Association of Tang. Didn't they say that Kung Fu is not allowed in this competition? The king's team is made up of soldiers. How can they play? Hey! What do you know? This competition does not allow the use of Kung Fu, but who said that soldiers must know Kung Fu? The king just picked some heroes who are stronger and faster. It's not a foul. The Football Association of Tang organized the Football Association of Tang, the League A, and the Championship League. They were all ordinary football competitions and not Kung Fu football. Under normal circumstances, before the competition, the players of both teams had to be personally checked by a martial arts expert who was at least at the grandmaster level. If the team members did not have true qi, it would be fine. Once they found out that you had true qi in your body, you would not be immediately removed from the field. However, you would enter the Football Association's focus list. Every match you played, there would be experts who would focus on you. Any action that was out of line would be regarded as a foul. Once a foul was committed, you would be sent off with a red card. At that time, your team would be in a disadvantageous situation of 10 versus 11. Therefore, for most of the bosses of the team, the ideal player was not a Kung Fu expert, but a young lad who did not have true qi but had a strong physique and quick reflexes. Oh. I see. But I have high hopes for Team Mountain Fire. It's the team that Boss Chow's son set up. Don't underestimate this team. Young Master Chow spent a lot of money to select all the players from all over the world. Previously, Team Mountain Fire and Team Ferocious Tiger played 2 matches and both won and lost. Their strength can be said to be on par. What? Team Mountain Fire is so powerful? They can even defeat the Ferocious Tiger team of the King of Jiangxia? Ha! How can it be fake? I have high hopes for Team Wind and Thunder. You have never been to the south, so you don't know the strength of Team Wind and Thunder. I have heard that Team Wind and Thunder is one of the top 5 teams in the entire south. Hiss. Top 5? Who is the boss of Team Wind and Thunder? They are so powerful. Hee hee. Team Wind and Thunder's boss is Jing Yinhong, the owner of Jiangnan's Misty Rain Villa. He gathered talents from more than 40 states and counties in Jiangnan for his own use. Of course, the team he formed is brave and powerful. Wow. Then I have high hopes for Team Wind and Thunder too. Let's see when Team Wind and Thunder's competition will be held. 10th of March. It will be held on 10th of March. Team Wind and Thunder is in Group A. On 10th of March, they will be playing against Team Qingyun in Jinzhou. It will be held in Lantian County's No. 2 football stadium. I want to watch it. I have been there before. Pfft. Do you think you can watch this competition whenever you want to? Did you see what is written on the newspaper? You need to buy tickets to watch the competition. The group stage tickets cost 200 coins and the knockout tickets cost 500 coins. 200 coins? Where can I buy it? I want to watch Team Ferocious Tiger's competition. Outside of No. 2 and No. 3 football stadium. The tickets will be sold at 9:45 a.m. today. Damn. Hurry up and line up. Let's go. Let's go together. Chapter 1260. A ticket cost 200 copper coins. It wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. To the rich, 200 copper coins was just the cost of a meal. It wasn't even enough for a meal. However, to the poor who couldn't even afford to eat, 200 copper coins could save their lives. It was enough for a family of 5 to eat rice for a month. But then again, for those who worked hard to make a living, even if you gave them a ticket for free, they wouldn't have the time to watch the competition. Therefore, those who were well off were the main force to watch the competition. At 8:45, the tickets for the second and third football stadiums started selling on time. At this time, the 2 football stadiums were surrounded by many commoners. Fortunately, the 2 football stadiums had more than 10 ticket sales windows open at the same time. This greatly increased the speed of selling tickets. I want 2 tickets for the Wind and Thunder team against Qingyun team on the 10th of March. The closer to the front, the better. Okay. A row of 7 seats and a row of 8 seats. Here you go. It's a total of 400 copper coins. You can use copper coins or tangyuan. Hey. Here. Here you go, 400 tangyuan. Buddy. Give my young master 2 tickets for each of the 160 group matches of the fixed rank league. Little brother, are you sure? Why? Are you worried that my young master can't afford it? Let me tell you. No. Little brother, you misunderstood. What I mean is that the 160 group matches will be held in 2 football stadiums at the same time. Even if your young master bought 160 tickets, he won't be able to watch them all. At most, he can only watch 80 matches. That's none of your business. My young master asked me to buy 160 matches. I have to buy 160 matches. Hurry up. I don't want the seats near the front. The seats in the middle will do. Okay. Please wait a moment. There's a total of 320 tickets. You need to pay 800 strings of coins. Here you go. Here's 800 tangyuan. Commoners with average family backgrounds only wanted to buy 1 or 2 tickets to their favorite teams to watch the live matches and satisfy their cravings. However, a considerable number of rich young masters would not even bother to choose. They would just buy a full set of tickets and go to whichever match they wanted to watch. As for wasting resources, they didn't care at all. In addition, the tickets for this tournament were printed by the workshop. Although the craftsmanship was not as exquisite as Tang Yuan's, it was not easy for ordinary people to copy. Most importantly, there were only a few days left before the start of the tournament. Li Zishuan did not believe that there would be an expert among the people who could print the original copy of the tickets in just a few days. If such a situation really happened, he would accept it. Yamacho. A total of 70% of the tickets for the first day of the group matches were sold today. It looks like the people are very passionate about football. In the afternoon, Ma Zhou came over to report with a face full of joy. Li Zishuan shook his head and sighed. Brother Ma, don't be happy too early. In this group competition, not all the teams are strong. After the initial novelty wears off, the weaker teams will take turns to fight. The citizens will feel bored and naturally won't come to watch every match. The two newly built football stadiums could accommodate 10,000 people at the same time. If a ticket was sold for 200 copper coins, if 10,000 tickets could be sold for one match, that would be 2,500 strings of coins. 160 matches would be 400,000 strings of coins. Of course, this was only an ideal situation. In the group competition, the good and the bad were mixed together. The strength of each team was uneven. When they played against each other, the viewing experience would naturally be worse. Correspondingly, it was impossible for every match to be full. For some of the more unpopular matches, it was already not bad if there was a 20% attendance rate. Li Zishuan estimated that the ticket income for the group competition would be around 150,000 strings of coins. Although it was far less than 400,000 strings of coins, it was still quite a large number. Li Zishuan even planned to increase the prize money for the First Division, Tang First Division, and the Champions League next year. Marquis is right. It looks like I'm still not as good as Marquis. Ma Zhou was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he understood the key point. He chuckled and said as he pinched his stubbled chin. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Haha. Brother Ma, don't make fun of me. Oh right, during the league competition, the Tong Daily needs to do a good job of reporting and publicity. It's best to send someone who knows football to record every match. After the match, they have to extract the exciting process of the match in time and publish it in the next day's newspaper. This way, more people who don't have the opportunity to watch the match live will be able to understand the situation immediately." Ma Zhou's eyes lit up. He immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "Great. Great. Great." In this way, not only will it add a hot topic for Datong Daily, but it will also let more people pay attention to the football league. Marquis move can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's more appropriate to say that they complement each other." Haha. Yes, yes, yes. The football league and Datong Daily complement each other. Sir. I want to leave for Zhengzhou tomorrow. After Ma Zhou left, Little Fishy, who had not shown up for a long time, came to Yunshan. She found Li Zishuan and said directly. Li Zishuan was stunned and then shocked. He quickly raised his head and asked puzzledly, "Little Fishy, why do you suddenly want to go to Zhengzhou?" He originally wanted to ask Little Fishy if she had found clues about her parents in Zhengzhou, but then he felt that it was a bit too abrupt to ask. If he misunderstood, wouldn't he be reminding Little Fishy of the past for no reason? Little Fishy bit her thin lips. She was probably struggling in her heart. After a while, she took a deep breath and seemed to have finally made a decision. Yamacho. Wei Zhuqing went south to Hunan province at the beginning of the year to rectify the illegal activities of the local officials. A few days ago, Little Fishy heard from the traveling merchants who came to Cheng and from the south that the officialdom in Hunan province has been in chaos in the past month. Thieves are everywhere. Little Fishy wants to go to Zhengzhou personally to see if there are corrupt officials who want to harm Wei Zhuqing in order to avoid being investigated. Is there such a thing? Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard this. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Since that's the case, then you can't go to Zhengzhou even more. You're a little girl, and you're going to such a dangerous place alone. If something happens to you, how can I be at ease? Besides, Hunan province is in chaos. This matter should be handled by the imperial court. What does it have to do with you? Even if you go, you can't change the situation, and you can't save Wei Wucheng from danger. Chapter 1261. Sir. I'm a reporter. I'm a reporter from Datong Daily. I'm a reporter from Datong Daily that you personally appointed back then. Only by going to the scene and witnessing it with my own eyes can the news have vitality and not be wrong. This is the responsibility of a reporter. That's what you told me back then. Yunshan Villa. Although Li Zishuan's words were reasonable, little Fishy was not swayed at all. She looked at Li Zishuan firmly and said word by word. At that moment, Li Zishuan's heart was slightly touched. It was hard to imagine that the person who stood in front of him and said these words was only a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Although the ancient people matured early, it was rare for someone to have such awareness at this age. That's right. I did say that to you before. Li Zishuan avoided little Fishy's persistent gaze and turned around. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "But if the rumors are true and Hunan's circuit is in chaos, I won't let you take the risk alone. If you lose your life, how can you talk about responsibility and responsibility?" Little Fishy said with a sincere face, "Sir. I have to go. Right now, more than half of the officials in Hunan's circuit want to kill Wei Wucheng. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. Although Wei Wucheng has the imperial edict, it's hard for him to do anything alone. If things go wrong, his life might be in danger. And in the dark, it's easy to breed corruption and evil. Some people cover the sky in Hunan's circuit and the court is far away. The bad things he does probably won't spread out of Hunan's circuit. In this way, he'll be even more unscrupulous. So, sir, little Fishy wants to be the light and bring a ray of light to the people of Hunan's circuit. I want to find out the truth and use Datong Daily to make those corrupt officials hesitate. Let the people of Tang Dynasty see the true colors of those corrupt officials. But, sir, no buts. Last year, little Fishy came to Chang'an from Yuezhou alone. Why can't I go to Zhengzhou from Chang'an today? I have my own way of surviving, so I won't have any accidents along the way. In the past year in Chang'an, although you and I are not related, you have taken good care of me. You are like Fishy's brother, but more like a teacher. Without your support and care, Fishy would still be a beggar on the streets of Chang'an City. Therefore, little Fishy is grateful to you from the bottom of her heart. Thank you for taking care of me, and thank you for letting me come into contact with such an interesting and meaningful job as a reporter. Little Fishy wants to do something for you, and also something for herself. Left Prime Minister Wei is honest and upright, abhors evil as if it were an enemy, and dares to speak frankly for the people. He is a rare good official in our great Tang. Little Yu does not want him to be harmed by evil people, so little Yu must go on this trip to Zhengzhou. After saying that, little Fishy knelt on the ground and solemnly kowtowed to Li Zishuan for a long time. Why did he say 1.5? This was because Li Zishuan had already reacted and pulled her up from the ground when she knocked on the second head. Little girl, what are you doing? Get up quickly. After Li Zishuan lifted little Fishy up from the ground, he said with a serious expression, I don't need a reason to be nice to others, and I don't need anything in return. Since you insist on going to Zhengzhou, I won't stop you. You can go as Datong Daily's special correspondent. In fact, Li Zishuan had only taken little Fishy in at the beginning because he sympathized with the little girl's pitiful background. That was why he had taken her in at Datong Daily's editorial department. However, as little Fishy became more familiar with the news format, the news articles that she wrote were quite decent. In the past year, in the entire editorial department, most of the news articles that were hired by Ma Zhou belonged to little Fishy. This girl had a strong learning ability and was very likable. She had become Datong Daily's #1 reporter and cutie. There was no one in the editorial department who hated her. Li Zishuan saw little Fishy as a younger sister and a junior with great potential. He did take care of her on a daily basis. Thank you, sir, for your help. Little Fishy was overjoyed when she heard that. Li Zishuan shook his head. If he could, of course, he didn't want this little girl to put herself in danger. However, Chang'an City is about to hold a football league, and there will be a lot of hot topics. It's a good source of news. Little Fishy, are you really not going to stay? Little Fishy blinked and shook her head decisively. No, sir. Little Fishy feels that going to Zhengzhou to help Wei Zhuqing expose the darkness of the local officialdom is far more meaningful than reporting on the football league in Chang'an. Seeing that this little girl was so stubborn, Li Zishuan sighed helplessly and said, Sir, you call me sir. Since you call me mister, then I naturally can't let you go alone and risk your life. Wait for me here for a moment, I'll be right there. You're not allowed to leave without permission. Li Zishuan said without allowing her to say anything, then turned and left. Little Fishy looked at Li Zishuan's back with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why the latter left her here alone. However, her puzzlement didn't last long. After less than half an hour, Li Zishuan returned. Behind him was a little boy who was about 13 or 14 years old, wearing a Taoist robe. Sir, he is. Little Fishy was the kind of person who couldn't keep her thoughts to herself. She looked at the little Taoist boy and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and introduced, Little Fishy, this is my cousin, Yi Fashion. His ancestral home is the Yi clan of Nanyang, and he knows a little about martial arts. This time, when you go south to Zhengzhou, I want him to escort you. Coincidentally, he was planning to return to Nanyang soon, so there's no harm in bringing it forward a few days. Although Yi Fashion looked gentle, quiet, and weak on the surface, this child was considered half an inner force expert. His martial arts cultivation was much higher than the second generation of generals like Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin. Yi Fashion originally planned to return to Nanyang at the beginning of spring this year. After saying goodbye to his parents, he would travel the world and visit famous teachers. Now that Little Fishy was also going to Hunan, it was better to let these two little guys take care of each other along the way. Of course, Li Zishuan also knew that Little Fishy and Meng Wenhao had some feelings for each other. However, who was Yi Fashion? He was a Taoist almighty who pursued the heavenly Tao wholeheartedly. In the future, he would become the leader of the world's Taoist sections. Why would he care about these feelings? Therefore, Li Zishuan's arrangement wasn't considered to be a corner of his disciples. Sir, how can this be allowed? Why don't you let me go alone? Don't worry, there won't be any danger. When Little Fishy heard that Li Zishuan wanted to send his own cousin to escort her, she was shocked and hurriedly waved her hand. Chapter 1262. Miss you don't have to be so polite. Fashion was planning to return to Nanyang anyway. Sending you to Zhengzhou is just on the way. Back at the Cloud Mountain courtyard, Yi Fashion saw Li Yu waving his hand to refuse, so he smiled and cupped his fists. After living with the Li family for such a long time, Yi Fashion had more or less heard about Little Fishy's deeds from Lan. He was very happy to help such an intelligent and righteous little girl. Moreover, sending little Yu to Zhengzhou was just on the way. Yi Fashion had delicate features to begin with, so it was easy for him to gain the favor of others. Furthermore, his gaze was clear and his tone was sincere. Little Yu couldn't bring herself to reject him. Then thank you, sir. Thank you, brother Yi. Although Yi Fashion might not be older than her, she couldn't call him brother right from the start, right? Yi Fashion hurriedly said that she didn't have to thank him. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do here, he cupped his hands and left to pack his luggage. Little Yu, come find me tomorrow before you set off. I have something to give you. After watching Yi Fashion leave, Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before he instructed. Yes. Sir. Although little Yu didn't understand what Li Zishuan wanted to give her, she still agreed. All right. It's getting late. You should go back and prepare. Sir. Little Yu nodded and left. As soon as she left, Han Yushi walked in quietly. Husband, little Yu, is leaving the capital? Li Zishuan wasn't surprised that his wife asked this directly. In fact, he had sensed that Han Yushi was eavesdropping outside the door 15 minutes ago, but he didn't say anything. Wife, do you think I'll harm her by agreeing to let her go to Zhengzhou today? Li Zishuan nodded. Han Yushi came over and held Li Zishuan's hand. She said gently, husband, in this life and the next life, everyone has their own choice. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. But as long as she thinks it's worth it, it's worth it. There's nothing harmful about it. Since little Fishy was able to muster up the courage to bid farewell to you, she must have already made up her mind. Husband, you don't have to worry too much. This concubine sees that this child is a person with good fortune. This trip to Zhengzhou is just a small test for her. It won't be that easy for an accident to happen. Upon hearing this, Li Zishuan's brows immediately relaxed. My wife is right. It seems that I have worried too much. Yamacho, I'm coming. The next morning, Li Zishuan had just finished his breakfast and returned from his sword practice on the Cloud Mountain when Yu arrived at the courtyard with a bag in her hand. Yes. Are you ready? Do you have enough travel expenses? Li Zishuan took the handkerchief that Han Yushi handed over and wiped the sweat on his forehead as he said warmly. Yes, yes. I'm ready. I have enough travel expenses too. For some reason, when Han Yushi stood beside Li Zishuan, Yu seemed a little reserved. She put her hands behind her back and replied softly. Hee hee. I guess you're anxious too. Wait here for a while. I'll go get the things for you. My wife, get someone to inform the monk that it's time for him to leave. Li Zishuan put down the handkerchief and walked into the house as he spoke to Han Yushi. Yes. Husband. Han Yushi replied. The husband and wife went their separate ways, leaving Yu alone in the main hall. Half an hour later. Li Zishuan carried a wooden box to the main hall. Yu was puzzled. She didn't know what Li Zishuan was up to. Li Zishuan handed the wooden box to her with a solemn expression. There's a telegraph machine and a battery to power it. Take it with you. In case of an emergency, you can send a telegram here. I'll leave the other telegraph machine in the Datong Daily editorial office and wait for news from you. Although I don't know if this telegraph machine can send messages back to Cheng and from hundreds of miles away, you should still take it with you. Who knows, it might come in handy. In this era of agriculture, there was no electricity in the entire world. The spatial spectrum was very clean and there was almost no interference. In theory, a few watts of radio frequency power would be enough to connect the entire world. This was the most basic telegraph machine. If he wanted to communicate from Zhengzhou to Chang'an, it might not be impossible. Sir, Yu had been in the workshop for so long. How could she not know the preciousness of the telegraph machine? It could be said that this telegraph machine was the most important and precious thing to Li Zishuan so far. She opened her mouth in shock and wanted to refuse, but Li Zishuan interrupted her. I told you to take it, so take it. This telegraph machine won't be of much use to me for the time being. Take it first. If you need it, then it'll be the best use. Yu bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. She stepped forward and took the wooden box in Li Zishuan's hands and said, Sir, Yu will never be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime. Haha. You little girl, who asked you to repay me? Li Zishuan laughed. At this moment, Han Yushi walked in with Yi Fashion, followed by Yi Guizhong. Husband, grandfather and the monk are here. Han Yushi said softly. Cousin, the monk is ready. We can go now. Yi Fashion carried a bag and was still wearing a gray robe. He looked like an otherworldly being. Li Zishuan nodded and then went to Yi Guizhong and said, Grandfather, about the monk, I didn't have time to discuss it with you. It's really, Little Xian, you don't have to be like this. Without waiting for Li Zishuan to finish, Yi Guizhong waved his hand and interrupted. The monk wants to go to the south to seek Taoism and visit the masters everywhere. No matter how much your grandmother and I tried to persuade him, he still insisted on it. It's just that it's been brought forward by a few days. I've thought it through. My children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I'm almost 70 years old. Why do I have to think so much? Let the monk's father and mother worry about it. Haha. Li Zixuan was surprised. He didn't expect the old man to become so open-minded in just a few months. Grandfather is right. Our children and grandchildren have their own blessings. The monk has a firm heart and a steady personality. He will be the leader of Taoism in the future and bring it to greater heights. Li Zixuan said to Yi Guizhong with a faint smile as he looked at Yi Fashion's calm face. To Yi Guizhong, it was just a blessing. Only Li Zixuan knew that it was a prophecy. Chapter 1263. In the end, Li Yu left with Yi Fashion. The two children didn't even have lunch. They carried their bags and rode the carriage to the south. Before leaving, Little Fishy gave Li Zixuan a letter, saying that it was from Meng Wenhao, the first good friend she made in Chang'an. Since it was Friday and the students weren't on holiday in the morning, she could only ask Li Zixuan to help her deliver the letter. Grandfather, is the officialdom of Hunan Circuit really so dark? How much influence does the Chui family have in Hunan Circuit? After Little Fishy and Yi Fashion left, Li Zixuan sighed and asked. Yi Guizhong's expression changed. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. After a while, he sighed and said, the Chui family is the sky in Hunan Circuit. His Majesty is so determined to deal with the Chui family this time. It will definitely cause a violent backlash in Hunan Circuit. Even if Wei Zhuqing has the imperial edict in hand, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to completely clean up the officialdom in Hunan Circuit. And if he acts too hastily, I'm afraid there will be a change in Hunan Circuit. Change in Hunan Circuit. These two words were earth-shattering. Li Zixuan's eyes narrowed and asked with a gloomy face, Grandfather, you mean that those local officials might join the Chui family and start a rebellion? If that was true, it would be no small matter. This meant that the Tang Empire, which had just been peaceful for less than 2 years, would be plunged into the flames of war again. Moreover, if other aristocratic families saw the Chui family's actions, they might take the opportunity to cause trouble. At that time, the internal war of the Tang Empire would erupt. Yi Guizhong nodded and said, it's not impossible. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. The Chui family of Qinghe is a 1,000-year-old family. How many scholars and officials are dependent on them? Wei Zheng brought the imperial edict to Zhengzhou to clean up the officialdom and destroy the Chui family's foundation. How can the Chui family be trampled on by him? Li Zixuan frowned and said, then I will go to the palace now and ask His Majesty to take precautions. After saying that, he was about to leave. He didn't know when, but he, who only wanted to be a carefree marquis, began to care about national affairs. Perhaps he had completely integrated into this era, into the identity of a Tang? Yi Guizhong reached out and stopped Li Zixuan. Little Xian, don't be in a hurry to go. If I'm not wrong, His Majesty must have foreseen the situation today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Wei Zheng a group of imperial guards. His Majesty is able to govern the country and bring peace to the world. His martial prowess is capable of stabilizing the universe. His ability and skills are incomparable to the previous emperors. Little Xian, you must never underestimate His Majesty at any time. The current situation in Hunan Circuit is very likely His Majesty's intention. Perhaps His Majesty has already made arrangements in the dark, waiting for those officials and the Chui family to fall into the trap. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he remembered who his boss was. It was Li Er. In this era, only old Li could rebel against others. In this world, who else could rebel against old Li and succeed in doing so? Even old Li's sons couldn't do it, let alone those clowns in Hunan Circuit. Maybe he was worried for nothing. Grandfather, you are right. I was a little rash. Li Zixuan clasped his hands and said with a look of acknowledgement. It felt good to have such an old fox at home to show him the right way. Here. Wen Hao. This is a letter for you from Little Fishy. In the afternoon, accompanied by the sound of the school bell and drum, the students excitedly swarmed out of the classroom. Some went home, while others went back to the dormitory. Li Zishuan stood at the entrance of the academy. When he saw Meng Wenhao walk out, he quickly called him to the side and took out the letter that little Fishy asked him to pass to Meng Wenhao. He handed it to Meng Wenhao and said, "A letter for me from little Fishy?" Meng Wenhao murmured in confusion. Then he reacted and hurriedly asked, "Yamacho, you mean little Fishy has left the workshop? Where did she go?" Li Zishuan pointed at the letter and said, "You'd better read the content of the letter first." Although Meng Wenhao was anxious, he could only do as he was told. He quickly opened the letter, opened the rice paper inside, and read the words on it. "Wenhao, I'm leaving. I'm leaving Chang'an. There's a place that needs me. Although it's far away, I was able to come all the way from Yuezhou to Chang'an. What's the distance now? I'm a reporter from Datong Daily. I'm needed there, so I'm going. But you don't have to worry. Sir sent someone to protect me. I'll be fine. You're the first good friend I made in Chang'an. I envy you. I envy you that you can become Sir's student. I envy you that you can study at Yanhuang College. But as your good friend, I'm very happy for you. Sir is a good person and a great person. Although I'm not his student, I still hope that I can become a person like him in the future, a person who can be remembered by the people all over the world. Wenhao, I hope you can also become a person like Sir. Do you remember the first time we met that day? In order to thank you for your help, I treated you to egg yang chun noodles. In the end, I met a scammer. Not only did I not eat, but I was also almost beaten. This time when I come back from my business, I must treat you to a meal of egg yang chun noodles. At that time, Wenhao, you must do me the honor. Little Fishy." As Meng Wenhao read the letter, he couldn't help but think of all the things that happened when he first met little Fishy. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. In the end, he quickly looked at Li Zishuan and asked, "Yamacho, little Fishy said in the letter that she was going to a place. Where is she going?" Li Zishuan heard this and shook his head. "Since she didn't tell you, then I can't tell you. But Wenhao, don't worry. I've already sent someone to protect her along the way. When she gets there, there will also be someone to receive and take care of her. I believe there won't be any accidents." When they arrived in Zhengzhou, little Fishy could seek refuge with Wei Zheng. Although Wei Zheng was now in a difficult situation, it was much safer for little Fishy to be with Wei Zheng than to be alone. Meng Wenhao felt a little relieved, but deep in his heart, there was still a trace of a bad premonition. He asked again, "Yamacho, what little Fishy is going to do, is it dangerous?" Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before he replied, "There is a certain risk. But this is the path that she has chosen. At the same time, this is her responsibility. I have no right to interfere, and I can't interfere. Wenhao, as her good friend, all you can do now is to believe in her and bless her." After that, Li Zishuan patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder, sighed, and walked away. Meng Wenhao's face was dull, and he felt lost. Chapter 1264. The two little guys left Chang'an and went south to pursue their dreams. In Chang'an, life went on as usual. The popularity of the tickets for the football ranking league did not diminish. For the past few days, there had been countless people queuing outside the two football stadiums to buy tickets. The tickets for the first day of the competition were completely sold out. Everyone wanted to see what this so-called football ranking league was like. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 8th of March. It was a sunny day, and the spring breeze was blowing. At 8:00 in the morning, the side gates on both sides of the two football stadiums opened at the same time. The guards of the football stadiums divided the audience into 8 groups, and everyone entered the stadium after checking their tickets. Almost everyone knew about the background of the football stadiums and the FIFA, so no one caused trouble before the start of the game. Half an hour later, all the spectators had entered the stadium. For the first match, the occupancy rate of both football stadiums had almost reached 100%. The people's enthusiasm was high, and Li Zixuan had made a fortune. Just the ticket sales for the first match of both teams added up to 5,000 strings of cash. The first game of the second football stadium was between Li Daozong's ferocious tigers and Liangzhou's Fergana horses. Liangzhou was located in the northwest fortress of the empire, and the people there were tough. This team was formed by a local barbarian merchant. Last year, in the Liangzhou area, the Fergana horses could be said to be the best. In this football ranking league, the hottest topic among the people was Li Daozong's ferocious tigers and Zheng Yinhong's wind and thunder team. Li Zixuan also wanted the two teams to have a strong match in the first game, so as to leave a good impression on the people who came to watch the game. In this way, people would be willing to come to watch the later games. However, in the group stage, it was completely based on the team's representatives drawing lots. If he really wanted to cheat, it was not completely impossible, but he did not think it was necessary. In the end, the Wind and Thunder team was placed in Group A, and Li Daozong's Ferocious Tigers was placed in Group B. It was destined that the two teams would not meet in the group stage. After the audience entered the stadium and sat down, it was the turn of the players of both teams to play. Without Li Zixuan's guidance, the players of both teams knew to change into tight clothes. In addition, to make it easier to run, they all tied up their hair. At the request of the Great Tang Football Association, the clothes worn by each team member had to be marked with a number. The number had to correspond to the player and be recorded in the FIFA. The team in black was the Ferocious Tigers. The 11 players were all burly men who looked like iron towers. The outline of their bulging muscles could be seen through their clothes. Looking at the way they walked in unison, it was obvious that they had been in the military. However, these people definitely did not know any internal martial arts, because all the players had to be checked by the bearded man before entering the field. If they knew any martial arts, they would have already been marked by the FIFA. The one in red was the Fergana horse team. Of course, the 11 members were not as big as the Ferocious Tiger team, but they were generally younger and more energetic than the Ferocious Tiger team. Oh! The Ferocious Tigers. The Ferocious Tigers will win. When the players of both teams appeared on the field, it naturally caused a tsunami of cheers from the audience. Although their cheers could not be heard, because people in this era still did not know what cheers meant, the huge cheers were enough to explain everything. Most of the people who could come to Lantian County to watch the game were Cheng and locals. In the face of the Ferocious Tigers versus Fergana horse team, the audience instantly chose a side, which was to cheer for the Ferocious Tiger team. Wow! The Ferocious Tiger team's lineup is so neat. And each of these people is so burly. The Ferocious Tiger team is definitely not a match for them. That's right. That's right. These people are said to be the former soldiers of the king of Jiangxia. Each of them is well trained. Today's game will definitely be won. But why do I feel that the Ferocious Tiger team is not bad? I heard that the strength of this team is top-notch in the Liangzhou area. Bah! Wang Qingyi, whose side are you on exactly? Of course I'm on the Ferocious Tiger team's side, but I was just discussing the matter as it is. Bullsh *T. You're such a busybody. In my opinion, the Ferocious Tiger team will win. Now it's just a matter of how many wins they have. I'm guessing at least 3 goals. Haha. I'm guessing at least 5. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and it was extraordinarily lively. On the field, after throwing a copper coin, the Ferocious Tiger team obtained the right to pick the side, and the Ferocious Tiger team obtained the right to kick off. According to the rules, the ball needed to be placed on the center of the field when kicking off. All the players had to be in their own half of the field, and the opposing team members should be at least 3 feet away from the ball until the game started. Beep! As the referee on the field let out a long bamboo whistle, the number 1 player of the Ferocious Tiger team gently kicked the ball placed on the center of the field to his number 3 player, and he quickly ran to the opposing team's half of the field. The first game of the Tang Football Association's ranking league officially began. Marquis Yong'an, what do you think of this King's team? In the first 15 minutes of the game, both teams fought fiercely, trying to take the lead to score. However, the strength of the center-backs of both teams was not to be underestimated, so after 15 minutes, there were a few shots, but not a single goal was scored. Li Daozong, who was in the stands, was not in a hurry. Instead, he asked Li Zishuan beside him with an indifferent expression. Today was the first game of the ranking league, and it was also the Ferocious Tiger team's debut, so Li Zishuan and Li Daozong were both present. Not only that, Li Daozong had even brought Li Shuyan along. The young lady was sitting on Li Daozong's lap. Li Zishuan might have been an otaku in his previous life, and had never played football, but he had watched a lot of serious football matches, so he had a good eye for a game. Upon hearing this, he thought for a moment, and instead of answering, he asked, "Your Highness, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Li Daozong was first stunned, but then he laughed out loud, "Ah. Interesting. Interesting. Then this king wants to hear, what's the lie? What's the truth?" Little Shuyan also turned her head at this moment, and shifted her gaze from the field to Li Zishuan. Her big cute eyes blinked, as if they could speak, making her look extremely cute. Li Zishuan could not help but be melted by the little loli's cuteness. He smiled at Li Shuyan, then looked at Li Daozong and said, "Hee hee. If your highness wants to hear a lie, then every member of the Ferocious Tiger team is tall and strong, like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountains. No other team can match them." Li Daozong frowned. This sentence seemed to be the truth to him, but Li Zishuan was lying. Then what's the truth? Chapter 1265. This is the truth. Your Highness, although your Ferocious Tiger team is brave and fierce, but in terms of speed and flexibility, they are still slightly lacking. Liangzhou's Fergana horse team can be said to be like their name, running like the wind. Previously, the Ferocious Tiger team made 2 mistakes in passing, both of which were caused by underestimating the opponent's speed. Moreover, in this quarter of an hour, the Ferocious Tiger team's ball was intercepted more than the Fergana horse team. In addition, in terms of stamina, this nephew presumptuously asserts that the Ferocious Tiger team will definitely be inferior to the Fergana horse team in the later stages. Lantian County's No. 2 football stadium stands. Li Zishuan insisted on listening to the truth, so Li Zishuan had no choice but to speak his own analysis truthfully. As the saying goes, those closely involved can't see the game clearly, while those on the sidelines can see the game clearly. The players on the field may not understand their own strengths and weaknesses, but Li Zishuan, who was half an expert, was able to see through some key information after watching for a while from the stands. Li Zishuan repeatedly nodded his head as he listened to the first few sentences, but when he heard the last sentence, he had a disapproving look as he said, "How can Marquis Yong and conclude that the Ferocious Tiger team's stamina is inferior to the Fergana horse team? You must know that although the Ferocious Tiger team's members are not martial arts experts, they are all heroes who have been in the army for at least 4 to 5 years. How can ordinary people be compared to them?" Li Zishuan replied neither hurriedly nor slowly, "Your Highness, as far as I know, the Ferocious Tiger team's members are all above 30 years old, while the Fergana horse team's members are all below 25 years old. The youngest one is only 17 years old. In terms of strength, they are indeed inferior to the Ferocious Tiger team, but in terms of stamina, the Ferocious Tiger team cannot compare to them. In addition, in terms of tactics, the Ferocious Tiger team does not have a complete set of tactics. Instead, they have a feeling of blocking soldiers with arms, and water with earthwear. On the other hand, the Fergana horse team can often play some small coordination, and the Ferocious Tiger team's players are unable to break through, and also difficult to defend. So, before the end of the first half, if the Ferocious Tigers can't widen the score and secure victory, there's definitely a risk of losing in the second half. According to the experience of his previous life, generally speaking, a player's golden age began at the age of 19, reached its peak at the age of 24 to 26, and slowly came to an end at the age of 28. Around the age of 30, many professional players would choose to retire or leave the main position. This was because when a person passed the age of 30, their muscles would begin to atrophy, and their physical ability would begin to decline. Some players who were disciplined and diligent in training might be able to delay it, but players who indulged in debauchery all day might even bring it forward. Even though the players of the Fergana Tigers had trained in the military for many years, in terms of endurance, they were definitely not as good as the young lads of the Fergana Tigers. Moreover, Liangzhou was located on the frontier and was often harassed by the Turks. The people there were tough and valiant. For the Fergana precious horses to be able to stand out from that place, their strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Brother Xiao Xian, are you saying that Royal Father's ferocious tiger team is going to lose? But Shuyan thinks that the uncles in the ferocious tiger team are very strong. Li Shuyan had already reached the age where she could understand things. She could still understand the gist of Li Zishuan's words. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the little girl pouted her cute little mouth and said. Li Zishuan smiled and said, haha. Big brother didn't say that the ferocious tiger team would definitely lose. They still have a good chance of winning. Shuyan, let's just watch carefully. Little Shuyan replied with an and turned her attention back to the field. Li Daozong, on the other hand, frowned and fell into deep thought. On the field, the center back of the ferocious tigers rolled the ball and passed it to the feet of another center back. The latter dribbled 2 steps and passed a player of the ferocious horses. Then, he made a long pass, intending to send the ball to the feet of his own center forward. Who would have thought that this pass would be intercepted by the center forward of the ferocious horses? The surrounding audience was in an uproar again. F***CK. It was intercepted again. What's going on? If the pass isn't accurate, then don't blindly spread it. This time, the ferocious tiger team is in danger. The speed of the Fergana Tigers is very fast. This is already the 3rd time that they have intercepted the ball of the ferocious tiger team, right? Hey! The ferocious tiger team is actually playing well, but I didn't expect the strength of the Fergana Tigers to be so tyrannical. The audience discussed animatedly, but Li Daozong's face was gloomy and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. Marquis Yong, in your opinion, if the ferocious tiger team wants to win this match as soon as possible, what changes do they need to make? The Fergana Tigers' one chance to counterattack was finally narrowly neutralized by the 2 defenders of the ferocious tiger team. However, Li Daozong couldn't sit still anymore. He turned his head and humbly asked for advice. From the looks of it, he finally believed in Li Zishuan's evil. Li Zishuan frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. He said, the ferocious tiger team's offense is easily intercepted, but fortunately, their defensive ability is quite good. They have played until now and have not fallen behind in the score. I think they must have practiced a lot of tactical changes on a daily basis. Next, if the ferocious tiger team wants to quickly break through the opponent's defensive line, first, they need to completely give up on long passes to the ground. This is because the opponent's running speed is very fast and their reaction is very flexible. Second, they need to make use of more short-distance passes. Through the player's constant change of formation, they can bring the ball to the opponent's penalty area. This is because the ferocious tiger team has a considerable advantage in terms of individual strength and dribbling ability. In terms of the evolution of formation, the ferocious tiger team has an absolute advantage. We need to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Third, I see that the defensive ability of the 2 defenders of the ferocious tiger team is very outstanding. The next time they intercept the opponent's ball, they can directly pass the ball from the back half of the field to the front half of the field. Of course, they need to leave a striker in the front half of the field. This move is called defensive counterattack. It can often produce unexpected results. When Li Daozong heard this, his eyes lit up. However, he still had some doubts, so he asked, what is a defender and what is a striker? Li Zishuan sweated and said, I don't have time to explain this in detail. The general idea is that a defender represents a player in the backfield who defends, and a striker is a player who creates opportunities for his teammates and dribbles the ball to break through and score. Your Highness, what do you think of these 3 suggestions? Li Daozong pondered for a moment and clapped his hands. Good. We'll do as you say. I'll immediately ask the team manager to inform the players to change their tactics. After that, he whispered a few words to a middle-aged man behind him, and the latter hurried down the stands. Haha. What a good way to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. What a good defensive counterattack. I didn't expect this. A small football game, because of the two of you, is a bit like two armies facing each other. Interesting. Really interesting. When the ferocious tiger team in the field had just started to implement the new tactic, Li Zishuan and Li Daozong heard Li Er's laughter. The two of them were shocked and quickly turned around. They saw Li Er in his regular clothes walking towards them with Li Qingxian following behind him. Chapter 1266. Greetings, Your Majesty. In Lantian County No. 2 football stadium, Li Zishuan and Li Daozong saw Li Er coming over and quickly got up to greet him. Without waiting for them to finish, Li Er waved his hand and said, "No need to be so courteous. I just finished the morning court, I'm just here to take a look." In fact, he was not the only one who came over. The civil and military officials in the court, many of them who had no official duties, came over after the morning court. Football was a new hot-blooded sport. Not only did the people like to watch it, but the court officials also liked to watch it. Of course, in order to avoid criticism, the officials would not personally set up a team. Only people like Li Daozong from the Li Tang Empire or those nobles who had nothing to do all day would mess around with a team. Because these people did not have official duties, they did not care about hard work and reputation. They just wanted to play all day long and no one could say anything. "Your Majesty, this way please." Li Zishuan led Li Er to where they were sitting before. This area was considered the VIP room of the entire football stadium. It was separated from the audience by a tarpaulin. Many people in Chang and city had seen Li Er before. In order to avoid causing a commotion, they could only arrange for old Li to sit in that private room. Haha. Shui Yan. Come to me. When Li Er saw the delicate little Shui Yan, he suddenly smiled and waved his hand. Shui Yan greets royal uncle. Li Shui Yan hesitated for a moment, then walked over and said crisply. Good, good, good. Li Er placed the little Shui Yan on his lap. Then, his attention was quickly attracted by the football match. He patted Li Shui Yan's head and smiled at the two people beside him. You don't have to be restrained. Let's finish watching this game first. Off the field, the situation suddenly changed. The ferocious tigers, who had been mysterious previously, suddenly changed their style of play after the team manager's tactical deployment. They suddenly became more stable and organized. The long passes to the ground were gone, and the short-distance cooperation between the players suddenly became more frequent. Every time a ferocious Tigers player dribbled the ball, there would be a player in the most correct position to cover and receive. A few passes could be said to be smooth as flowing water. The audience outside the field was amazed. Wow! What a beautiful pass! The ferocious Tigers player 10 came at the right time. No. The direction of the pass from player number 9 to player number 10 should have been predicted. They had already calculated the distance and position between the two sides. It's too scary. Isn't their cooperation too tacit? Flawless. Smooth and flowing. Oh. They had arrived at the forbidden zone. Look. The ferocious tiger team has entered the restricted area of the Fergana horse team. Whoosh. It was the ferocious tigers on the field. After a series of wonderful combination of quick plays and quick passes, they finally broke into the penalty area of the ferocious horses once again. At this moment, the football was at the feet of the ferocious tigers' number 1 player. He was less than 2 feet away from the opponent's goal, and there were no teammates near him. There were only 2 opposing defenders who were rushing towards him. At this critical moment, the spectators in the stands fell silent. Every one of them had their hearts in their throats. Li Er's face was also flushed with excitement. His pair of tiger-like eyes stared unblinkingly at the ferocious tiger's number 1 player. At this critical moment, the ferocious horse's goalkeeper actually chose to abandon the goal and attack. The ferocious tiger's number 1 player could not help but be overjoyed. He suddenly accelerated, and when he was about to reach the opponent's goalkeeper, he made a wonderful feint and bypassed the opponent's goalkeeper. Oh! They're going in. They're going in. Shoot! Ferocious tigers. Shoot! Although they had not shot, the spectators in the stands were already cheering in advance. The ferocious tigers' number 1 player did not disappoint. His right foot kicked the football fiercely and completed an unobstructed shot from outside the opponent's goal. Oh! Without the commentator to liven up the atmosphere, the 10,000 spectators in the stands were already ignited by themselves. Cheers. Screams. Loud roars. It was as if the entire football field was going to be overturned. The entire Wanning Square in Lantian County could hear the deafening roars from here. Good. 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 At this time, Lee Eyre had already placed the little snow goose on the ground. He stood up and cheered loudly with a face full of excitement. Football was an extremely hot-blooded sport. Of course, the most hot-blooded time was the moment when a goal was scored. It was especially hot-blooded and made people want to explode on the spot. Moreover, the deafening cheers in the football field at that time made it easier for people to enter an extremely excited state. No one could resist such a fatal temptation. At this moment, Lee Eyre no longer had the majesty of an emperor. He was just like a fanatical football fan. Li Zichuan and Li Zichuan were not any better. The ferocious tigers belonged to Li Daozong. Now that they had scored a goal, the happiest and most excited person was undoubtedly Li Zichuan. As for Li Zichuan, although the football matches he watched in his previous life were countless times more exciting than this, ever since he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he did not have modern high-tech electronic devices. His life had actually been quite dull and boring. Today's football match had finally allowed him to find a bit of the hot-blooded feeling. He, too, jumped up from his chair and cheered loudly. Beep! The referee blew a long bamboo whistle and announced that the goal was valid. The match continued. In the next 15 minutes of the first half, the ferocious tigers did the same thing and scored another goal. At this time, the first half had just ended. The players from both teams were taking a short break and adjusting their tactics. Li Daozong saw the boss of the ferocious horses team with a gloomy face and went back to rest with his players. He could not help but smile and said, "Hee hee. Looks like today's match has been decided. The ferocious tigers can finally get these 3 points." Li Eyre smiled and said, "Daozong, your ferocious tigers are quite good. Moreover, these people should be from the military, right? Not bad, not bad. They did not disgrace the Tang dynasty's military. Your Majesty is wise. These players are indeed good players from the military. Although they do not know martial arts, their individual strength is definitely not bad." Li Daozong clasped his hands and said. Li Zichuan at the side frowned and said, "Your Highness, it is still too early to say that the ferocious tigers have won. The test for them has just begun." Li Eyre looked over in confusion. Li Daozong frowned and asked, "Marquis Yong, and why is that?" Li Zichuan said in a deep voice, "Stamina. Stamina has always been the biggest problem that the ferocious tigers face. Don't look at their limitless glory in the first half. These 2 goals have already exhausted most of their stamina. On the other hand, the ferocious horses team is full of hot-blooded youths. During the break, they will be able to recover more stamina. In the second half, the ferocious tigers team's goal will be welcomed by the opponent's continuous and fierce attacks." Chapter 1267. Xiao Xian. How should the ferocious tigers deal with this? Li Zichuan was now completely convinced by Li Zichuan. He also felt that Li Zichuan's analysis was reasonable. The ferocious tiger's stamina was indeed not as good as the ferocious horses. Therefore, he did not care about losing face and directly asked Li Zichuan. "Shrink the front line and focus on defense. Changing the formation is the strength of the ferocious tigers. Next, let them build their own half of the field into an iron wall. Strive for everyone to run the shortest route to achieve the best results. Of course, while defending, they also have to wait for an opportunity to counterattack. After all, the best defense in the world is offense. Currently, the ferocious horses are the ones who should be anxious. Your Highness, let the players defend well. They can even pass each other's feet in their own half of the field to stall for time. Wait for the opponent to make a mistake, then give a fatal blow and completely seal the victory. Li Zishuan looked at the backs of the ferocious Tigers players and said. Li Zishuan nodded slightly. He, who had experienced hundreds of battles, could naturally see that Li Zishuan's arrangement was the best plan. Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment and nodded, okay. Thank you. Then, he turned his head and gave a few instructions to the manager of the ferocious Tigers. The manager took the order and left, presumably to make tactical arrangements. After about a quarter of an hour, the second half began. Both teams changed sides and played again. When they came on the field, the audience in the stands gave the ferocious Tigers the loudest cheers. These people were addicted to watching the ferocious Tigers in the previous 45 minutes. The ferocious Tigers did not disappoint them. They scored 2 goals in a row, making most of the people in the stands become loyal fans of the ferocious Tigers. Isn't it a matter of course for the fans to cheer for their favorite team? Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan secretly smiled. This was the result he wanted. The appearance of fans was the symbol of the prosperity of football. If there were no fans, modern football would not be so popular. It might even die out in the middle of the game. When the number of soccer fans in Great Tang grew larger and larger, it would be hard for Great Tang soccer to not flourish. By then, Great Tang, as the country of origin of world football, no matter how weak it was, it wouldn't be as weak as the modern-day national football team. It would definitely become a world football powerhouse. By then, Han football would no longer be a joke in the eyes of foreigners. By then, Li Zishuan would have achieved his goal of bringing football to Great Tang 1,000 years in advance. Beep! The referee blew the whistle and the Fergana horses kicked off. Under the cover of the 3 players and the coordination of the passing, the football quickly charged into the Fergana Tigers' front half of the field. His attacks were as swift as lightning. The Fergana horse team had played the entire half of the field, but they still retained their physical strength. Under their sudden outburst, the ferocious Tiger team was actually somewhat unable to withstand it. Quickly get into a defensive formation. Everyone, defend. The manager of the ferocious Tigers was sweating profusely. He stood by the side of the field and shouted. He did not care if the players on the field could hear him. The sudden change in style caused the audience in the stands to be unable to react for a moment. When they finally reacted, they could not help but turn pale with fright. What's going on? Didn't the ferocious Tiger team play well in the first half? Why is the Fergana horse team going to shoot now? It seems like the ferocious Tiger team's physical strength is failing. Their physical strength is failing? How is that possible? The ferocious Tiger team scored 2 goals in the first half. How can their physical strength be failing? The reason why the ferocious Tiger team was able to score in the first half was because of their ingenious coordination. Now that the Fergana horse team has changed their style and is attacking with all their strength, the ferocious Tiger team is in danger. The ferocious Tiger team will win. It was unknown who shouted loudly, but the audience in the stands began to shout. For a moment, the shouts of, "The ferocious Tiger team will win," became louder and louder. It even reached the sky. Li Xiaogong looked at the ferocious Tiger team players below the stands and could not help but clench his fists. The ferocious Tiger team was destined to withstand pressure in the second half. However, whether they could withstand the pressure completely depended on the ferocious Tiger team players' teamwork and performance. The roaring in the stands more or less gave the ferocious Tiger team players some invisible strength. They quickly restored the formation that was previously disrupted by the opponent and resisted the Fergana horse team's attack with all their strength. In the end, the Fergana horse team's wave of attack was intercepted by the combined efforts of the 2 defenders of the ferocious Tiger team. The goalkeeper went out to catch the ball that was rolling and then threw the ball to his own players. Next, there was a jaw-dropping scene. The ferocious Tiger team players actually moved left and right in their own half of the field. The audience in the stands was in an uproar. This. What are the ferocious tiger team players doing? Why aren't they attacking? It looks like they are stalling for time. Yes. That's right. Anyway, the ferocious tiger team is leading by 2 o'clock. As long as they drag it out until the end of the game, they will be able to get these 3 points. But isn't this against the rules? It really doesn't seem to be against the rules. Isn't that too sullen? If the ferocious tiger team doesn't attack, how can they be called the ferocious tiger team? Why don't we just call them the tortoise team? Some of the audience expressed their understanding of the ferocious tiger team's passive game, but some of the audience felt very angry. After all, everyone hoped that the person or team they liked was super powerful. Moreover, attacking football was obviously more interesting than defensive football. The boss of the Fergana horse team did not know what the audience was thinking, but he was so angry that he was about to stomp his feet. He stood by the side of the field and shouted loudly, "Attack! Everyone, press up and attack! You must break the goal!" With a boom, almost all the Fergana horse team players moved out and entered the ferocious tiger team's half of the field to fight for the ball. After all, they were young men. They were full of vigor and energy. After a few fights, the ball quickly fell to the feet of the Fergana horse team players. Several players cooperated with each other and fought with the ferocious tiger team players several times. Finally, the ball was shot into the opponent's goal. Oh! It's in! It's in! The audience in the stands sighed, but this did not prevent the Fergana horse team players from celebrating. All the players hugged each other. After being suppressed for half of the field, they could finally party to their heart's content. Just play like this. Equalize the score as soon as possible. The boss of the Fergana horse team shouted at the top of his voice. His players did indeed do so. When there was still a quarter of an hour before the end of the game, the number 1 player of the Fergana horse team finally sent the ball into the ferocious tiger team's goal once again. Haha! It's in! It's in! We equalized the score. The Fergana horse team players celebrated in the ferocious tiger team's half of the field, but the ferocious tiger team players were all gloomy. Hurry up and score another goal. We have to win this game. The boss of the Fergana horse squad shouted once more. Chapter 1268. From a 2 o'clock lead in the first half to a 2-2 tie, the sudden change in the situation caught everyone off guard. Li Daozong pursed his lips tightly. In the first half, he felt that victory was within his grasp, but now, at the end of the first half, after Li Zishuan's analysis, he knew that the ferocious tigers would be at a disadvantage in the second half, but he did not expect them to be at such a disadvantage, so much so that they were directly equalized by the opponent. Moreover, according to the current momentum, the ferocious tigers' goal would definitely be broken through again in the following period of time. At that time, not only would the ferocious tigers not get 3 points, they might not even get 1 point. The atmosphere in the stands suddenly became solemn. Although many people were scolding the ferocious tigers players for not living up to expectations and wasting a good situation, they still hoped that the ferocious tigers could win. Perhaps this was the modern national football fans' attitude towards the national football team. The ferocious tigers players all had solemn expressions, and the ferocious horses players on the opposite side were all crazily pressing into the ferocious tigers' half of the field as if they had been injected with chicken blood. However, the continuous fierce attacks since the start of the second half had consumed more than half of their stamina. On the other hand, although the ferocious tigers had been suppressed in the second half, they had been shrinking and defending in their own half of the field, moving their feet left and right. In comparison, the ferocious tigers players had consumed much less stamina. Therefore, at this time, the physical condition of the players on both sides had basically reached the same level. In fact, the ferocious tigers' condition was even slightly above the ferocious horses. This was a very important detail, but the ferocious horses' boss, who was anxious to let the team take the lead, neglected this detail. For him, nothing was more important than scoring another goal. Attack! Attack! Everyone, attack! The ferocious horses' boss roared crazily on the sidelines. His players were also attacking crazily on the field, but how could they easily break through the ferocious Tigers' meticulously built iron bucket formation? The previous 2 goals were only because they used their physical advantage to force a breakthrough. The breakthrough was very difficult. Now, their physical advantage no longer existed. The scales of victory were gradually tilting towards the ferocious Tigers. On the field, after the 2 sides fought a few times, seeing that the time left was getting shorter and shorter, the bloodthirsty Fergana horses, who wanted to score another goal, finally stopped holding back. They completely gave up on defense, and the only 2 defensive backs left in their half of the field also rushed to the Fergana Tigers' half of the field to join in the fight. Liao Pengfei. Send it to me. At that moment, the football suddenly landed at the feet of one of the Tigers' defenders. Another player roared loudly as he ran out. Bam! The player named Liao Pengfei did not hesitate to do a side pass and sent the football in the direction that the player was heading. At the same time, the number 1 player of the ferocious Tigers, who had been pacing back and forth near the midfield, suddenly sped up and dashed madly toward the Fergana horse's goal. His speed was as fast as a cheetah. By the time the Fergana horse's players and the boss realized it, the player was already less than 5 feet away from the goal. Bam! The ferocious Tigers player who received the football did not hesitate to kick the football under the ball. The football flew high ahead like a cannonball, and its destination was the direction that the number 1 player was heading. Return to defense. Quickly return to defense. The Fergana horse's boss, who was still in a state of madness, came back to his senses at this moment. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. The Fergana horse's players had already reacted. They all ran toward their own goal in a panic like a swarm of bees. Whoa! In the stands, the spectators who were already in a state of despair suddenly burst into an uproar. They were first shocked and incredulous. Then, they excitedly stood up from their seats and shouted in unison at the top of their voices. Ferocious Tigers! Victory for sure! Ferocious Tigers! Victory for sure! Ferocious Tigers! Victory for sure! Li Daozong, Li Er, and Li Zishuan also stood up from their seats at this moment. Their eyes stared intently at the field without blinking. They saw that the number 1 player on the field had already received the falling football at this time and had single-handedly charged into a spot 3 feet in front of the goal. He could directly shoot at this distance, or he could play it safe and dribble forward before shooting again. The Fergana horse's goalkeeper did not dare to abandon the goal to attack this time because he had suffered a loss in the first half. He bent his body and stared at the number 1 player of the ferocious Tigers with a guarded expression. At the same time, he secretly prayed that his teammate could rush over before the opponent shot. Bam! The number 1 player of the ferocious Tigers did not choose to continue dribbling forward because he felt that it was too late. The back of his right foot fiercely knocked against the lower right side of the football. With a bang, the football left behind a series of afterimages in the air and rushed toward the Fergana horse's goal. At this moment, everyone on the field felt as if the world had suddenly quieted down. They could not hear cheers or roars. It was as if they could only hear the sound of their own breathing. The Fergana horse's players who rushed to the backfield to help stopped at this moment. They stared at the football in the sky with wide eyes and prayed frantically in their hearts, "Don't go in. Don't go in." The Fergana horse's goalkeeper focused 120% of his attention at this moment. He looked at the football in the sky and quickly judged the landing point of the football in his heart. Top right corner. In a flash, the goalkeeper made a judgment. At the same time, his body also reacted. His whole person bounced up from the ground and rushed toward the upper right corner of the goal. Oh no! Some of the spectators in the stands with good eyesight felt their hearts skip a beat. They secretly cursed because the flying direction of the number 1 player of the ferocious Tigers was vaguely toward the upper right corner of the goal. Li Daozong and Li Er both clenched their fists. A few blue veins could be seen on their foreheads. It was obvious that the 2 of them were also very nervous at this moment. Just when everyone thought that the shot was going to be blocked, the the football suddenly changed direction when it was 5 feet away from the goal and went straight toward the lower left corner of the goal. The Fergana horse's goalkeeper closed his eyes in despair. He was still in the sky at this time. Even if he saw the football change direction, what was the use? Bang! In the end, the football fell into the net without any suspense. Beep! This was the whistle that indicated that the goal was valid. Beep! 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 Coincidentally, it was followed by 2 short and 1 long whistle that signaled the end of the game. Oh! It went in. The ball went in. The ferocious tigers won. The ferocious tigers won. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the entire football field was like a powder keg that had been ignited and completely exploded. Cheers and roars rose and fell one after another. The ferocious tigers finished off the Fergana horses with a strange shot at the last moment. This made many spectators in the stands unable to help but hug each other and cry with joy. Even though they did not know each other before, they got to know each other because of the game. Because of such an exciting game, this was enough. They won. The ferocious tigers actually won. Ha ha ha. Li Xiaogong hugged the little snow goose behind him and gave it a big kiss. Then, he talked to himself excitedly. Chapter 1269. Wonderful. Too wonderful. In the stands, Li Er was not clapping his hands and laughing. Instead, he was waving his fists and laughing excitedly without the image of an emperor. Then, he smiled and said, Daozong, in my opinion, why don't you let Li Zishuan train your feral tiger team? This kid knows more about football than you do. Haha. Li Daozong hugged Li Shuyan and turned his head to look at Li Zishuan. With a face full of smiles, he said, Your Majesty, I would like to hire the Marquis of Yong and to coach the team, but firstly, I can't afford the price. Secondly, the Marquis of Yong and is usually busy with official business. I'm afraid he has no time to take care of it. Li Er laughed, ha ha ha. It's true that you can't afford it. This kid is the one who doesn't lack money in the whole Tang Empire. Just the money from the tickets for this match should be quite a lot, right? Li Zishuan took 2 steps forward and clasped his hands. He smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, the money from the tickets will eventually belong to the Tang Empire Football Association. It will not fall into my personal pocket. No matter how much money I earn, it has nothing to do with me. Since the Tang Empire Football Association was an official organization recognized by the imperial court, Li Zishuan naturally had to distance himself from the association. This was a matter of principle. Li Er praised in his heart. Then, he smiled and said, Haha. You brat, you're really clever. But in my opinion, if you can build a team yourself, it will be very interesting. Li Zishuan was speechless. Your Majesty, I will never take the initiative to build a team. How can I be both a referee and an athlete? Li Er was stunned. Although he had never heard of the term athlete, he could roughly guess the meaning from the words. After thinking for a while, he could not help but feel that this sentence was very interesting. Haha. What a good way to be both a referee and an athlete. It's rare that you don't forget to be fair. Li Zishuan smiled. Haha. Your Majesty has handed the Tang Empire Football Association to me. How can I be sloppy? Moreover, given this subject's understanding of soccer, if we were to form a team, who in the Great Tang would be a match for us? Li Zishuan's tone was very calm, but the content of his words was full of arrogance. Li Er and Li Daozong were both stunned. They subconsciously sighed in their hearts at Li Zishuan's arrogance. However, after giving it some thought, they knew that Li Zishuan was not boasting. They could tell just by looking at the difference in the performance of the Tigers after they were instructed on the spot. Moreover, Li Zishuan probably had his own unique way of training the team. If that was the case, then his team was really invincible. Your Majesty, I heard a few days ago that the officialdom of Hunan province is in chaos. Thieves are everywhere, and it can be described as chaotic. I'm afraid that Wei Zuoqing is in danger in Zhengzhou. After leaving the football field, Li Zishuan walked with Li Er for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, Li Zixuan asked tentatively. Hearing this, Li Er stopped in his tracks. He frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, I already know about this matter. You don't have to worry about Wei Xuanqing's safety. I have my own plans. However, as far as I know, your cousin Yi Fashion took a girl from your workshop to the south a few days ago. They should be going to Hunan province, right? Li Zixuan was not surprised that Li Er knew that Li Yu and Yi Fashion had left Chang'an. He cupped his hands and admitted, Your Majesty, the two of them are indeed going to Hunan province. Fashion is going back. There's no need to say more. I don't care where the two of them are going, but now is a critical time. On one hand, they have to pay attention to their safety. On the other hand, don't act recklessly and ruin my plans. After saying that, Li Er did not explain further and left with his two bodyguards. Li Zixuan was left standing in the same place, quietly thinking. The first match of the group stage could be said to be full of ups and downs and wonderful beyond compare. The spectators who were present felt that the trip was not in vain. After Li Zixuan finished watching the game, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because the first game was so exciting, the popularity of football would definitely be completely brought up by this game. With a good start, he was only halfway to success. Next, he could finally put down the affairs of the Football Association at ease and concentrate on the matters of the dam. As for the chaos in Hunan province, through the previous conversation, he knew that Old Li must have a rough idea in his heart. Then, there was no need for him to worry about it. At noon, the second match of the two football stadiums ended at the same time. Tens of thousands of spectators left the stadium one after another. After the burning atmosphere in the stadium, they were now all fired up. They were about to bring this craze to Lantian County and Chang'an City. Haha. The Ferocious Tigers game this morning was so F***ing exciting, especially the last goal. At that time, my hair stood on end. Haha. Me too. The last goal was so F***ing beautiful. Who the F***ck would have thought that the football could turn in the sky? The number one player of the Ferocious Tigers is too amazing. What's his name again? Who knows? I want to be sworn brothers with him. That person is called Lu Changfeng, but you want to be sworn brothers. Are you worthy? If he wants to be sworn brothers, he should be sworn brothers like me. Hee hee. F***ck. Lu Shixiang, what right do you have to say that I'm not worthy? Hey. Because you're not as tall as me. It was 5:00 in the afternoon. It was lunchtime. In all the restaurants in Lantian County, there were discussions about this morning's game. Of course, there were even more discussions about the Ferocious Tigers vs Ferocious Horses game. Many people even became die-hard followers of the number one player of the Ferocious Tigers, Lu Changfeng, who scored twice on the field. The direction of public opinion was developing in the direction that Li Zixuan expected, and it was getting more and more intense. The next day, the Ferocious Tigers defeated the Ferocious Horses 3-2 at the last minute, became the headline of Datong Daily. People could be heard talking about yesterday's game everywhere in Chang'an City. The ranking league had completely become the hottest topic among the people. Hey! Did you hear? Yesterday, the Ferocious Tigers of the King of Jiangxia defeated the Ferocious Horses of Liangzhou at the last minute. It was so exciting. I heard. Unfortunately, I didn't go to watch it yesterday. Brother Zhang, did you go yesterday? I didn't go either. Then how did you know that the game was exciting? Of course, I heard it from others and saw it in the newspaper. But I plan to watch today's game. Brother Zhao, do you want to go with me? I want to go, I want to go. I have to go. Let's hurry to the football stadium in Lantian County and see if there are any tickets left.